After 3 years and 3 full seasons of action, the title of World Champion is finally back on the line. Over the next 2 weeks, 24 teams from 18 countries will play this great game, but only one will become World Champion. Welcome to the Rocket League World Championship, coming to you live from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm Wavepunk. I'll be your host and your guide for the entire action of this 2-week extravaganza. It all begins here in the bowels of the arena for our Wildcard play-in. 16 teams will play on this stage, battling for the chance to ascend to the bowl of 13,000 fans next week. Let's beat the teams playing in the Wildcard.
Can you feel it? That sense of inevitability that these World Championships will just hit different. Even with $2 million plus bucks on the line, Dallas still has plenty to live up to.
This season though, Worlds is a little different. The 8 teams that have gained enough points to auto-qualify for the group stage can hit the virtual gym, while 16 wildcards tear each other to shreds for our amusement. Let's have a look to see how they made it this far.
Bravado Gaming. While Sub-Saharan Africa recently tasted its first international competition at Gamers 8, Bravado were not the ones representing them. They come to Worlds second in charge at the South African Fish Pond, but on the back of 2 regional wins to round out the season. With SSA MVP to die for on side, will the region's second biggest fish flourish against international competition?
Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators put Asia Pacific South on the map. It took the region 3 attempts to reach a major, but once they did, they showed their mettle before running out of steam.
Have you on the list? You couldn't ask, just get big. And Gladiators.
It wasn't until Spring's edition of Indian player Abs Crazy that Maxu and APAC MVP LCT found their final form. Since then, these powerful warriors have gone from strength to strength.
No, he just glides off the backboard. I don't even think my man drove on the backboard.
Orlando Pirates XD. Turns out these guys are no pushovers.
Just to get on the side and then goes up and flips upside down.
Back home, they forced their opponents to walk the plank. Taking 6 of the 9 SSA regionals. But losing those final events to Bravado will have sent the captain of this ship, back to the drawing board. Perhaps, a change of tactics will traverse these international waters. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry.
O1 Esports. Falcons Ahmad promised O1 Esports he'd bank enough points at the Spring Major to earn a 3rd Middle Eastern World spot. And as G2 learned at Game 3 0 seconds at the Fall Major, Ahmad always delivers. O1 admit they had a poor spring, but recent main stage LAN experience at Gamers 8, beating Dignitas by the way, no less, and that little bit of help from Falcons will be all the inspiration they need to perform in Dallas.
Veloce Esports. Latest recruit Senzo brings the experience. After the full major super sub and will he won't he serial retiree joined Twiz and SMW at the start of spring. He and Twiz have recent LAN experience at Gamers 8. Experience they'll bring here as Mina's second team. No Falcons favour needed for their qualification. Yeah, take that, O1 Esports.
The Club. It all began so well for the club's Astromic, winning South America's second Fall Regional and squeaking into the Fall Major by a solitary point.
Oh, clear down. K-Dot thought he'd save the day with a demo, and then out of nowhere, Snip is going to fight.
After losing Math, they somewhat rallied, but failed to make another major. But their consistency has brought them here on merit, so underestimate them at your peril.
Of all of Vitality.
Optic Gaming. The recently rebranded Team Envy have had a strange old season. Going into full among the NA favourites, it didn't quite work out.
Go on! Oh, it's on the pool! Oh, G2 got the lead!
Forced to straight swap Atomic for young G2 genius Drees, it didn't quite work out.
Drees can keep it alive, but nobody else can, and Oxygen survives Champions Field!
Coach Aleutian then bumped Turbo to the subs bench, and what do you know, things finally worked out. finally settled, the Green Wall will build on solid top 8 Spring Major foundations when they get to Dallas.
Semper Esports. Dependable old Semper shot to life in the Fall Major, taking down Dignitas in Stockholm's quarterfinals.
To see the ball down, and it into him.
But Starman Archie's spring move threw an English-speaking spanner in the works. Cue Exotic.
They just put it in the danger zone where both Chazette and Exotic could shoot it.
Now with fully French comms, Semper, who qualified by just 30 points, can grind out a win against anyone.
Team Secret. Whispering that the Spring Major showcased secret star power.
Now they're threatening their very country upon the Frenchmen.
They've played Sam's second fiddle to Furia all season, and there's no shame in that. But consistent second places in Spring showed that BDS blitzing was no bolt from the blue.
Tokyo Verde Esports. Once APAC's terrifyingest export, Tokyo Verde are led by Japan's famousest player, Realize. The former freestyler led Tenhao and Maru to their inaugural international, the Fall Major. But with Sigums now in for the latter, Asia Pacific is packed with more proficiency than ever. Embroiled in a battle on two fronts, Verde have fought Detonator for APAC North and Gaming Gladiators for APAC as a whole. Here, they can put regional pride aside and fight for their first RLCS win on international soil.
Space Station Gaming. It began with heartbreak. Game 7 against Complexity, loser misses the full major.
Complexity advance!
Then it got worse. Sipical, once among the world's best, moved to FaZe Clan. And all they could replace him with was some 15-year-old who couldn't even come up with a proper username.
He's done it again! The young prodigy!
Alright, fair enough. Daniel's pretty good. But one recent lapse in comms will haunt SSG's dreams.
A complete gap on the kickoff!
Now they're here to make amends. One demolition derby at a time.
Carmine Corp. If Nolly's ratio skills are anything to go by, Carmine's French fans are out there in their billions. It was the Liverpudlian himself who gave those fans hope, as before he joined in Spring, no one believed in them.
Carmine Corp are going to make worlds.
Not a single soul.
In fact, they're over 500 points away.
Top 8, top 6, and then 3rd in the online regionals gave them the confidence for a top 4 finish at the Spring Major. And it could have been even more.
Beast mode towards net! Beast mode! A thriller at the copper box!
With Nolly peaking and Astral and Itachi reborn as mechanical messiahs, KC's instinctive urge to fly in the face of any haters could spark yet another deep run.
Pioneers. 3 Oceanic teams had just 40 points between them at season's end, and after this devastating London Major BDS blowout, Pioneers are your OCE second seeds. After missing the full major, Super Locky, Scrub, no, not that one, and Banana Head, yes, that one, and that's MVP Banana Head to you, reached the winter and spring majors as the region's top seeds. The great end to the season was only enough for second OCE seed overall, something they'll be desperate to prove wrong in Dallas.
Renegades. Renegades won the overall OCE race by just 11 points over Pioneers, with absence at the Spring Major making Wally Champs quali nervier than they would have liked, mate. CJ and Kami support one of the most mechanical players in the region, Fever, as they all try and shock their way to the group stage.
Over to the help that he's got. Fever! Unreal, my friend!
A pair of 3-0 wins over recent Gamers 8 winners Furia showed these fun lovers still have plenty of upset potential.
Dignitas. Beware the wounded animal. The full major near favourites crashed out to Semper in the quarterfinals, and their winter defeats were more painful yet.
Without touching the floor, it's going to take a hard pinch. Apparently,
Exactly what was going wrong. Jump speed is there, but Rizek, he hits the game-winning shot.
Failure to even qualify for Landon 2.0 will have hurt them far more than any one reverse sweep. if they can convert that agony into inspiration, Dignitas could be back to their pre-winter best, just in time for the biggest tournament of all.
Version 1. Most teams are just glad to be here, but Version 1, they're nothing of the sort. Their team haven't finished lower than 6th at LAN since bringing in Beast Mode, and they will rue the fact there isn't at least one last split to pull away from the NA pack. Still, the team that knocked Rise, Joyo and Vatira to the lower bracket in both recent majors should make short work of this Swiss. And with the crowd filling up over the course of the 10 days of championships, their brutal vocality will surely disrupt their opponents.
The pressure of the largest event in Rocket League history can make anyone a shadow or a giant of their true selves.
Let the World Championship Wildcard begin.
Let it begin indeed. Here we are, and it's finally time to get some Rocket League gameplay going in Dickey's Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. I am Wavepunk. I got a desk of wonderful people here with me. I got Bates, I got Johnny, I got Stumpy. We're back in Texas. We're my hometown, by the way. I haven't mentioned that up until now.
It's a great place. I've had such a good time. We started off with an amazing video, amazing voice work, you know, across the board.
Okay.
Well written.
Right.
It was just, what a way to start off the World Championship.
It's nice. I like that you can walk in Fort Worth. Got to give it to you, Wavepunk. You know, usually we come out to America, we're sitting in cars, inside buildings. Yeah, but I love that you can walk around here. I'm being nice. I love it.
The pedestrian areas, there's lovely red bricks everywhere.
Yeah.
The buildings are old and new. It's brilliant.
Thank you. It means a lot to me. It's a wonderful place, and it's the home to the Rocket League World Championship, the longest event, the longest we've gone since having a World Championship, and also the largest Rocket League competition that has ever happened by like 7 days or something, Bates. Like this is unprecedented for us.
Man, it's long. It's got the most prize pool. The last World Championship, none of us were even here. Through, and all of a sudden you got an entirely new desk at the moment joining you. World Championship. I'm glad to be here. Woo! It's gonna be a good time.
I'm so glad to have you. You can hear some fans. I don't know if you guys at home can hear them, but we got a small crowd gathering here.
They're coming in,
starting to trickle in here, getting woken up. There's snacks. There's concessions. There's wonderful gameplay that's about to happen here. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be starting it off with some awesome games. You know, we're going to be seeing some new regions competing in front of a crowd for the first time. Got all the fans out there. This stage, it's like reminiscent, you know, of what we've had in LANs past, at DreamHacks previously.
Yeah.
And this is like the small bit. This is where we start off, and then we move, I think, over there somewhere, and it gets massiver.
We were talking about this, Johnny, that like we were looking at the stage, we're like, this feels kind of small for us now. This is bigger than the first World Championship.
It is, yeah.
Is it really?
It is, yeah. The first World Championship, I think, was probably similar to this.
It was a smaller stage.
Wildcard in size, yeah.
It's crazy, and this is just the prequel to what is coming later. You're not going to want to leave over the course of the next 2 weeks of action. And how's this action going to go down? There's a lot of gameplay to happen here, Johnny. Let's walk through the format of the World Championship.
Yeah, luckily we've had a little bit of help throughout the year with understanding each of these formats. It starts off with Swiss, which, if you remember back to the Fall Major, was the regional format and the major format for the first stage of the event. Now, the wildcard is going to take that, and we've got 16 teams in the wildcard. You can see them on the left there if you've got very good eyesight. We'll go more in detail on them in a bit. 8 of those teams are going to be making it to the main event. 8 of them are going to be eliminated. No eliminations until day 3, so we're looking at day 1 matchups on the left. Day 2 will be the second row there, and then we're going to be day 3 middle, and the rest played out on day 4.
And if you've never seen a Swiss before, if you win 3 matches, you qualify. That's what those 8 spots at the top in green are. The 8 spots in the bottom in red are the teams that are eliminated. So as long as you win, you face off against teams, or whatever, however your results go, you face off against a team with your same record.
Exactly.
So if you're struggling, you're facing off against other teams that are struggling. If you're doing well, you're facing off against other teams that are doing well. We'll see 2 teams here, Stumpy, qualify 3-0.
Yeah, 2 teams are going to be going through very confidently. We saw back in the previous time we saw Swiss. You know, Dignitas famously got through with that 3-0 position, but that doesn't guarantee that you're going to be in the best spot going forward, because we don't go straight through to a little bracket. We go through into some groups.
We go into the groups, and this is what is being played in the arena, Bates. This is where we're going to see the fans and the teams that qualified already.
Yep, in group, my bracket's already busted, Johnny's bracket's busted, everybody's bracket's busted, because these groups are completely different from what we were expecting. You got Moist, Endpoint, BDS, and NRG rounding out Group A. It's going to be actually incredible competition there. Nobody's seen NRG in a minute. BDS have been looking shaky as of late. And then you got the champs, the most recent champs, Moy sitting up top. I know they're probably loving this group right now.
This group of life, easily. The group of life. When you see the other one, the other group is clearly the group of death. We've got G2, Furia, FaZe, and Falcons. I think this is the group of death. Also, WC1, that means Wildcard 1. Whoever tops the Wildcard is also going to be in this group.
And that could potentially be a V1, a K-Core.
Yeah. This is, as is tradition here in Rocket League, or in most competitions, if you win, you get harder matches. So congratulations.
But you also get more money.
You get more money.
So you're in a pretty good spot.
These guys like playing Rocket League, so you get to play Furia if you win the wild card.
I can hear people now, though. If they put energy in a group of life just to make sure they make
BDS as well. The BDS regain.
The defending champs and the strongest team from RLCS. We'll see what happens with them there. Everyone's trying, though, to get to Championship Sunday to be one of the 8 teams with a chance to hoist the trophy for the first time in 3 years. It is a single elimination bracket.
Terrifying.
One day as well. This is all on the very last day of the World Championship, which is going to be wild. Because 8 teams starting off the final day of the competition. They've all got a realistic shot of making it to the final and winning that final because it's all happening on one day.
You could have to play 21 games back-to-back for the chance to hoist the trophy.
Fully best of 7. You know, we've got this bracket. It's single elim. There are no second chances. We're not looking down, okay, you know what, we lose one, we can reset it, whatever. No. Win, and that is the deserved winner going through all of these stages. This is the hardest World Championship we've ever had. It's for the most money. It's for the most teams, the most regions. It is the biggest event we've ever had in Rocket League, and whoever wins that at the end on the right-hand side, they are the champs.
It's biggest in every way, shape, and form. Let's take a look at how much money is on the line. 600K going to first place here.
Yeah, 200 each. Look at that for the first and the second. You're not doing too bad either. I mean, it's like one best of 7. If you make the last day of the competition, you got 100. You play a quarterfinal for another 100. Then you play semi for 200. You play final for another 200. That's like you could go 500,000 more in one day.
The money match.
Crazy.
That is crazy.
If you don't win a single game, you still get 20 grand.
Just for showing up.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, can someone at home do the math on how many first place prize pools from like seasons 1, 2, and 3 first place prize pool is here? I'd just love to know if you can tell me at home. Folks, this is going to be a crazy event, and we're just getting started with day 1 here. Everything best of 7s the whole way as well. No, we're playing the marathons from the beginning. You say you're the best teams in Rocket League, you got to prove it here. Let's take a look at the teams playing in the wild card. We talked a little bit about the main event teams. We'll talk about them later. They don't get to play for another week. These teams here, these 16 baits, are the teams we're going to see today.
Right, EU and A, of course, they had to balance out 3-3, but SSA finally playing our RLCS land, more media representation, APAC here, OCE Sam. It's going to be absolutely incredible to see how the regions and how Rocket League gets grown as a global esport, not just NA, EU. I know Johnny's going to harp on that a little bit.
Oh, of course, you know, with Mina's recent success, Sam's recent success, but more chances for teams further down the rankings to prove that they're here. This is the first time we've had 3 South American teams at a World Championship instead of 2. First time we've had 2 Mina teams at a major, at a LAN instead of 1. These teams are here to prove that it's not just Fury, it's not just Falcons.
And having this international competition, whatever they learn, whatever SSA learn, they can take it back to their region, and they'll be able to teach others. You know, that's what we saw from OCE. It's what we've seen incredibly from Sam and Mina as well. Bringing that back, SSA are going to be able to represent here, do their region proud, and then take it back, give it a few more seasons, and we'll just see all of these grow and grow and grow.
Now, one thing we do need to point out here in the APAC region there, that Octane logo you see on the bottom, that's not a team you haven't seen before. That is Tokyo Verde, as we saw addressed in the video earlier.
Yes, it is, yeah. Instead, they are going to be going by Senbei Strikers, so they're going to be playing under that. So don't worry, if you see the Octane, we've not messed up. Don't worry, guys. You don't have to type NA production lull. It's fine. That is who we're talking about.
We have seen those teams before here. I mean, is there a favorite in your mind, Bates?
For the wild card.
For the wild card?
For the wild
Just
card.
to make it out 3-0 today.
Oh, V1.
V1?
Okay.
V1.
Yeah.
I think that should be universally recognized.
No, I think I agree. They come in strong at the start of every major they played in. They're the first seed in the wild card as well. So I think they've got to be the #1 favorite. I don't think anyone's going to argue that V1 are the top team.
We said it in the video. Bear in mind, like, it was all these other teams. They're going to have good opportunities to play each other, see how they go.
Yeah.
V1, they'll look at it and be like, why are we here? Like, why are we here? We are better than this.
Oh, they're close. They were close.
They were close.
If they got one more win in London, they would have taken NRG's spot, and they would be in the main event. NRG would be in the wildcard.
But if they don't go 3-0 here, that is a disappointing run for them. I'm sure that's exactly what they're thinking. So
I don't know if that's a stronger statement about just how insane version 1's ramp up has been in the last split, or just how catastrophic NRG's fall has been. But we don't need to worry about that right now. We can talk about that some other time. We'll see. They're not seeing NRG play today. Let's talk about the games we are going to see over the course of today's action. Again, we said it earlier, we're going to get through the entirety of round 1. We're across 2 streams, so don't make sure you got 2 monitors up at home if you're watching at home there. We'll be seeing these matches happening over on twitch.tv/RL Esports. Senbei Strikers taking on Optic. Dignitas will be taking on the Gladiators. Version 1 will start their day with Pirates XD, and Team Secret will play Semper. But here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, we'll see these matches go down. We'll close out the day with Pioneers going up against Veloce. K-Corp will play 0-1. SSG will play against the club. But to start the day off, we're going to see South Africa on the stage for the first time. Bravado Gaming taking on the Renegades.
And bear in mind, Renegades picked Bravado to play. We went through an amazing draft system to get here. And Renegades, they saw Bravado there waiting, thought, we can take them on. But seeing them on this stage, Daisy to die for, the MVP from SSA, an incredible player, and Happy Meal over on Bravado. It's just lovely. We get to see them on that stage, repping their region. It's a moment for them. They've waited years.
It is a moment for them, and it's a moment for South Africa as a country. Represented here at the World Championship for the first time, it's Bravado Gaming.
Feels great to be here in Dallas, all the way from South Africa. It's a great achievement to be competing at the Rocket League World Championship. This is a very big deal for my team because this is our first international competition and personally my first LAN, so we hope to achieve greatness.
Looking for somebody in the midfield, no one there. Daisy can get it away. He does get the clear before diving. The shot on target to dive for with the second one.
We plan on taking it step by step, so our first goal is to try and beat Renegades, and then obviously the bigger picture, try to qualify for Worlds. As a team, we can get more experience playing in the wildcard first, because obviously we're lacking that experience of international competition. I think it's better that we get to compete at wildcard first, so we get first.
All away from his teammates setting up that goal, but either way, is it an instant? Oh my word, Daisy!
Other teams should fear Bravado because we have an African effect. No one's really played against us, so they don't know what to expect. Bravado is the best team because we are the underdogs and we have ice in our veins. Every tournament we go to, we play to win.
You got to hand it to the man. No team at a World Championship in Rocket League before has had to deal with the African effect phase.
I love that.
That is the best pregame interview I've ever heard. Listen, that was a great interview from 2.4. Nobody's experienced the African effect. Bravado Gaming, and he kind of touched on a little bit. They actually have nothing else, like there's no pressure on them. None whatsoever. They're here for experience, first ever LAN. They're here to ball on out. And if, to be honest, out of any team that might be maybe a little bit shaky, it might be Renegades. So I like that coming out of Bravado.
Yeah, that's your man, Happy Meal in the middle. He's got the flag. He's ready to wave that over his head should he win this. But it's a long road to winning. You know, the fact that everything is best of 7 definitely suits favorites. And the Renegades are, without a doubt, the favorites in this one. So they've got a lot of work to do. Bravado Gaming I think they've got a shot here to be competitive, but to win would be quite unbelievable.
Yeah, I anticipate, a couple of game wins here. This is going to be starting out SSA and Bravado. I mean, look, I always love the South African accent. It's such a fun accent to listen to. It just bounces. It's so much fun. And they're one of the commons videos that I'm looking forward to watching as well, just to see how they communicate. How are they going to be going into this? To Die For said, every competition we come to, we're here to win. And I love that mentality. No matter the wall you're up against, no matter what you have to scale, no matter the region that you're playing, no, don't care. We're here to win.
I think every team that is here is feeling the pressure of first World Championship in 3 years. That pressure, though, I feel like is probably less so for this team. They're happy to be here in the first place. To them, it's the same as any other pressure.
Oh, and most definitely. And Bravado Gaming, of course, they got picked second. They weren't the first pick. They've really picked it up since then.
Well, we're on the other side of things, a team that is very familiar with Rocket League World Championships. It's the Renegades.
Can Renegades survive?
Somebody needs to step up for Renegades. It's going to happen.
Ooh, Fever denied by Yanks on the play. What a pass! What a goal! Renegades styling on Fury!
area.
The Renegades are the best team because we've got the best chemistry. We're the boys. That's what counts, I think, when it gets to those sort of pressure situations, when you're really relying on your teammates. And it is about that trust that you have in each other. Any team that wins the RLCS World Championships is absolutely goes down as a legend. They're going to be remembered forever, and they just have that respect. They walk a little taller. As an older, I guess, veteran of the scene, one of the oldest players, all these kids that are 15 coming through, what are they doing? They're making the big bucks, but it'd be incredible to win just as a veteran, just to stick one up all the doubters that say that, you know, the reflexes are dropping off.
Somehow CJ just dives forward and gets the goal for Renegade.
CJ, his name will get brought up because he's doing work.
To anyone that says we don't stand a chance, doubt us at your peril. Furia, we're looking at you, those South American boys. We just keep rolling them every time, and they underestimate us. So get on the bandwagon, join the Gades, the boys. We're going to be having some fun. How can you possibly hate us? We're just vibing.
They're just vibing here. I don't know if I can deal with any more smolders from CJ in a row. That was
wow.
So much action.
Wow. That was wonderful. They're hanging out. CJ said it the best, and I don't think we've summed it up better. We're the boys.
We're the boys.
They've got so much love in the audience as well. You know, people are already cheering. People are, flowing into this fantastic wildcard area. And Renegades, they've always been a fan favourite. They've always done so well to bring people into the esport and to keep them here as well.
Yeah, I feel sorry for To Die For. Here I got one up by CJ's interview right there. That was amazing. Nothing but actual comedic comedy. But CJ's right. They are the boys. They're a great team. Great unit, fever. CJ has said multiple times that he's the best player in OCE. He's expected to perform at the World Championship, and I expect nothing less.
Yeah, it's really helpful having Fever, mechanical player. And he's got Cami and CJ around him who are just the funniest people in the Rocket League scene. I mean, CJ, obviously, you guys all know that, but Cami, I really wish he was more outgoing with his interviews as well, because this guy has got the best laugh in the scene.
It's like turbo energy.
Yeah.
Like there's the subduedness, and then every time he says something, the moment if he chooses to say it, you know it's good. You know it's funny. He's a very pristine character.
Uses his time perfectly, and they're going to be trying Renegades to wrestle CJ to his first series win at a Worlds. It has to come at some point. Is this going to be the roster to do it?
Can they do exactly what they've warned everybody else not to do, though? Can they avoid underestimating their opponents? Because that's what they're hoping other teams do to them, but they've got to do that with Bravado here. They've got to show respect, and they've got to, really take this as seriously as they can, because all it takes is one game loss.
This is the battle of who's underestimating who more.
Yeah,
both sides are like, you're going to underestimate us. Someone's got to be estimating somebody to some degree, right here. So you can take a look at some of the stats these teams were able to put up over the course of the season. Throw it all out the window. This event is different, and and these two teams, I don't think they've ever played before, other than maybe some scrims here and there. This is going to be the first one for money. So let's see what everybody at home thinks is going to happen in the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag BVD or hashtag RNG, depending on which team you're supporting here. And for the first prediction of the Rocket League World Championship, it's not the Rocket League Championship Series World Championship, by the way. It's just the Rocket League World Champion. I love that. How's it going to go, Stumpy?
I get the first one.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is lovely. I'd like to thank my mum for this opportunity, my family, all my, everyone, this is great up here. I would say that the boys take it. Renegades, they have to get a series win. They have to finally drag CJ kicking and screaming to it. This is their best chance. Yeah, this is their best chance. I think that this is a good start for Renegades. They picked and drafted Bravado right at the beginning. So Renegades, you've got my vote.
Yeah, I've got to agree. They did pick this matchup. I think it's a good pick. However, I do think Bravado take at least a game here. I don't think it's going to be a complete destruction for the entire series long. But yeah, I'll probably say one of the games heavily in Renegades' favor, one game for Bravado, and the other three close, but 4-1.
Yeah, I think this series is going to have a lot of parity, but I do believe that CJ is going to break the world's curse. He's actually going to win a series for the first time in his life. He's going to be very happy about that.
I was harsh.
He's won series before.
So give me Renegades 4-1.
Listen, just to not curse the Renegades and to give Bravado some due here, give me Bravado here as a team that's going to go there. Come on, going up South America represented in the building, and the fans are here for it. I'm so excited. Underdog energy everywhere. How do the fans at home feel? Which region is showing up more here?
Okay,
that's pretty good.
The comments there, 70% there. I'm so ready for it. Finally, 3 years of waiting. It's time to crown another world champion, and we're going to do that in 2 weeks, but it starts right here, right now on this stage. Bravado Gaming, South America on the stage for the first time, taking on the Renegades. Let's head to the Verizon Skybox for the Game 1.
James Bott here, joined by Corelli. And Corelli, it's hard to believe that the last World Championship match resulted in Turbo, Justin, and Garrett lifting that trophy above their head. That was the last time we were here at the World Championship.
And Rocket League has changed so much. I mean, we're kicking things off with a brand new region of SSA coming out against Renegades here. The game has changed. We've got to find a new world champion. And like Wave said, it starts today. It starts with this first series.
Yeah, the game has changed. The entire Rocket League esports ecosystem has changed, and now we've got a new challenger approaching. Sub-Saharan Africa making their debut, represented by Bravado.
And it is such a funny contrast. Renegades, who also was an expansion region that came in to RLCS, now considered more veteran status here against this Bravado squad, and it's so awesome to see these guys come out, and a huge opportunity to get a tough matchup here against Renegades. CJ is going to put the first goal away.
And how fitting is that? CJ, the veteran from OCE, still looking for that first World Championship Series win, putting in the first goal of the game.
Well, we might see a lot more of that from CJ. He's a player from Renegades here who's sitting at number 2 in OC, only behind Hawk in most offensive stats. Almost a goal per game and over 3 shots per game. He's certainly a powerhouse for Renegades offense.
The Renegades offense still going. CJ with the challenge. You see him, Happy Meal and To Die For both on the goal line. To Die For can't get there in time. Kami's shot will get deflected wide. Fever with some space. He's got boost too. He's dangerous in this position. The block, rebound out off the backboard. Dropped in again by CJ.
He means business today. CJ, 2 for 2 here in the first 45 seconds, and you can see it, James. So much pressure coming out from Renegades. Bravado suffocating under that pressure. And right now, Renegades in full control.
Renegades, hot start. Not even a minute in, already 2 goals from CJ. Given a lot of space by Bravado. We'll see if Bravado can start to tighten things up. A nice second challenge there by Happy Meal in the air. We'll lob it down. CJ, the control. Demo on Daisy by Fever. CJ playing keep away. Now Kami slowing it down. No boost. The challenge. Go back towards net. Daisy patient there. Getting a little pinch off the sidewall, but losing possession.
Bravado certainly no stranger to success in their own region. Back-to-back regional wins here to cap off their season. And they've really just been on an upward trend. The player to watch out for is To Die For. He really has been the player on both sides of the field, offensively and defensively, getting the job done for Bravado, and it's been tough for them to break out so far. Great fake there from CJ. How about a third? A tap over the last man, and Happy Meal can't make the save. A hat trick for CJ.
A hat trick, not even 2 minutes in. The little fake there, baiting in the defender, and then Happy Meal getting bumped as well, even on that challenge. But CJ, the ball control, we're seeing so much patience from Renegades. They're letting Bravado clear that ball out to them, and then they're controlling it. They're taking it up the wall. You saw Fever take that ball up the wall that led to the 50 that bounced off the backboard for CJ. They've got so much space, the Renegades, because of their patience.
And I don't know if it was just the way we caught him on the camera, but CJ, he's incredibly locked in. His teammates were kind of laughing, giggling there as he put away his third, but CJ, he just stared straight at his screen. No smile, no emotion. He means business here today, James.
I mean, he's a killer. And he is that veteran, that seasoned vet, who's here to play for the win.
And I like what Bravado said in their pregame interview, where they're talking about, you know what, no one really knows what they're going to get out of us, and I think that unpredictability does matter. But right now, Renegades, with all of this pressure, Bravado doesn't even have a chance to really show off what they are, because Renegades have just been all over them.
We're still waiting to see that first attack from Bravado. Bravado, it has been all defense for them. Happy Meal getting beat to the ball by Kami. Daisy attempting to clear it out. It's right to Fever. Daisy predicting the passing lane and getting the mid boost. Perhaps this is the attack that Bravado's been looking for. Happy Meal, the shot. It's going to be blocked off the crossbar, turning to it, but CJ able to edge out the attack, and that relieves a lot of pressure for Renegade.
Kami's touch there almost went in under the crossbar there on the Renegade side, but Bravado certainly moving up their line now, finding a little bit more space on the Renegades side, but still can't hold on to the ball. That's a good clear coming out from Renegades. A follow-up from Kami as he was not expecting so many missed touches. Bravado now, an opportunity to attack.
Oh, and there's a bump. Nice bump there from Fever to get Happy Meal off the ball. And Daisy will miss contact at the mid boost. Now Fever going for a bump, gets the demo. Happy Meal, light first touch. Going for an air dribble, that buys lots of time. Well done by Happy Meal, but there's another demo. Fever has been ruthless with the demos.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Both Fever and Kami, number 5 and 6 in OCE demos per game, almost averaging 2. Very physical from them. CJ, not so much. But Fever and Kami, they'll come after you. If you're moving too slow, standing still, they'll take you out.
There's another bump attempt. Time was Kami going for it. CJ doesn't make contact, but you see, they go for the pinch anyway. So much space given to Renegades. The one moment that we saw from Bravado where it seemed like they might be able to tip it, and oh, CJ!
Wow.
Posting in all 4 goals for Renegades, scored by CJ.
And these 4 goals on 5 shots. Defense a little too slow to react, and CJ will make you pay. 4th one drops for Renegades here in game 1.
And you know, Bravado probably thought that they had that near post defended, but it was a perfect post-in shot from CJ.
And again, this is a best of 7, James, so there's going to be a lot more games here coming out from both these teams, but I think for Bravado, there's a lot of opportunity to, I think, learn from your mistakes and really just get acclimated to what Renegades are bringing. Right now, you certainly know what they're doing. Constant pressure, physical gameplay inside that Bravado box has really mixed up the Bravado defense. Been tough for them to break out.
And the one shining moment we saw from Bravado came from Daisy predicting the passing lane and getting there quick. And that gave Bravado that brief moment of attack. They're going to need to do more of that. Try to predict where Renegades are going to go, but also don't fall for the fakes, because we have seen Renegades fake a couple balls and have Bravado fly right by.
Very confident from Renegades. And that confidence leading to 4 goals here. Final 10. And it's all Renegades. CJ with a good clear to wrap this game up. Happy Meal, maybe one for the road. And unfortunately not going to come. A big clear will end it. Surely for Renegades, and a comfortable game 1 victory.
Well, it's still going. Maybe we'll see Bravado in Sub-Saharan Africa get their first goal. Oh, and we won't see it. And the first game of the World Championships since Madrid is in the books. And what a game it was for CJ.
What a banger of a match from CJ. The stats are crazy. He didn't get any assists or saves. 4 goals, 5 shots, a 663 score coming out from CJ. His teammates there, of course, supporting him along the way, also putting up 6 shots combined.
Well, how's he supposed to get assists, Corelli? He's
scoring all of them.
You know, who needs
not a bad thing.
Who needs assists when you're putting in 4 by CJ? And really all of Renegades, you saw the confidence Fever down there on the scoreboard, but you even think the one play that he had of taking that ball up the wall, and even there taking shots on net, forcing it into awkward situations for Bravado. It was a team effort from Renegades.
Taking a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay there, and CJ just taking to the sky. Kami there with the back wall pass. Another one there from CJ. It is the CJ highlight reel there for Renegades. And look, if you're on Renegades, this is how you want to start. I mean, there's really no 2 ways about this. This is exactly what you want if you're on that Renegade side.
Well, you had mentioned, Corelli, the unpredictability of a region, and how, you know, maybe you take a known, somebody that we've seen before, like the Gaming Gladiators, instead of just a complete wildcard team that we haven't seen play on the international stage yet. And I feel like that's all out the window now, because Renegades has gone in game 1 and dominated that first game. So now they have all of that confidence. It's a known factor now for Renegades.
And I think if you're on the Bravado side, you're kind of looking at yourself and saying, what were our weak points? How do we work on that? I think really for Bravado, it's advice that I give a lot of teams. It just feels like you got to bring that ball down, keep possession a little bit more, make Renegades come into you, because right now, with the control that Renegades have, Bravado, they just can't get a hold of it.
See if they can get a hold of it in game 2 on Aquadome. Fever up the wall again. Second effort, passes to the middle, but that was well defended by Tadaifor, who was expecting that ball, waiting patiently on the backboard. But there's another bump. The physical gameplay certainly has been in favor of Renegades. We saw tons of demos. Kami and Fever both getting quite a few last game.
Bravado trying to find some control here. That's really what you're looking for here in game 2. What changes are they making? How are they adapting to this Renegade squad? And right now, this is a good little sequence for them, fighting for it in the Renegade's corner. With some space over to Fever. And maybe an attack coming here for Renegades. Bravado doing their best to clear this one out. And now dangerous. CJ wants to dish it off. Kami's going to cut it back. Tries to go for goal here. Happy Meal getting the bump on him. Nobody from Renegades wants to go. And Bravado there to clear it out.
Smart from Renegades there, taking that first touch to beat the defender. Not necessarily giving up the ball.
Oh.
And DZ streaking in, didn't make contact, but that was a shot opportunity. Fever dodging the bump. The 50, won by To Die For. We'll see what he's got in store. To Die For going for the dribble. The challenge. Happy Meal tipping it off the corner. Daisy will have enough to get back to it for a flip reset. And it's pinched back down, and no one in position for Bravado to really keep the pressure on.
Still a couple of good sequences here from Bravado. They're putting on a lot of pressure now from Renegades. They just need a good shot. That one's turned away. To Die For getting out. So he's trying to deal with this one, and he whips around, but Kami with no boost, just barreling through.
And that was an important zero boost play. You saw the double commit from Renegades just moments before. Kami had to slow that play down. Really well done under pressure with no boost. And the Renegades haven't managed to score. Now we're seeing them play more defense.
I was about to say, hold on a second, James. Let's get the facts straight here, because after game one, it was CJ. He had 4 goals, but now we're sitting here tied almost halfway through game 2, and Bravado now really taking it to Renegades. You always talk about game 1 here on LAN. Well, hold on a second, CJ.
He must have heard you.
He must have heard me as he comes back for it, and Renegades up by 1.
So right now, in terms of the scoreline, it's CJ 5, Bravado 0.
And we're getting Renegade 0 as well. CJ running away with this one, as, of course, Renegades, the benefactor here, but still, a lot of credit over to Bravado. They're doing a great job of sticking in this game and having a lot more control as well. A lot of solo plays coming out from To Die For as well, moving down the sideline. That's where Bravado shines. They get a few more of those, they're going to crack this nut of Renegades.
Nice challenge from Happy Meal. Not giving away that backboard for free. Bravado still looking for their first goal. And To Die For perhaps had a look for a pass into the middle. Wasn't able to make it, but now on the ball again. Daisy. Low boost will have to bail out. Fever. To Die For, getting that to the corner. A miss from Happy Meal, but we'll get to it first. Flip reset, ball potential.
Daisy's up
for the pass. Daisy shot blocked. And now To Die For racing back 1v1 versus Kami. Gets demoed. Fever taking it in the corner. Goes right for net, but that's an easy ball for Happy Meal to handle.
And now a chance. Hold on, Happy Meal, he's got an open net, but Fever comes inside the box and makes the save, and now they're turning it back the other way. How did he go back? 2 up for Renegade.
Oh my! That save from Fever wraps around and immediately shoots it. That play was all Fever.
And that one stings if you're Bravado. That was probably their best look they've had.
And I thought it, I mean, based on the camera angle, you're thinking it's just going to be a simple shot. And Fever, that hustle, that shows you how much Renegades want this.
You can see there, To Die For again, trying to take that solo play. And he'll take it every single time. It's been 4 or 5 times here in game 2, especially from that side wall. Taking it to the Renegades, and so far Renegades have won the challenge. But Bravado has been knocking on the door. Here's another one coming across for Renegades. Trying to put this one away. Minute left. To Die For again. Into the challenge with CJ, and Renegades there to clear it downfield.
Happy Meal, cell pass off the ceiling again. Kami already airborne. And gets that off to the corner. Oh, CJ, a team bump. This could be an opening. Daisy going low. Double commit again for Renegade. To Die For, pressure. Happy Meal has that tipped away from Fevering. And now Kami gonna hit that back. And that was another quality pressure play from Bravado, but they just can't find that final shot.
The best of 7 here, I think, actually really benefits Bravado to get into it, as they've been slowly ramping up here against Renegade. Still, they find themselves down 2-0. CJ wants to make it 3. To Die For is able to clear it out. And less than 10 seconds to go. Renegades looking to close out game 2.
And even there, To Die For trying to dribble that ball up. It barely bounced over his car. Now final second shot will be saved away. Renegades want one more, but maybe it will happen. I thought it was going to be over, but no. Fever will get one more. And Renegades, another strong performance, another shutout in game 2.
And you can see, I'm looking at the camera right now, Happy Meal, he's been talking ever since that goal went in there right at the end. Just telling his teammates, I guess exactly what they need to hear. I can't read his lips, but instantly talking about what they need to do there in game 2 and going into game 3. So Bravado, they're not just going to bow down here to Renegades, and I think game 2 is kind of a testament to that. I know it was a 3-0 game here, really it was 2-0, but for Bravado, they looked a lot more dangerous here in game 2.
And I mean, this just thinking about the experience, CJ, and Kami have been coming to World Championships since season 4. You know, these guys are veterans. They know how to handle the pressure. They know how to come in and make the most out of that. And on the other side, Bravado, this is their first World Championship. This is the inaugural season for Sub-Saharan Africa to be involved in the Rocket League esports ecosystem, and they're making progress. That first game, it started out with CJ dominating.
Right.
And I mean, even on this high performance replay, it's all Renegades again. But you know, Bravado, they kept this game close until about the halfway point of the game.
You saw a lot of great work from To Die For. I think Daisy had a couple of great looks. Honestly, all three of them had a few good looks there to at least put one away and keep that game a little bit closer, but still, that was not a bad effort from Bravado, and I expect this game 3 to be even closer with the way they've been trending, and that's exactly how their season has gone. I mean, really since the winter split, Bravado has been just ramping up, and I mean, that's why you have a guy like To Die For winning the MVP for Sub-Saharan Africa and coming out and representing his team and of course his region here, and so far so good I think for them is really just getting into this series, and I think they've really stuck in game 2. Let's see how they go in game 3.
Perhaps it's a solo play that's needed to just break through the ice for Bravado. To Die For, the top goal scorer in the world when you're just looking at the numbers. They need that support right now. Bravado shut out in game 1 and game 2. Renegades starting out game 3 in the Bravado half. To Die For, tipping it to the corner. CJ off the ceiling, that ball got away from him. Fever, infield pass, tipped up from Happy Meal, and Kami will get it over to CJ, who's already on the wall. To Die For slowing it down. The 50, that pinch will start a race. Happy Meal going for the backward pass, but it was cut out easily by Fever. Fever had that lane read.
Good ideas coming out from Bravado. CJ now wants to take on the whole team, looking for a challenge on To Die For, but a good fake from him, and now a solo play to the midfield line. He's gonna have to take a tough challenge here. Kami was backwards, a good shot on target. CJ makes the save.
But look how much opportunity that generated. The solo play from To Die For. Excellent control from his back corner. Taking it into the air dribble, setting up that shot opportunity. Bravado needs more of that.
And they're gonna get more of it, but CJ pre-jumped that flick. Here comes Kami. Shot was well wide. To Die For wanted to make something happen. It's Happy Meal now. Fever has to backflip to get that one out. And Bravado, I think very much looking like their game 2 form. Getting more and more control here against this Renegade squad.
0 boost for Fever. Numbers advantage briefly. This shot tipped to the corner by Kami. Kami again. Seeing him on low boost. Operate wisely. Find more time for Renegades. To Die For. High hit. Kami again getting a booming clear. Daisy off the side. Fever tipped down, but it's right to Die For. Now he's taking it up the wall. Pass into the middle is broken up. But we're seeing Bravado get more chances.
A lot of good control coming out from To Die For there, taking that initial touch just to set himself up off the wall. Now Happy Meal almost gets one. To Die For trying to flick it out. It will be Fever in a 1v1. Actually, CJ skirts across as well, and a good dunk fake from Fever. 1-0 for Renegade.
And this is just the cool, calm, collected gameplay that we're seeing from Renegades. Fever doesn't even go for it. He knows that, oh, they're going to tip this ball. I'm just going to go for the challenge. It's going in. Yep. The confidence from Renegades.
Physical gameplay coming up for Renegades. CJ's not really the guy to go for that, at least not with the demos, but zoning off players, he'll take that. And with all the pressure that we saw from Bravado, Renegades a bit more lethal. Now this one kind of bouncing outside of the box. Tough save from Daisy, but he makes it. Now To Die For to get out.
To Die For air dribble. Got past the defender. Now Daisy tipping it down. Fever to the sideline. Happy Meal Going for the side pass, and then the bump on Tadai4. Tadai4 maybe looking for a double tap, maybe looking for that challenge, but we've seen so many bumps, especially out of the air from the Renegades. They're getting physical.
I think Tadai4 is just looking for anything he can get, and certainly anything he can get away with. So he's very willing to take that ball. As here he goes again, doesn't have boost this time. And Renegades there to collect in the midfield.
Another high ball into the midfield. No one airborne for Bravado. CJ there to it first. A low 50 for Tadai4. Fever bumping Daisy off the play. Fever has been ruthless. Now Kami, backboard pass. CJ there for the shot. Wow. Bar down, out. Still in front of net, and Fever will send it home.
And that wasn't that bad of a shot as way it looked from CJ. He had to get over Daisy, and to do so, he had to play it off the crossbar. Fever there to tap it home in the end. CJ, of course, getting a bump as well. 2-0 now for Renegades. They've been put on the back foot a little bit here from Bravado, but they've done a good job to put away the chances when they've come.
They really have it, and just the Fever starting out the first game a little bit quiet from a points perspective, but this whole game, a lot of that comfort and confidence has been oozing out of Fever. Kami, 50, Daisy with a nice win. Tadai4 in a 1v1 situation.
Oh.
Delaying the challenge, but CJ didn't buy it.
You still see a lot of confidence on the ball, though, from Bravado. Tadai4, the pass over to Daisy. An opportunity, but Kami read it perfectly. Every attempt from Bravado. Renegades are right on top.
And it seems like Renegades have been doing a very good job of predicting the passing lanes. I had mentioned Daisy did it one time in game 1 against Renegades that had a chance. And now a shot from CJ will be blocked, and the follow-up again blocked. But the Renegades have been getting airborne. We've even seen CJ or Kami pre-jump, get up in the air in the middle of the field, and get those touches to the corner to prevent any attack from Bravado.
Renegades taking to the sky more and more. Bravado doing a good job to turn them away. Tadai4 will just lob it downfield. Renegades didn't deal with it that well as a good challenge comes out, but no one there from Bravado. CJ wanted to flick on, but it's not going to happen. Final 10 now. This one rolling dangerously across, and Fever will get the read.
CJ had a hat trick in game 1. Now Fever a hat trick in game 3. And there was a team, but you see Tadai4 actually ran into Daisy and sent him up the wall. And with only 10 seconds left, Renegades looking to get their 3rd sweep in a row.
Let's see if Renegades, maybe one more for the road. Fever gets by everyone, but still I think for Bravado, they've done a good job of putting on pressure. They just haven't been able to break through. And with that ball touching the ground, we have Renegades up 3-0. We have never had a best-of-7 perfect sweep on an RLCS LAN. This one's set up to do so at this moment.
And CJ would not mind his first World Championship match win to be won for the history book. Especially the one where he scored 2 goals in the first minute.
Right.
Scoring 4 in the first game. So Renegades, they are firing on all cylinders as we take a look at the Mobile One high-performance replay. Chances for Bravado, but Fever took this game into his own hands.
Yeah, he certainly did, exactly in the way that CJ did, just taking the opportunities that were laid out in front of him. This one, a perfect example of CJ just getting a quality shot that set up his teammate Fever there to put it home. 3 goals, 5 shots for Fever, 535 score. That's a pretty darn good look if you're Fever. And for Renegades, a quality win here in Game 3.
Yeah, now just 1 game away from getting their first win here in the Wildcard Swiss stage. It is a long journey. It was a long journey to get here, but even to get in front of a crowd in the main arena, the main event, it's a long journey to get there too, Corelli.
Well, and you can see what happens to a team when they're in the crowd for the first time, right? Bravado's first game didn't really look all that great. We settle in. Game 1 is very important on LAN for any team, no matter the experience. But when you have less experience, it affects you more in that first game. And that was a perfect example of that. As this series has gone on, Bravado still hasn't had a win, but they've looked better and better.
They have gotten close to scoring. It took some heroics from Fever to shut the plays down. Tadai4 trying to take time that he didn't have. Daisy, 50. Tadai4 quickly there to boom it downfield. But Fever sends it right back. So much power on that clear from the corner. Slowed down the Bravado attack quickly.
Bravado, I mean, they've been preparing for this game, for this series, and for, you know, this opportunity for a while. When they finally came here in Texas, they had played over 3,600 games on the NA server combined. They were just grinding. They are very well adapted to a higher level of play here. Renegades certainly giving them some trouble. Kami wants to look for his first in this game, and it comes across the box. Nobody making contact as it'll go wide, and Bravado looking for a way out.
Bravado, perhaps all they need to crack the code is that first goal. Still looking for it. Over a minute's passed. We've seen Bravado hang close to Renegades in these early phases of the game. Renegades, though, carrying all the momentum, and they've got all the pressure on offense right now. CJ with a backflip. Looks like it might have been a team bump. Fever diving in to get this ball to the corner. Happy Meal loses control. The pass across the field is broken up, and now Daisy with a nice play there, speedily getting to the ball, and now the shot on target. CJ will hit that aside.
Again, Bravado still looking for their first goal here. Otherwise, you're looking at a perfect sweep in a best-of-7, the first time for an RLCS LAN. Daisy trying to make sure that doesn't happen. It's stopped by CJ, and Renegades able to regain control.
Deny for handled that ball well, getting that ball to a teammate in the corner, but you're seeing how fast Renegades are challenging. They're not giving Bravado any time. And there again, Kami challenging without a moment's notice. Happy Meal awkward on the backboard. Fever the drop pass.
Oh,
CJ couldn't get that ball pinched into the middle.
Just couldn't get there in time. The pass was a bit wide as well to dive for. Gets a good little flick over to Daisy, but unfortunately Fever read that as well. And if the first man missed, the second man will be there for Renegades. Still a tie game as we just passed the halfway point here in game 4.
And you see Fever pre-jumping again, knowing that the trajectory of the ball is not going to change too much for him to take account for with the boost that he had. And another shot coming in, and it's scored. CJ overpowering to die for on the goal line.
Oh, he was there on the goal line too to die for. Did a good job to make this save or at least get a touch, but it just wasn't enough, and CJ just powers through it. A great strike inside the box, and 2:19 on the clock. Renegades able to break through once again.
There's that speed of challenge. You saw Kami doing it at the midfield. You saw Fever jump up in the air when he knew that he'd be able to adjust for the touch from Tadai for Renegades. They have this game, this series in control. And now they're in the home stretch. The 2-minute warning.
Bravado haven't had as much control as they did maybe in their previous games. As you said, I think they're just coming off a little predictable at the moment. Renegades, Fever in particular, has just been pre-jumping and getting even some of the more tricky things to read with flip resets and little awkward extra touches coming out from the dive for. Still Fever all over it.
CJ going to the backboard. Happy Meal there to prevent Kami from taking that shot. To die for sees Happy Meal, goes for the pass. Happy Meal off the arc and down, and it's no good. That was the best look that we saw Bravado have, and now another chance. The shot off the backward, and Fever denies the follow-up.
And now Renegades back the other way. CJ couldn't put it on target. It might have beaten to die for on the back post. A couple of good looks from Bravado. They're only down by 1. They just need one to go through. It'll go through for Daisy, and Bravado finally on the board.
And that's history. The first goal at the World Championship scored by a Sub-Saharan African player. It's Daisy, and it's to tie game 4.
And you can see him smiling. The crowd went crazy for him. They know what this means. And they've been oh so close in multiple of these games just to break through once. They finally do. No perfect sweep. Renegades still looking for the sweep as they're up 3-0 here in this series.
Oh, and that's a nice punch. An open net. And now the lead. To die for, putting Bravado ahead.
Everything is working for Bravado. All of a sudden, CJ got bounced across the field, and I think he actually ran into Fever a little bit. To die for will take advantage. Bravado not on the board once, but twice, and into the lead.
We've been waiting for Bravado to score. This whole time we're expecting potentially history with a perfect sweep in the best-of-7 on land, and now, the double tap denied. Bravado waiting till the final moments before they kick it into high gear.
40 seconds left, and that'll be a great touchdown from Kami. He'll put it off the crossbar and in a tie game from Renegades.
And that was a nice pass out, and that shot, perfection, far down. And I think that was Kami's first goal.
It's certainly a much needed one here in game 4. Bravado finally able to break through and putting up a fight that they've been putting up the last couple games. 30 seconds left. One more is needed from Bravado to take a game. And Renegades certainly could give it up. Fever. CJ is going the wrong way. It's a good pass though from down to Kami as he's able to boom it downfield, and now a good shot. Turned away from to die for.
CJ back towards net. Triple commit from Bravado. Fever to CJ. CJ's shot broken up. Rebound out to Kami, and Kami getting denied by Daisy. CJ keeping the ball up. And there it's hit down. We've got overtime. Game 4, Bravado denying the perfect sweep and perhaps about to get the first win. And that miss was a little bit scary, but they recover. Renegades looking to close this series out with just 1 goal.
Pressure wasn't enough for Bravado. Now they find themselves in an overtime and a CJ hanging over their net. Bravado has to weather the storm here in the first 20 seconds. Now looking for control. It's taken away. Daisy. Happy Meal. Wanted to die for it, but it was just too lateral. Now Kami looking for 2. Not going to happen. Bravado locking down that backboard. To die for again called upon. See if they can put something together.
Solid tip pass. Fever had it read quickly. Daisy, hard backward hit. CJ's awkward for him. Leaves it for Kami. Now Kami out to Fever. Fever double tap off the ceiling. Flip reset. Oh, Fever! Ceiling double tap. Flip reset to seal the deal. And the Renegades take down Bravado Gaming.
That was disgusting, and what a way to win it from Fever. And he's been ramping up in this series. The previous game dropping a hat trick and closing it out 4-0 for Renegades. Finally, an RLCS World Championship win for CJ. Renegades 4-0 Bravado.
Oh, that game 4 was a show. Bravado, a brave stand in those final moments, taking the lead. But then in those final moments as well, Renegades coming back, Kami getting that goal, forcing overtime, and what a shot to end it. But you have to give it up for Bravado Gaming, coming out here representing a new region. And it's a beautiful thing to see, Corelli.
Yeah, you can see the camaraderie there, Fever. Giving hugs to the players. I mean, he knows what it's like to be in their shoes. And for Bravado, I think this was a fantastic look for them. I mean, seriously, especially in games 2 and 3, they could have come back into those games. I thought they were actually quite good, and I think they really proved that they're not going to just be like an easy win here. They really made Renegades work for it. Game 1, we'll give that to Renegades. CJ went crazy there, but for Bravado, a lot of growth, I think, just in this series alone.
And this was a game Bravado almost won, leading in those final moments. To die for, finally coming out of his shell. And like we were saying in the series, Corelli, this was clear progress. Game 1, it was a blowout, but then games 2, 3, 4, Bravado was getting closer and closer and closer. You're seeing how quickly they're adjusting. They're taking in this experience. And, there's still plenty of time in this Swiss stage to make adjustments.
Yeah, and again, this is just the first series for them, and I think that was a competitive one from Bravado. So plenty of time, as you said, to get into more series, and it's awesome just to have SSA here and new teams coming to our World Championship and taking a crack at the old guard like Renegades.
It certainly is, and Corelli, we've got more series ahead. We have the club taking on Space Station Gaming coming up after the break.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you
position where they're just not set up to try and handle anything quickly across the field. They end up losing the challenge. Nobody's there to back it up. Optic going to take a comfortable lead towards the end of game 2.
It was a couple of booming clears for both teams, but Optic eventually did find the space in the infield they had been looking for the start of this game. And in this series, looking primed to go up 2-0 in a best of 7, that does feel almost like series point. There's a lot of weight now for Senbei to try to get this one back. No tactical timeouts in these opening matches. but a chance for a shot.
Okay.
And a great punch through. Tenhao shuts up the haters. It's 3-2.
Low Tenhao giving themselves a chance here. That's another missed touch off the backboard, and this time Mist is just trying to figure out how he's going to find a way to save this, and that's all down to placement from Tenhao. Excellent shot all the way to the back post. Make sure to keep it as far away as possible. It's doable here.
They finally got a rebound to land their way, and that second touch certainly helped to open up the opportunity, but only 20 seconds to go. Here in game number 2, Optic and Senbei going head-to-head. Game 1 was, I guess you consider it a blowout, 3-0, but it was anything but if you looked at just the way the game was played. Very much a casual approach from both teams. 10 seconds now, looking for a goal, but Optic applying the pressure and denying this push, but back out of midfield. There's a redirect. Anyone else to follow? Senbei now pushing numbers up, clear off the backboard. It should be kept up, and it might be, as Tenhao will play it off the sidewall. Optic should just kill this ball if they get possession, and Dree's trying to do just that. Will let it fall, still alive into the corner.
Way to close it down. Don't overthink it. Just double tap it into the floor. Optic close out 2 in a row now. They're doing a great job here in this series. And Senbei Strikers definitely liked the idea. Came out a lot stronger or a lot faster, forcing Optic to adjust to the pace of play that they wanted to set. I like the idea of trying to take control, even if you don't necessarily have the mechanics or are used to that pace of play. Coming out and forcing Optic to play at their speed in the way that they wanted to approach is a nice idea.
I mean, even looking just at the post-game report, a much more structured and simple stat card there for Senbei, and I think that is a good progression through game number 2. Unfortunately, just faltering a little bit, down by 1 goal, but that is credit to the infield play from Optic Gaming. They find that pass, Drees with a great rebound and redirect, and he finds that goal to kind of give them that substantial lead. 3-1's tough to come back from.
And they opened it up quite nicely as well, finally finding a way to capitalize on some physicality, getting a little bit more in the face of Senbei, and that's really where the defense started to collapse there for Senbei Strikers. Like, yeah, we're willing to play at this fast, aggressive pace, but when you start having to add in the fact of now we have to make sure we don't get demoed, and that's throwing you into some more awkward positions to try and approach the ball from, starting to make more missed touches, and Optic there to capitalize.
I mean, defense works throughout most series, but you also need good offense to calculate that into a potential drive downfield. They've had moments there, but it really came down to the rebounds. When they found them, they found goals. When they didn't, they struggled with just shot percentage overall.
Yeah. So if you're Optic Gaming, you're feeling pretty good because you've got the, okay, we played exactly how we wanted in game 2.
Yeah.
Okay, we got exactly how Senbei wanted to play in game 2, and we still won. So now you're sitting there thinking, cool, we feel like we've got this one pretty unlocked. So going into game 3.
If you want to see the conclusion of Optic versus Senbei Strikers, make sure you head over to twitch.tv/RL Esports. In the meantime, though, many firsts happening here at the Rocket League World Championships. Fever and CJ both getting their first victory there, as we saw the first performance from a South African team, and also first time having Bast on the desk. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Sounds like the
They
crowd
love you back
is
there.
also, yeah, this sounds like they're also doing fantastic. Excited to be here. I've got no other words. This is an honor to be here for the Wildcard stage, and honestly, to be able to watch CJ get his first win, a monumental occasion.
It's about time, Cameron. You just gotta see him there. Finally, he gets that win. We'll get to see him play in the 1-0 group tomorrow, though. But overall, let's look at the match as a whole. There was a little worry it was going to be a perfect sweep at some points there, Bates, but Bravado able to get on the board.
Listen, Bravado, it happened just as Johnny articulated earlier. Maybe Johnny knows what he's talking about sometimes. Renegades start off strong against Bravado. Bravado had to get accustomed to playing to the Renegade speed on the RLCS LAN experience, but the games got closer and closer, and where eventually Bravado looked like they might be able to sneak a game, but it didn't end up coming correctly.
And the biggest thing, too, was as that game developed, of course, Bravado started playing better and better, but Renegades also started to predict them a lot more, and I think that was that predictability that kept Bravado at bay for most of that series.
It really did feel like Bravado, as they got further into it, started to understand the pace of play. They really were understanding the mechanics that were being thrown at them. The issue is it's their first really big LAN stage. It takes a while to get used to the nerves, takes a while to get used to just everything that's changing here. So it's well done out of Bravado. The reality is they played as best that they could, but again, against Renegades, who are looking to get a lot of wins here, it's going to be a tough battle.
That was a good series. I mean, that was not a bad series, I think, from Bravado. That was just a tough matchup, especially you look at game 1 when you talk about just being on LAN for the first time and going up against a team that is kind of like that old guard team that's been here before and knows what SSA just went through in that matchup. I think it's tough, and game 1 kind of showed that, but I think What's even better is as they went through that series, they did get better and better, and that was just series 1 from them.
Yeah, it's very promising. Looks good for them. And I already told CJ himself. CJ was standing over there, open. I already told him if it takes a fever hat trick to beat Bravado Gaming, CJ, I'll be seeing you on the desk very soon.
Wow. The man, this is the highest he's been at Worlds, and we're already we're punching down at him for some reason.
He did get a hat trick in game. He got 4 goals in game 1.
He started
all
off
right.
early and
Let's give him some credit.
CJ, where'd you go?
I mean, he started off hot, but time goes on, less hot. Really, we're gonna give him compliments for that?
Everyone getting warmed up.
Fair enough.
At World Championship. Let's take a look at the schedule. Okay, first match of the day concluded. 3 more to go here on the main stream, the A stream here. We'll see K-Corp and 0-1 come up against each other a little bit later on. Pioneers and Floatia going to close out the day. But for now, let's move on to the club. Taking on Space Station Gaming here. Again, a round 1 matchup, Master.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one here. Honestly, again, it's the first time we get to see the club here on LAN. This is the second time we've seen Astromic here on LAN as a whole. They played in the winter, but unfortunately, with Era Eternity, they didn't really perform to the degree that they'd like. Now they're back here with KV1 and lost after taking 2 second places in a row in South America. They're looking like one of the hottest teams coming out of that region.
And we talked about this pick with Space Station because this was kind of the crux of all the picks after it was who wants to pick the club. And I don't think a lot of teams wanted to, just because you don't really want to pick the hot team. But Space Station, if there's any team in that list that was going to pick the club and wanted to play the club, it would be Space Station because they're a team that preps and gets ready for these matchups in a different way.
We heard Space Station talking about how they, the only teams they've lost to are the teams that have made it to the finals in every major to this point. But the club here making a World's debut representing Brazil.
É muito gratificante estar aqui porque eu e o meu time trabalhamos muito. A nossa principal meta é ficar 3-0 no Wildcard. A gente sabe que a gente é muito capacitado para isso e estamos muito confiantes.
Tiro do segundo, bem-vindo ao Astromic e mais uma jogada. KV1 vai procurar o passe pro meio. Que jogada!
O time em si tá muito hypado porque são a primeira LAN do KV1 e do Lost, então eles estão muito felizes e estão querendo acabar com todo mundo. Sei que o meu time batalha muito, cada um fazendo sempre a sua parte e é por isso que vamos vencer.
As duas equipes estão buscando mais jogadas trabalhadas, né? Estão buscando esse passe.
Nossa região, a América do Sul, é muito subestimada e eu vim aqui para provar o contrário, para mostrar que a gente é capaz. Para essas pessoas que acham que a gente vai perder, a gente veio para provar o contrário. Bora, The Club!
They said the region's underrated. I don't know if that's true anymore.
Wrong. I think that's wrong. I think the region is very well appreciated, maybe even overrated somewhat to this point.
Whoa!
Everybody gasses the Sam play. Jory's not here to gas, but KV1.
I'm here, Bates. I'm here.
Listen. KV1's one of the best punch players in the game right now. He's really talented, and the club, they have a nice roster here. And Jack, just gas him.
Come on. You can't gas them up just a little bit, Bates? You can't give a little bit of credit to South America?
What do you mean? I love Sam.
He put it in first gear, handed it to you.
All right,
put the pedal down.
Well, look, I mean, this is a team that's hot right now. We were talking about it when we're getting into it. This is a team that's been growing into this, especially this final split here. I don't think a lot of teams want to play any of the South American teams because they really are unpredictable. That's really been what's been so special about the South American squads is they come in, the flip resets like we got from Complexity. We've seen what Furia can do on LAN as well. And a team like the club, why are they not up next? They certainly can be.
I mean, the reality is like you're saying it's an overrated region, quote unquote. It's the most underrated team in this entire thing, though. Most people are looking at South America and they're thinking Team Secret and Furia. You have got to give the club their credit. They are a very good team. They have done well before. Again, the big issue for them is going to be clutch when it comes time to really try and show everything that they've got.
And that's the best player right there. Lost, absolutely mechanical monster. And going back to SSG's picking the club, they picked the club because they knew the club would be here. They wanted to rep. Because that ends up backfiring on the club. Last time they played Furia in Spring Regional 3, they lost 4-3, 4-3 in the grand final.
Dude, look at that chain, too.
That's like 20 millimeters right there. My man has got the bling on
I think
today.
that gives him like +5 boost or something. That's
got to be a little heavy.
It's actually a heavy car bug right there. You might need to take that off.
No, he's going to take it off as soon as the match starts. Right. Training weight's coming off, make him a little faster there. I'm very excited to watch this team. They have been fierce against Furia in their own region, and we've seen what Furia can do on an international stage. But on the other side, a team with many veterans and one of the hottest players in North America, it's Space Station.
Making Worlds was a huge achievement for us. I was at the last one in Madrid. Being able to go back-to-back is a great feeling. We played the majors, we played the regionals, but nothing can really compare. I mean, this is the biggest Rocket League tournament of all time. It couldn't mean more to us. Wildcard is simple. We want to go 3-0. We feel like we're the best team in here, and that's what we're going to do.
Once this Space Station squad gets going, they could be tough to stop. Reynolds off the ceiling, has the flick, there's a bomb! Reynolds scores!
There's some good teams in there. However, we feel it's good for us because we do need that extra warm-up, so I'm kind of glad we're in the wild card. General feeling's pretty good. We played LA, we felt like we could have won that tournament. We played London, we definitely felt like we could have won that tournament, only losing to the winners at 9 seconds left. We're the most confident team in this tournament. Other teams should fear us because we have nothing to lose. We're coming in with confidence and we're coming in to win the tournament. I don't think any team has put in as much time as we have recently. There's nothing you can do to get us off our grind right now. We're super, super ready for this. We couldn't appreciate the fans more. We have one of the biggest fan bases in the game and we're forever grateful to you guys. Every tournament we go to, we're here to win. Dream outcome for this event would be winning the tournament against Moist. Anyone saying we don't stand a chance, last 2 majors, the only teams we've lost to are both the finalists. Get ready, it's not going to happen this time. All you should expect is the best performance from all 3 of us. We're ready for this.
The only teams they've lost to are both the finalists. Is that gas or is that copium?
It's not copium. That's just the facts.
That's the facts.
Players just giving you the facts. The last time we saw Reynolds and Arsenal at a world championship, they look like babies. They look like, oh man,
growing
up. Hit this stage right now.
Oh my God, it's crazy to see how far they have come in the multiple years since the last time we were here on LAN. And speaking of LANs, their LAN performances have been nothing short of incredible every single time. I mean, listen, SSG is probably one of the hottest teams coming into this one. I've had a lot to say about them, even in comparison to V1, just due to the competition that they have fallen to. But here's their issue. They don't really have the clutch when it counts. Yes, it's the beginning of the event, but if they don't start off hot, they're going to struggle as they get further into Wildcard.
They've mentioned they're a momentum-based team, and that certainly is the case when you look at Reynolds and Arsenal, with the way they hype up their team, and especially a guy like Daniel, who, you know, when we looked at him in the Winter Major, had a lot of mistakes coming into it. It takes teammates like Arsenal and Reynolds to hype you up and play at your highest level.
And it takes teammates, but it also takes a great coach being behind you.
Absolutely.
Somebody that actually brings you the system, and he's on your screen right now. Probably one of the best coaches in the game, if not the best coach, Coach Chrome. There isn't a better system that Daniel could have joined.
This team, they are so familiar with reverse sweeps from both sides. We've seen them pull off incredible reverse sweeps, but I agree with both what y'all are saying about momentum here. You don't want to be in that situation. It is so difficult, especially against a team as strong as the club here.
Yeah, and I think some people, they're a little confused on what like a momentum-based team really is. And a lot of times that's just the hype, the yelling at each other. Even in the, I know that sounds silly, but when you're scoring and you're putting away crazy goals and you're hyping each other up, but more importantly, when you're going down in tough situations and you have a hype man like Reynolds, a hype man like Arsenal behind you yelling and keeping you going.
Well, let's get into some predictions, folks. Let us know what you think in the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag club, hashtag SSG, depending on which team you are supporting. And, where do we start? Bates?
You want me to go first?
You want to tell me what you're thinking on this one?
Listen, I think this is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup. The clubs have plenty of speed, but I think SSG, the LAN experience, you heard it from Slater himself. We've only lost the teams who finished in the grand final. And you saw Reynolds stand in the hype video. You already know I'm wrong with SSG. SSG Nation, stand up! Because we about to get loud! They started off early!
I think I see Reynolds' dad in there, so you got him going.
He's right there. He's right there.
He's right between us, actually.
Get these signs as well. What do you think, Charlie?
Listen.
I can pass it to you.
Listen. Jorby ain't here the first week. Jorby's not here the first week, so listen.
Okay.
I got a little inkling of an upset here. Just a little one, so I'm gonna take the club. Okay. I got South America here, and here's why. I think that this is gonna be a tough matchup for the club, but with the way they're coming out, especially after this spring, I think they're a team that could cause some upsets right here in the first round.
I like it. Okay. I mean, listen, coming into this one, I've been talking a lot about how there's a lack of LAN experience here for the club, which is going to be a struggle for them as they continue on, but you kind of convinced me. I'm starting to think that this might be a chance at an upset here, so let's see if we can get some more people for the club here. I will go the club as well. I want to see an upset. I want to see South America show up here on the world stage.
Listen, Space Stations, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine, but they got to give this one to the club. Oh, come on.
What's chat think?
He's just playing
What's
the
chat
crowd.
think here,
He's just
folks?
playing the crowd.
Let's see what chat thinks at home. It's playing to the crowd for sure. 88% looking at that. Got some fans in the house. Got some fans in chat. Let's get into the second match of the World Championship here for round number 1 of our Swiss Wildcard event. We've got another South American team, a hot one coming in. The club, their first match here at the World Championship, going up against Space Station Gaming. Who's going to take it? We'll find out in the Rise of Skybox.
Thank you very much, Wave Punk. I am Stumpy, joined by Carl at the Rocket League World Championships, and we are seeing what I would describe as quite a clear crowd favourite here. SSG, with Rettel's dad being the cheerleader that he always takes on the role as, versus the club, a team that was drafted by SSG that they fancied facing. Cole, it's going to be a big one to kick off South America's journey.
Yeah, it is. Speaking of Rettel's dad, not to brag, but I did get a selfie with him earlier.
That is the third time you've told me that today.
I'm actually talking to the audience when I say that, Stumpy. That's how this works, this thing that we do. But speaking of selfies, when Astromic went to the full major, okay, in Era Eternity, his one dream was to get a selfie, a picture with Garrett G. Now he's here to compete. He doesn't just want to come here and be part of the crowd, part of the furniture. South America are now a well-respected team, and to see Astromic back after the travails that the club have had. I mean, they were so close to at least forcing a chance to make an appearance at the Spring Major, losing 4-3, 4-3 to Furia. If they'd have won that one, would have been a tiebreaker. So they've come so close. Now they've found their way here, and from that interview, Stumpy, they seem confident.
Yeah, for sure. And you love seeing these teams come in confident. Their first Worlds event. It's going to be the case for a lot of the teams that we're seeing through as well. But going up against Space Station, where they just thought, you know, we can take the club. South America has done incredibly well internationally recently, namely by the way of Furia, and a great start from the club trying to push as hard as they can on the Space Station defense.
I absolutely love that reader right there from Lost, and look at him slow the ball down as well. I adore a player that can do that even in those tight moments, and Lost is the player that's really been stepping up for the club regionally. He has been their best performer in spring since this team came together, a huge part of why they're so good and so dangerous.
A change of pace is needed for the club a couple of times where they haven't quite been able to close out. A couple of seconds, a couple of fourths going through, only forming right before spring as well. So the fact that they can come to Worlds on the back of those points that they've earned through this season is fantastic for them. Very, very good motivator for the region as well. Seeing Fury do so well on the international stage, they're bringing back that confidence and a lot of the ability to teach the club and Secret, for example, what they can do on the international stage. At the right-hand window, it's Astromic, the man wave dashing, catching out versus Daniel. Space Station Gaming, at every single LAN we've been to, have had such a fantastic reception. It's been great to see. But on the counter-attack, Astromic tries to bump Daniel. It actually flies out perfectly to Rettles. He can shoot high, goes for the double tap. Oh, just from the crossbar, the touch cannot come in. Daniel has to retreat.
That shows how important Daniel is to Space Station Gaming, though. 1 second he was 2 versus 1, looked like to be in real trouble. Suddenly Space Station Gaming, a huge counter-attack, and they are, of course, a team that are happy to play that game. They don't mind having pressure against them because they know that one demo, one decent clearance can break them through. When this man is on the ball, so dangerous. But Space Station Gaming, they've had their own troubles. You know, they have had to get reverse sweeps on the opening day of the last 2 majors in winter and in spring, so it's harder to do that in a best of 7. So hopefully for them, they won't go 3 games down. But of course, in those best of 7s, they've had some real moments. They've had heartbreak. KV1 puts that one just wide. Talk about Space Station Gaming's heartbreak in a bit.
Double commit coming in as well, and that being completely open. Astromic had boost to wrap himself around that ball, but didn't take the time that he needed to do so. So Space Station Gaming managing to sneak away without any error from that double commit. Astromic on the left-hand wall goes high, Lost getting some demos against a team that cleared them by demos per game by at least 1 throughout the season. Goes high again, KV1, somebody that people will know from South America as well. Has not competed at Worlds. The must be coming in from Daniel, saved away by Lost. Very underrated player, I found as well, coming in from South America. Talking to Corelli, talking to Jorby historically, they love the club.
Yeah, exactly. They're such a popular team. For the ones that really know about them, look at them come forward again. Not afraid to attack at all. A huge flick from KV1 gets the club the opening goal in this series.
Striking through the sweethearts of Fort Worth. KV1 takes it onto his own hood. Can flick it over the top of Arsenal. And maybe that one goal is going to be the one that secures the club at game number 1.
And we talked about that Space Station Gaming heartbreak. We had the respawn save from Team Queso in winter.
Yeah.
And we had that kickoff moment that I'm sure they're sick to death of us talking about down in London in spring. So they'll have to build upon that experience. And Arsenal, he's got the experience to put that one away.
Arsenal, the player that has had a couple of glow-ups, a couple of glow-downs, but with all of that control, KV1 being faked out as Arsenal waits beneath it and can then dribble it home at the final moment. Arsenal has said a few times as well in interviews, he doesn't really know whether to get hyped up and get pumped and get loud, or whether actually, you know, it's better for him and the team to be a little bit more demure. But dropping it down from Lost, a brilliant double tap, the club, the lead again.
This is why he's so highly rated. He wasn't the most hyped player in this team. It was KV1, the 1v1 master, but Lost is just so good.
That's lovely.
In these tight situations in 3v3 where he has to take that perfect first touch. And suddenly we've got a few goals in this one. It really has exploded to life towards the end of game number 1.
Yeah, 90 seconds left. They're going to be wanting to have a Space Station goal, or maybe not. Maybe the club are going to be getting the 3, and then the reverse sweep trend is going to continue. But like you say, best of 7, a huge amount of games that you have to win to be going through. Rettles manages to use that pace, and the goalie on the line stays grounded irresponsibly.
Yeah, Space Station, their decision-making, though, when they're in these attacking moments, is the chance to come in. Absolutely love to hear that beautiful sound here in Dickey's Arena. The Space Station Gaming equalised yet again. I mean, this is a team that they genuinely have had experiences in tough moments. And at a man like this, the club's only player who's been to a major before is Astromic, right?
Yeah.
And that experience can be absolutely huge as this series goes on. We're already seeing it now in game 1.
A minute remaining, drawn 2 apiece. And with KV1 missing that ball, it falls to Lost, but the midfield challenge from Rettles pinches it towards the corner. Arsenal again. A man with question marks floating around him that he will happily replace with exclamation marks at some point.
Lost is going to take a couple of touches again. He's done this quite a few times for the club in this opening game. I think Lost is still staying around, so the club always wanted to play on the front foot and really make Space Station panic. That's a great pass out, though. These passes are so important for Space Station. Arsenal gets a double tap. Though, with a fantastic save, Daniel gets the ball on the boost.
Bit of a pre-jump, has to make the goal as small as he can, and does so fantastically. Astromic getting in the way again of that ball, but Arsenal is not going to be caught out twice. The opportunity presented itself to him. It was a good chance for that block by Astromic, but Arsenal, look at that positioning, up incredibly quickly. 23 seconds left, Space Station with the lead.
Love that from Arsenal as well, going for the dunk instead of the win. Really good play from him to give them a chance to take this first game. First time they would have taken a first game in an opening series at a major in, not ever, at least this season. Because they destroy that one's over the top, though. Wow! This game just keeps going one side to the next.
Wrestling that ball home as on the right-hand wing, Lost. To that backboard, Daniel actually missed jumping, and then it just bobbling over the top of the defense. Lost presenting himself as a nuisance, and Arsenal in his chair, just shaking it off.
They've got some pinball machines in the player area backstage, and I imagine the club have been practicing, because that was pretty pinball-y right there. As Lost goes over the top, that one's clean. Daniel has to be on hand in defense. 5 seconds left. Astromic is there. Maybe some drama late on in game number 1. Daniel booms it forward. The club would take overtime right now, and they do, and we do head to overtime between these two.
The momentum seemingly going towards the club a couple of times. Astromic very far up in that orange half. Immediately from the kickoff, lost the chance to go low with it, did fancy it. A lot of mechanics on display across the both of these teams. And I'm intrigued just to see how Arsenal ends up doing. He's my biggest player that I want him to perform, I want him to do well. And so far he has been doing so. This is a proving ground for everybody on this pitch.
Yeah, I'd say that Arsenal's been Space Station Gaming's best player so far, and here he is again, really able to pull the club out of position every time he gets some control of the ball. But Lost is the same, doesn't have the boost on that occasion, unfortunately. Bit of a double commit, but it might work out for them. Arsenal is there up against Lost, and Arsenal wins out on that occasion, but only for now. Daniel, though, should be able to slow this one down in defense. Good defending from Space Station in the end, but more pressure from the club.
It was a good chance for Lost as well to go for a bump, but instead, not having that ambition, not having that idea to go for it, goes for the block instead. A lot of the physical play can benefit a team, and Space Station are a team that know that incredibly well, so are going to be delivering and dodging demos.
The first game that you would expect is much more important for the club than Space Station. They are the underdogs here. Their region, despite Furia excelling so much in recent times, is...
And Secret taking down BDS.
And Secret taking down BDS as well. Are still considered below North America, you know, so if the club can take this opening game, it will just potentially open the door for the rest of this series. Especially the way they've won it. Both teams taking the lead, both teams losing it straight away. Good play all around. Retals there with the air dribble. Oh! And how's that one gone in?
Oh, that is nasty. Retals shouting towards the crowd and towards the club. Let's go. Onto that top corner. What a wonderful touchdown. Astromic has been there for the block time and time again, but unable to read it on that final chance. Great overtime win there for Space Station Gaming, and Retals at the death, coming alive.
They look like they're enjoying themselves as well, as you mentioned. Retals playing up to the crowd that is hugely in favor of Space Station.
The mentality on Space Station is something that I posted about on Twitter a couple of times, something that if you watch their comms videos, it always comes down to Retals. He is a phenomenal in-game leader. He is the best team captain as far as I am concerned, despite not winning a major, which is an amazing place to be. They are wonderful with the way that they speak to each other. Retals takes control of every situation, and it helps inspire, especially with a young player like Daniel, where it could go wrong, or Arsenal, where he thinks, do I get loud? Do I stay a little bit quieter? And figuring that out as a team is something that is absolutely vital.
Underrated mechanically as well is Retals, in my opinion. He's a player that is capable of surprising his opponents. I think that air dribble, they didn't expect him for a million years to be able to force that one around.
Yeah.
Space Station Gaming, an important game number 1, because that was not easy, and I think that's good for Space Station, to be challenged by the club and still be able to win it out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that the club brought it into that overtime, the fact that they are being threatening in every situation, and they got, I believe, the opening goal as well, is a great position to be in. However, it's a best of 7. Theoretically, the best team should win, but we just don't know in these situations.
But we saw from Bravado Gaming earlier on against Renegades, Bravado got better and better as the series went on. They had the advantage, the ability to take what they'd learned from those opening games, finally getting their first goal in Game 4. So if the club can improve, Space Station Gaming, mark my words, are going to have to step up too.
Great pass along from Retals here on Aquadome. Space Station, great start into this game, literally in 15 seconds, but the heat map glowing on the opposite side of the pitch. I want to see if it's going to be as close in this game as we saw previously, because it comes down to the club pressuring as much as they can. They can't change their game style, and a couple of the demos coming out, Retals getting 2, both on Astromic and then KV1. Doesn't actually go that far down the pitch, but if that starts to open up, then Retals is going to continue to be that demolition derby destructoid that he likes to be.
You wonder if it'll be similar to the first game. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind 7 more goals and an overtime. That'd be lovely, as Daniel, it's a tiny little fake in front of his own goal, showing the boy's confidence. He just loves being on the stage in front of his fans. The challenge there between Arsenal and KV1. Astromic is coming in, good speed from him, but Retals, again, in the perfect position. Positionally, been fantastic for Space Station Gaming so far. And this is what Daniel can do. He can just change the angle, change the speed of approach to let Retals in. It was a nice attack from Space Station Gaming that, on that occasion, didn't quite happen for him in the end, but they're looking really good in Game 2.
Opportunity to go down the pitch from the club. Astromic going for that light pass and then the bump on the backboard, something that we're seeing come into the meta a little bit more frequently with Daniel. Chance for a shot, but it does pinch into the opposite corner. Astromic to send it long. Arsenal to collect. Does so, pinches it central. Chance for Lost to fake out. He does, but Retals had that little bit more distance and can make his car nice and wide, can block it away, but Lost into the sky.
Space Station Gaming are definitely defending more on the front foot this game. I think in the first one they were happy to counter-attack and give away some pressure. Now they're charging forward as quick as they can, but if the club can slow them down like that, putting some fakes in the air. I love an aerial fake. It really just excites me.
I love an aerial fake. They're so fun to watch because we're watching, you know, one camera and then we see the player start to boost away from it and you're like, oh, here we go. Here we go. This could be cheeky.
Yeah.
Hopefully we do get to see a little bit more of that. Space Station chucking in a few of their own as well. Good chance for it to be dropped down. Did Retals get the flip? I don't think he did. Sure. That'd have been fun, but Arsenal trying to go into the corner. Bounces high. KV1 again with an error. KV1 a couple of times has stayed grounded or hasn't quite gone up as quick as he should do, and it's led to scary moments.
Massive save though from Lost. That was such a good read. Horrible angle to make a save from, but able to do it to keep the club in this game for now. Just slows it down to the side. Lost is already up. He wants to get involved, but he waits. Again, great play from Lost, and in the end does get his block. Astromic though was surprised by it. That one almost sneaks in. Just about got away from the club, but Space Station Gaming still continuing to put this pressure on, and that demo will help.
Yeah, and it absolutely pays off as Daniel can slow play it, and Retals diving through the opposition, gets one demo to begin with on KV1. Lost gets faked out a little bit, and then Retals getting the bumps on the way. 1-0 Space Station, 3 minutes gone
That was the most Space Station Gaming-iest goal I think I've ever seen. There was a bump and a demo as Daniel twirled in the air, and eventually the goal was made pretty simply for him by the work rate of his teammates. Just a brilliant squad, a brilliant roster of Space Station Gaming, and they're stepping up at the right time. You know, they are really finding some form right now. It's Arsenal there with the, I think it was a musty flick, maybe more of a backflip right there.
And it's a great time to find that form too. Space Station coming into this tournament. Oh, a couple of errors. We don't want to be seeing that from you, the club. We want to be seeing the best form that you can possibly be on. But look at the pressure continuing for Space Station. The pressure for them, though, building off the pitch as well. People saying that they're not the favourite to win this competition, but to get those top 4 spots, yeah, for sure. I've got them in my top 8, absolutely.
Oh, wow. Good effort there from Daniel, just a snapshot. They're going to have to come against Space Station. Will they be able to double their lead and give themselves a bit of daylight? The first time in this series, the team would have been a couple of goals ahead. It could be Rettles right now, again forcing the angle. Daniel's coming in, but not quite able to score. He's keeping it on Space Station gaining pressure. Astronomic is up now. It's a flip reset, but this is not quite working for the club this time. Rettles has a shot, which finds its way in off the post.
A cheeky ricochet on the right-hand side. It's Astronomy just a weak touch. Arsenal was there to just poach the ball away. And KV1 staying grounded, that time not his fault whatsoever. That shot sometimes might go out towards the middle, sometimes might go in. You have to just try and bank on what you believe is going to happen. But Rettles, brilliant shot from him, securing a 2-goal lead for SSG.
The club's starting to look a little bit rushed, you know, places where they will be taking a touch in game number 1. Instead of just booming it back towards the Space Station Gaming goal. And Space Station Gaming have done such an effective job of boost starving, of getting in the way when they do have their chances, just being a really effective unit against the club. I think in game 3 we're going to have to see a slight change in approach from the club because Space Station are looking well on top of them here.
Chance to work out from their backside. There was Stomach flipping central. We wanted to get a touch on that. The fake coming in and lost. Manages to punt the ball into the back of the orange side net. Arsenal faking out that touch, and it just leaves the entire Space Station defense a little bit bedraggled.
There was also a lovely fake there from KV1. It was to allow the ball to roll to lost. And just when I'm saying they need a change of approach, the club get themselves a goal, and suddenly what was looking so comfortable for Space Station could be really nervy. But can the club get themselves on the ball and put some pressure back on SSG?
15 seconds remaining. Space Station holding on to that 1-goal lead that they earned earlier on in the game. The pass central from Lost, a really good pass from him, in fact. But just nobody from the club wanting to take on the responsibility of going for the shot. Rettles has to burn this time away. It goes long, goes back down towards Rettles. Arsenal's going to dribble that back into his own half, to the ground, and Space Station Gaming taking that 2-game lead. The crowd also enjoying the fact that that is happening. They were cheering a lot for Space Station. In North America, you normally get a lot of the North American teams having very, very noisy crowds. And as people slowly find their way in, I think they're figuring out what the vibe is here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of days of Rocket League coming up. I hope that people watching this are excited right now. This is only the beginning of these World Championships. Absolutely massive. $600,000 for the winning team. That's just an astronomical amount of money. It's gigantic, okay? And this is only the beginning of it. And Space Station Gaming are finding that you have to start well, especially in the Swiss, especially in best of 7 Swiss, because we've heard from coaches and from players that people like you and me, Stumpy, who've not been pro, we don't necessarily appreciate how exhausting
mate.
the
I've won a
Swiss
couple of competitions.
Okay, you have won some rivals. Well done you, mate. Yeah, but like, Swiss is a different beast, right?
Yeah.
If you start well, you get through in 3 games, or 3 series, should I say, suddenly you look back and you think that was easy, but when you go to that Series 5, exhaustion comes into it.
Yeah.
So the way Space Station Gaming have started is perfect, exactly what they need.
And they'll be looking at the Swiss thinking, we deserve to top that. We deserve to be going 3-0, along with, you know, your version 1s. You see your Dignitases as well, thinking, oh, look, we want to be going 3-0 here, and this is going to be the start of it. The club surely having those same thoughts, but maybe a bit of, yeah, they did. Yeah, they're confident. They want to be going. Rettles saying, though, that Space Station are the most prepared and confident team in this entire competition, not just in the Swiss. No, he's not just going to lower himself to talking just about the Swiss. He's saying out of any team here, including Moist, they are the most prepared. It's something that I love to hear. The preparation going into the biggest competition. Yeah, yes, please.
Well, so far, the in-series game tweaks have been really effective as Daniel gets a beautiful double reset. More of that, please. That's exactly what we want to see, and that's how you break through a team like the club. Rettles puts the pressure back on. KV1 is just about squeezing in. Rettles went for the dunk. It wasn't quite to be, but just on Aquadome, it's Space Station Gaming starting these games so well, putting the club so firmly on the back foot, it's like they're going to fall over.
Space Station know one word, and that word is aggression. They're just going to dive at the ball in every opportunity, beating out players as well. Daniel for the double isn't able to get it, but the speed from him, a couple of car lengths between him and the challenging player from the club. Sent long though, and Daniel has to defend. He can do that just as well. Backboard is nearly found as KV1's going to defend it heroically.
It's really important for a little while that the club keep up their communication in this high-pressure situation. When you're looking to your teammates to your left and right for the first time, you have to keep talking to them because they will be well aware they're going to come up for a period of defending right now. But Rocket League can change in a heartbeat. You know, one goal can completely change that for them, and suddenly they're in the attack. I just don't want to see them rushing things and overcommit.
Good chance for the double from Astromik, but instead falling to Arsenal to save. It was a great save as well, but Lost is able to get another one. A few goals on the trot for Lost as well. Astromik can't get that touch, but again, the aerial fakes coming in, and Arsenal with the in and out save gets it wonderfully, but Lost is there to capitalise.
I'm happy that Lost was there because that just meant that we could see that beautiful Arsenal save from in and out the goal. I always love an in and out save. I'm a sucker for them. But that's what the club needed. You know, they've got themselves in the lead. Can they consolidate? Can they keep hold of it? In game number 1, they got 3 goals, but it was either equalised or each time they scored, they conceded straight away again. Space Station Gaming have done okay from this kickoff, but that touch from Daniel will lose possession from them. Everyone leaves it for Arsenal. And we've also seen some fakes coming out from the club. They've been pretty effective at, you know, going for the ball and genuinely purposely missing it. Space Station Gaming have been pretty delicate against that a few times.
Lovely touches in the midfield. Can't quite sneak it away from the Space Station defense this time. Daniel to the backboard, but the angle absolutely impossible to score from. Instead, fancy the pass. Dan again rotating the midfield very, very effectively, wanting to be aggressive. Does not want to have incredible South American players bearing down on him. If he can cut it out early, that is going to be his MO.
We're seeing a lot more from Lost at the moment as well. He's starting to get some more touches as that shot comes in from Daniel, and it was Lost on the goal line. He just had to get that one away. Oh, but he turned away, or did he get bumped from that? Astromik had put that one into his path, but Lost wasn't quite there. Astromik can do some cleanup though. Keep the attack going, at least for now, until Arsenal comes in. Gets rid of that ball, but in general play, the club has so much more in this one. It's become even. When Space Station Gaming were all over them, and important saves like that getting the club back in it.
And it's not just that, you know, you've got individual players showing off fantastically. Lost so far on 100% goal participation in the first 3 games. He's had 3 goals, 2 assists. He's been vital to the success of the club. And so far, unable to win a game, but it has been very close. Space Station, they're going to want that trend to continue.
Daniel's over the top. Astromik should be able to get the read. Can't quite do it. That one's hitting the post. KV1. He almost lets it just roll over his head. Rushes it, and SSG carry on.
Arsenal, though, he turned away quite rightly, thinking that KV1's going to get the touch. We've seen a few defensive errors from KV1, staying grounded, missing the ball. Just maybe the nerves kicking in, because this is a huge event for them and yet to come to any major so far.
KV1, a player that just wants the ball. He wants it under his control, but it happens so much less in 3v3. So he needs to take those moments when they come and just be aware he'll be called into action at any point. There's more pressure right now from SSG. Arsenal, a touch towards Daniel. Daniel shoots. KV1 makes up for any earlier scary moments earlier with that save.
He does go alongside Astromik, however. The double commit is scary. Does not lead to a goal. They've been able to recover. The boost is fine again. Astromik delivering a demo towards Rettles. And the pre-jump from Lost getting out the way. Arsenal on the backboard, touching down wonderfully. KV1 clearing it again. Lost. He is speeding up. That engine is revving.
Yeah, Lost is basically playing from left to right, just sweeping anything that comes about 10 feet in front of the club goal. Space Station Gaming suddenly have to rush things. Rettles being tracked by Astromik, but he gets away. Can't quite get it on target, though. Daniel's flying in into the corner. Lost was there again. That man has had so many touches of the ball. Almost impossible to go against. Rettles goes underneath KV1, and Astromik is there. They're supporting each other so well. Again, Lost with the save.
Daniel going for these shots time and time again, unable to get a goal just yet, but Rettles again having another one come off. Very low on boost as Space Station need to retreat. KV1 the chance to go for a dribble. Lost, able to shoot, does end up finding it onto that back wall. Final 10 seconds will be counted down within our wildcard arena. Into the back corner, Lost clearing it away, and the club seconds from securing their first game on land. KV1 to send long, Daniel to the backboard. KV1, who else to drop it to the floor? The club win a game versus SSG.
We had a sweep earlier, but it's not going to happen in this one. If SSG are to win this first series, they're going to have to do it the long way round because the club are here to play. KV1, yeah, he did have a bit of a struggle at the start, but I think he stepped up so much in the last maybe 25% of that game, and hopefully he'll take that going forward. But I mean, talk to me about Lost, because he was everywhere.
I mean, yeah, he has been all over the pitch. He's wanted to, as you said, in the game, he's been sweeping left to right. He ended up pre-jumping towards the end. He looks like, you know, ultimately, this is your first game on LAN. You're just trying to figure out, how do I play away from home in these situations? How do I get into the rhythm? And I really think he's finding it. Getting that goal participation, you know, 3 goals, getting 2 assists out of it as well. 5 opportunities have presented themselves and he has secured them. Great saves on the back line too to secure club the lead.
I mean, Space Station Gaming did have 9 shots compared to the club's 5, so I'd say overall, on the balance of it, they were the more dominant force in that game. But when the club got their goal, it just seemed to galvanize them, and suddenly they were playing a pretty even game in the center, and it worked for them.
The club in that game, I found, were shutting things down a lot more in the midfield before they became shots, before we saw them, and yet there were still 9.
Mainly because of Lost.
Yeah, because of Lost. Like, there were so many opportunities where you see like the defense, and you're like, wow, they've been defending so fantastically, but it's all been done in the midfield. There was a lot of that, and there were a lot of shots coming in from Space Station, so they are under immense pressure right now. Game number 3 on Utopia, the club fighting to get 2 apiece. And a Space Station wanting to move on to series point.
The club with the momentum, Space Station with the crowd behind them. It's a really intriguing point in this series. It's just the opening of the Swiss as well. So much to come.
Swiss.
Yeah, I love the Swiss as well. It's, to me, the best way to just break teams in half. You know, if you're going to survive the Swiss, no one can claim that you didn't deserve to.
Yes, exactly. 30 seconds gone, and yet again, that heat map is lighting up for Space Station Gaming. Retals to catch it low. But that big challenge coming in. Sees a stomach clearing it long as well. Picks up the 100 boost as it spawns in the midfield, so can continue. Arsenal has looked wonderful in this series so far as well.
KV1 up against Arsenal. Arsenal bumps them out of the way to allow Retals in. Something Space Station do so effectively, sweeping the path for their teammates. And that's really good pace for Retals. Arsenal with the touch. Will he go from the sky? Loves a musty flick, this guy. Will he go for it this time? No, just an early flip. Oh, can't quite get the angle. He went for the impossible shot. Not quite to be.
So many pre-jumps from Space Station Gaming, and it's not just one player doing it. I've seen all 3 of them go up early, wanting to beat out the club as often as they can. That's where their speed is coming from, because they have been beating out the club very, very frequently, because they're leaving the ground just that 0.1 of a second earlier.
Well, I mean, you said they were prepared. Maybe by that they mean they're jumping 1 day earlier than anybody else. There's a great flip there from KV1 towards the Stromic. Quick turn of events there from the club. Big turn around to get themselves back on attack, but they do fall back. Not too upset about having a couple of men back, despite their blistering start to this series. They've definitely opted for a more defensive gameplay style of the club. As Space Station Gaming have warmed up, maybe trying to make the most of their boost. You know, there's not that much on the pitch. It's pretty sparse. They have to get this man Lost on the ball. If you go in against Retals and win it, Lost almost bounces that one over KV1. Could have been dangerous. KV1 jumped at the right time.
The defense looking stronger for the club in this game. Not nearly as many errors as we've seen previously. Naughty pinch coming out as well, but low boost for Daniel. Has to return back to his half. The boost very in favor of the club right now until a couple get picked up by Space Station Gaming. A great bump on that backline. KV1 gets cleared away. That is going to be landing awfully. KV1 clearing it away very, very effectively. Daniel to the sky, but lost from the backboard. Great speed from him, actually outspeeding Dan.
The club's goal line is just about starting to live a bit of a charmed life. Like, Space Station Gaming didn't score in that last game, despite having 9 shots, and a lot of them good ones as well. And still they can't break through, but maybe it's an overcommit here from the club. Daniel's coming in, and Daniel will put it away. Space Station needed that.
Stromic fancied that corner boost more than he should have done. He overflipped, thought that the error wasn't going to be there, you know, thought it might roll up nicely. Takes that gamble, but it does not pay off. Daniel instead reading it better. It flies flat, and he can send it in halfway through the game. The 1-goal lead for SSG.
That's what can happen if you start to just get a little bit overconfident, as the club were right there. You forget that your opponent's pretty darn good at this game too. Everyone leaves that one for a Stromic. Lost is in. What can he do with some boost, with a chance to go solo? Not enough, because Daniel's there. KV1 wants to flick this right to the corner. It was a good flick, but Arsenal knew exactly what was coming and got the block.
Individual opportunities arising for the club. Certainly fantastic on that 1v1 spectrum is KV1, but when we've seen the team plays come out as well, not too many passes have worked out for them so far as I can remember anyway. The Space Station Gaming, they're all about those team plays. Arsenal wanting to go for that light touch from the pass from a teammate. Daniel central, very selflessly. KV1 wants to carry on with that ball, but Rettles just dispossessing him in the air.
Oh, great play from Rettles to get the second touch as well. And it's over the top of Astromix. This will let Arsenal in. Daniel's following up.
Heavy touch.
PlayStation Gaming moving forward in formation just for a second, but it was heavy. Arsenal tries to make something from it. Can he pinch this one in? Wow, what a turnaround that would have been. For a pretty poor first touch, let's be honest.
Good demo from KV1 as well to clear out Rettles, otherwise that attack would have carried on. Astromix finding Lost. Does not quite get the touch he wanted to. Needed that soft angle in the middle. Lost as well receiving the pass from KV1. Team plays looking much better. The inside post bounce. Finding KV1, and it's ones across the board.
For KV1 as well, there it is. It works out pretty perfectly there for the club. Just when I was starting to think that their mechanics were starting to slow down, there were some awkward touches, there were some misses and whiffs. In Space Station Gaming, they weren't falling for them, but one incisive pass, and suddenly the club give themselves momentum going into the last minute of this fourth game.
In that final minute, it's going to be seeing Space Station Gaming wanting to finish out this game as they started with unbelievable, undeniable, unassailing pressure. Dan wants to get the flip reset, can't quite pull it off, but Arsenal to that side wall, a much nicer touch. Gets one touch down below, will be leaving. Daniel to the ceiling, but the ball just run away from him. Still manages to get that flip reset though, because of course he does, onto the backboard. Rettles clear it away, great clear, but it does lose a lot of pace by touching the ceiling.
The club are just taking their time here, you know, they're not rushing anything, they're building up some boost reserves. Bit of a double commit there, but Astromix does manage to get out of the way to let KV1 in, and I don't mind that from the club. It's so tempting when you get an equalizer in a position like this to throw everything, try and win it before that overtime. They've not fallen for that trap, and it does just mean they can begin to move forward. If Daniel's touch here isn't perfect, he could be in trouble, but it was perfect, and he still has the ball.
So perfect, in fact, that it leads into an opportunity to score, but Astromix removing that threat from the pitch. Arsenal takes it high, but KV1 to intercept to the ceiling as well. As he lands, though, pumped to the backboard by Daniel. Lost, though, missing. Rettles to shoot. Crossbar down. Overtime.
I've got no idea how that happened at the end there. I thought Daniel made the wrong decision going for the backboard, but for some reason Lost missed it. Maybe he was concentrating elsewhere, but Space Station Gaming have started the overtime better, so much better. They've started it perfectly. Daniel is amazing.
You leave the backboard undefended once, it's fine. You do it twice and Daniel is going to punish you. In 7 seconds, the chance reigns through the Wildcard arena, and Space Station on series point.
Daniel, the latest in a long line of 15-year-olds coming to these lands. People saying, is he going to be able to handle the pressure? Will he be just as good and amazing as he is online? And as we tend to see in Rocket League, they manage it. You know, so many of them actually play better when they get into the hot seat, when they have the crowd in front of them. And Daniel is up there with the very best in North America, perhaps the world, depending on form. And when he plays well, he's so exciting to watch, and he can change an awkward result for Space Station Gaming into what, when you look back at it, you think, oh, that's a pretty comfortable win.
I love the confidence as well, going for the double tap immediately into that kickoff. You know, 7 seconds left. It starts off awkwardly. Daniel missing that and actually allowing that goal to come in. Very, very good goal, but dribbling around 2 of them and then onto that double tap by whipping around the side. It's the cheeky smile in the middle. You see Rettles smiling like, I am so lucky to be on a team with this kid. I am the best scout in the world by you know, managing to get him onside. And now, one more game for Space Station will be sending them through into the 1-0 part of our Swiss, and they will be playing against a team that have got another 1-0 if they can do it. But the club are still standing in the way. They need 3 more games. Not impossible, especially with the chaos that can rain down on Wasteland.
And bro, they're from South America. They've got more mechanics than what we've seen so far, all right? They are capable.
You're like 30, don't call me bro.
They're capable of, I've been hanging out with Turtle too much, all right? They're capable of doing pretty much anything, and unfortunately towards the end of that last game, they were starting to get a little bit stretched. I really want to see them try and go for some more solo plays. Be arrogant, you know, demand that ball. Who cares if your teammates want it? How good you are. Don't let Space Station do the same.
I love those solo plays that we see from Arsenal come out every now and then, because they seem like the work of a mad inventor, where he flies in the air and he's like, you know what, let's just improv this bad boy and see what happens. Man after my own heart, I like it a lot. Daniel, a little bit more choreographed in how he decides to play.
Arsenal's playing like an old school skateboarding game, chaining combos together as he goes along to get max points.
Grinding on a cruise ship just to get those points. We all know that, we all know.
Well, here's Lost. He wants to get the flip reset here coming from the angle. Seiko-esque almost, but he couldn't quite get it. Astromix attempts to pass into the center. That would have been a really risky play for KV1 to move up towards. And rightly decides it's not worth that risk just yet. They've got 3 games in front of them. Lost, can he put this one away? Oh! The finish was actually helped along by SSG.
Lost managing to get yet more onto the percentage of the goal participation. Astromic going onto the backboard. Lost shoots low on an open net. Could have been a better finish, but helped along by Arsenal, who taps it over. No one there realistically at fault. Sometimes that just happens.
Well played the club. Get themselves back in it. Lost to go for the bump on Arsenal as well. The club finding some confidence for themselves. As I mentioned, just chuck yourselves at it. Play like you are the best team in the world. Believe it. Get up there nice and early as KV1 has right there. Space Station Gaming, a few questions to answer yet again. Astromic's getting past them. Can he get a reset or some sort of decent challenge? Not quite. Arsenal, a huge clearance long. And I think for a little while, that's what Space Station Gaming needs to do, just to take the sting out of the club.
Yeah. With a minute and a half gone, however, it's the club going into the lead again. He manages to, sorry, the club rather, they managed to do such a good job of, in the later part of the series, they have been the dominant team. It then just turns around towards the end where Space Station then go up into it. The engine warms up a touch more.
And it's interesting as well that the club haven't taken their tactical timeout. This is best of 7. They are able to take that minute-long break to talk things through, but maybe the club are a team that just like to get on with it, keep up any momentum that they have, rather than just taking that step back and thinking.
Daniel parking sideways manages to stop that ball from going dangerously into the side of Space Station Gaming. That positioning has been fantastic from him so far, and the link up from Arsenal and Rettles does not lead to a goal, but very, very close. Arsenal managing to actually miss that ball after the fake from a player of the club. Backline sees Arsenal going for one flip reset into the second. A shot from Astromic trying to punish that hubris.
Rettles is going to be beaten to the ball actually by Lost, who is doing his thing again where he just gets involved all over the pitch, but that's a huge challenge win from Rettles. Daniel's going to be teed up. He goes to the backboard. Astromic with a good backboard read this time. Daniel got some joy at the end of Utopia in the last game in that exact position. So the club are learning what Space Station Gaming are trying to do. And they have the lead. It hasn't happened too many times in this series. But just as they say that, the ball bounces to Rettles, and he has the reflexes to send it away.
Stressing the defense time and time again. It's just Daniel wanting to get those tiny touches, get some bumps, just trying to make it as awkward as possible. And Rettles waiting to take that final shot is in the perfect position. That one goal bringing them level with the club. Half of this game gone. Astromic, though, dribbling around the side, saved away by young man Dan.
Again, though, it's another one of those even games between these two. There have been periods where Space Station Gaming have had all the onus on them, all the emphasis on the attack, but I've been doing okay. But when Daniel gets control of the ball, looks so much more dangerous, but that's a huge challenge from Lost, and he's chasing it up,
Lovely.
And Arsenal's demoed, and the club get their lead back.
The perfect counter-attack. You see Astromic having a giggle as well. Lost just has to pre-jump it. KV1 removing Arsenal from the pitch, and still, that is a brilliant read, because that is almost an in-between bounce from that ball. It didn't quite roll up, it didn't quite bounce flat, it went in the middle, and yet Lost read it.
I got a bit excited for a second. I thought that Astromic was pointing at SSG, but he was just talking to his coach and having his arm out. I was like, oh, this is heating up. But not quite yet. I'm sure as time goes on, we will see some of that, some trash talk.
Version 1.
Yeah, that's what I was getting.
Com.
Him,
Com.
yeah, he
Unbelievable.
Yeah, no, him, that guy.
Yeah, really loud.
What I was getting at.
Loved
anyway,
it.
2 on the club.
1.5 minutes remaining as the club wanting to stop Space Station Gaming in their tracks. This one game cannot go Space Station's way if the club are wanting to be winning out the series in our wonderful Swiss. Arsenal dropping it down to Dan. Gonna get that bump in the corner. Rettles touching it a couple of times. The block, though, from Lost. He is offensively incredible and defensively devilish.
Right, if I can't call you bro, you can't call Daniel Dan, all right? He is Daniel to you.
Hey, I've chatted to him twice.
All right, here's Astromic trying to beat Arsenal. Rettles is there, or Rhett, as I can call him. He clears it away well. Arsenal flicks that one high towards KV1. Good play from the club. You know, they're just slowing things down. They're getting boost as well. Look at their boost management in the top left. Space Station Gaming are really struggling to steal it from them, and that's giving the club so much more belief when they're on the ball.
Opportunities, though, as they do manage to pick up quite a bit of boost. Rettles caught awkwardly, and Arsenal called onto that ball. The bump coming in from Lost. The physical play, normally the way of Space Station, but removing Rettles from the pitch. That's the man who wants to instigate a lot of the violence. Daniel touching it down, a back pass towards Rettles, and it allows Space Station to go for yet another attack. The club, though, 2-1 up, the final 30 seconds, and potential for our game number 6.
Daniel goes high, but instead, unfortunately for him, he couldn't quite get the air dribble that he wanted. He'll have to go again. Into the center with him this time. It's solo, gets a couple more touches. Astromic up so quick. Astromic, through this entire series, has quietly been going about his work. just getting in the way of Space Station where needed, and the club find themselves 7 seconds away from getting their second game in the series. Daniel's in the way. KV1 taking so much time. You asked earlier if he believed, if he was confident enough to be here. Based on that, at the end of a game, having the composure to slow it down when he's about to win, the answer is yes.
I love that time management, the game management that we see. Being, an England football fan, we saw the Lionesses do it in the Euros to take the win. It was fantastic, but just getting those seconds off the clock, getting those minutes gone in football, those seconds in Rocket League. Soccer, very true. Soccer ball. The fact that they, KV1 had the idea to do that. He only got 122 points in that game, but it does not matter. So much happens off the ball, and that is an example of it. The final 10 seconds, that is what won it for the club, just those opportunities not coming back round for Space Station. And game number 6 as well, where Space Station, they just need 1.
Yeah, well, that's easier said than done against the club. They're proving tricky customers to shake off for Space Station Gaming right now, who had their moments. Daniel was causing all sorts of trouble whenever he got control of the ball, but that winner that we saw, that lost put away, I loved the demo on Arsenal, who was heading back. That was actually one of my favorite moments in that game, because that just showed belief playing in front of the ball for the club.
Look at them laugh, smile, and having, quite frankly, immaculate vibes over on the blue side of the stage. Their coach is walking around, just talking to the guys, making sure that they're happy, make sure that they're comfortable. This is an alien setup for 2 out of 3 of them. They need to make sure that they can just hone in on that, on the screen in front of them. They can enter Neo Tokyo with Bob's Ramen overlooking them. And are they going to be able to face off against the crowd, who are also very much cheering for Space Station Gaming?
The crowd who are right in front of these players as well. They are staring. You can see the crowd from in front of the monitor in front of you, so it's really difficult to play with that. Astromic's going to take a touch and boom it long. Can the club get into this game and really make this a challenging series for them? Lost is going to take control here, at least for a second. Daniel is there. He's beaten by KV1. Astromic's coming in. Rettles is heading back towards the goal. Really awkward position for Space Station, but KV1, he couldn't quite get enough height in the amount of time that he had. And Space Station Gaming send it forward. It's been a better start for the club. I mean, throughout this series, we have seen that the club have been struggling at the beginning. Space Station Gaming putting them under so much pressure. There is none of that here on Neo Tokyo. Maybe Bob's Ramen is the charm. That's what they needed to really have that, that emphasis going into the start of the game. Lost takes a decent touch, but Daniel's next. Arsenal, a huge demo on Astromic. Daniel's coming in, he beats KV1, does him for pace, gets Space Station Gaming the lead, and that will just relieve so much pressure. That balloon that was about to pop, it's just opened up a little bit, and it's via a bump, it's via a demo, and it's via some class from Daniel. It gives Space Station that 1-0 lead, but there's a lot of Rocket League left to go in this game. It's still not easy for them. The club will, I'm sure, make it as difficult for them as possible, but Arsenal is making it look pretty easy, waltzing through the defense. Rettles follows up. Rettles doubles Space Station Gaming's lead, but it was all the work of Arsenal. We said that this man was the improviser. He is the one who makes it up as he goes along. He's always thinking so quickly. Maybe his plan when he went up wasn't to bump Lost out the way, but as soon as he saw Lost in his peripheral vision, didn't faze him at all. Just challenged straight into him. Space Station Gaming is a good kickoff from them. There's more demos coming in from Arsenal. And a huge pinch from Astromic and KV1. Massive play, but Space Station, what a start.
2-0 for them as well, versus a club that was looking fantastic in that previous game. KV1 touching it low, and the demo's coming out. Lost wanting to make it a 2v3. Historically, much easier to win if that ends up happening. But 2 goals within a minute and a half. That is the most amount of goals we've had so early on in a series.
And that's despite the club pretty much starting better in this game. They had all the play, they had the pressure, they had the boost. The Space Station Gaming get that 1 goal. And suddenly it's 2, and suddenly they're looking comfortable. We've been here before. Space Station Gaming have been 2-0 up in a game before. The club brought 1 back, but not quite 2. So very much not out the woods in this game and in this series just yet.
Good pass from Rettles though, high towards Arsenal. Wanted to probably get this shot off, but just slightly misaligned for it. KV1 pre-jumping from the backboard. Arsenal bumped out of the way, removed into the side corner. Isn't able to get the touch on the ball, however, and KV1 going central again, bumping Arsenal, demoing him off the pitch. Rettles has to get anything, and that touch is great.
So we go into the corner there, in the club's corner. Lost, desperate to get this next touch. He's going for it, got the pre-flip, then got the flip reset. Daniel, he just waited and watched the entire time. Good experience defending from him now. gets a touch into the center as well as Trummick is up. He's got Lost in front of him. Can he get it to him? No, he can't. It's almost fallen completely for Rettles. KV1 had to keep a hawk's eye on that one. Managed to do so. Now here's the Trummick again. Daniel's steaming in. Rettles, does he get that boost? No, he actually leaves it for his teammate. So there will be a huge boost advantage for Space Station Gaming if only they can get control of the ball. Not quite happening there, but they're going to come forward again. It's just wave after wave of SSG pressure. This is what we want from them.
Yeah.
The ability to mix up mid-game when things are going against them and just step up to that next gear.
But that's when they play their best, when they know that they're confident, when they've got that ridiculous energy about them. An amazing save from KV1 clears it away. And again, just diving in front of that net. No boost, but KV1, a great idea to go into the corner.
Here we go.
2 minutes left. He uses that boost to wonderful effect. Rettles clear it away from just underneath the crossbar. Any shot they go for has to be perfect. Lost, not quite able to use that flip reset to its highest ability. Astromix securing one. Can't quite whip himself around it to get the second shot though. Rettles going for another one, but Lost passing across. Going for a little bit too much fancy play potentially. Lost, look at that, 0 boost. Still with more ambition than you can shake a stick at.
Space Station Gaming, such a good team at playing when they're in front though. They're just frustrating the life out of the club. KV1 puts in a pass to Astromix, and again the club do break through.
A little bit of deflation on the side of Space Station Gaming. They don't want to be letting it go, but that is mirrored. Sorry, rather the opposite of that over on the side of the club where they were happy fist bumping, getting that pass in. The team plays. Certainly looking a little bit better than going for the solos. Still one goal they're going to need to make up if they have a chance of even getting to overtime.
Potentially the biggest 1 minute and 15 seconds in the careers of Astromix, KV1 and Lost. Can they make the most of it, or can Space Station Gaming hold out what you would expect?
Great.
A barrage, Lost is there, the finish isn't quite, KV1 doesn't have the angle. Space Station Gaming survive for now.
Whipping a past Central, is just unable to get the shot off into a great place, but KV1 trying to go high on that pass. 1 minute remaining. Astromix isn't able to get another one. Arsenal teaming up with Rettles, as he has done for a very long time now. Can't get a goal out of it this time, however. Lost going high over the top. How does he dodge that bump?
That is why this man has so much hype behind him. Look at this. Didn't have all the boost in the world, and he used every ounce of it to get that touch over Daniel, of all defenders, right at the death. The club managed this time to get that second goal, and they have parity with 46 seconds left. That's a good kickoff though from SSG, but Astromix is back.
It's just so well worked around, you know, being able to get those opportunities, getting those chances to dodge round the side of one of the demos, and considering the start the Space Station Gaming had in this game, the club have worked back wonderfully.
Astromix in that far corner. Arsenal's trying to close him down, but Space Station Gaming just being beaten to the ball now. Rettles is going to try and find Arsenal, who's just being nudged out of the club's goal. 20 seconds left. This is so tight.
Maybe a game 7 coming if the club have anything to do with it. Going high, but Daniel, he already shuts off that avenue. Misses that pass over towards Arsenal. KV1 clearing out of the side. Death's door now for Rettles. Sees Arsenal up. Arsenal to shoot. Does end up going high. KV1 defending that backboard. That has been their error so far.
A massive amount of pre-jumps, making it so difficult to decide where to put the pass in. Everyone's up in the sky as soon as somebody gets the touch and gets the ball. That kickoff. Oh my goodness, almost a response and a return of some nightmares from Spring there from the Space Station kickoff.
Crumbs, that was close. First 10 seconds is action-packed with a boom to tick us into the 12th and 13th. Into the center, that ball going high with KV1 receiving. Only 40 boost, can catch up with it, but Daniel just waiting. The final touch does manage to get it past him. Arsenal on that side wall. Brilliant backboard defense from Space Station so far.
These late nudges over the top from the club. It's not quite an air dribble, it's just a late tap, a flick over the top of the defender. It's been pretty effective. Space Station Gaming is struggling to read them, and it's all from that touch from KV1 earlier that this attack begins. Space Station Gaming do manage to get it away with a flick from Arsenal. A pretty boostless effort. Can't do too much with it, and Lost get the next touch. Daniel's missed it. He's missed a couple on the backboard and the both backboards in the last little while.
But does manage to, you know, whip round immediately.
No way.
Get those demo. Daniel! You are gross, mate.
Who needs backboard play? Who needs the ball, Stumpy? Who needs to hit the ball? Just tap it towards their goal from your own goal line and demolish everybody in front of your path. Space Station Gaming, they're improvisers, they are creators, they are creatives, and they've managed to get themselves 1-0 in this best of 7 twist.
I love it when you see Daniel just evolve into Laniel.
Yeah,
it's like
that was the moment.
Yeah, he just does it like, oh yeah, you know what, I can do that. Rettles Chrome and Arsenal all heading over towards the side of the club, who put up a fantastic effort. They got 2 games against Space Station Gaming, one of the best teams in North America. Just ultimately let down by their performance all the way back in fall, not being able to secure any of those points. Hence, they are here in the wild card right now. But look, that's a great start for Space Station, going 1-0. 2 more against terrifying teams, no doubt, and that's going to be them through into our top 16. We say goodbye to 8 of the teams, but I'm so impressed with the club. I'm so happy seeing, you know, all of these competitive players and seeing Daniel just demolish him out of the way at every opportunity that he's got.
I mean, the fact that they only lost 4-2 to the club, and there were a couple of overtimes in that series as well, incredibly close. I'd say Space Station Gaming, you know, they did look like the better team. I'm not surprised to see them win this. It's not like Space Station Gaming were lucky to get out of that one alive by any means, but the club, you know, they're doing themselves proud, and South American teams continue to do their region proud.
Yeah, they do. Like, seeing South America compete against their North American brothers, rivals, as pretty much all brothers are, is wonderful. That was it, though, for the club versus Space Station Gaming. After the break, we have got Europe taking to the stage. It is Carmine Corp versus 01 Esports.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Make a misplay or miss a touch or something, and you can get right back into the game. But Then you have a slow floater of a ball go over your head in the top right, and you're like, we're down 2. And then the kickoff happens, and you give up a second one. It's like, okay, game 3's chalked. Just like that.
I'm trying to remember because this kind of series is a bit homogenous. It's all coming together. Have we seen Gladiators score yet?
No. Yes. One time. 53 seconds, game 1. Max Hugh.
All right. Well, at least you have that going for you.
I'm glad I wrote that down.
It's all blending together right now because Dignitas are just, it's tough. For Gladiators, this is certainly a matchup that maybe didn't favor them mechanically, speed of play for sure, and they've tried to make adjustments. They really have. But they are running into the old esports adage of we're playing a team that's clearly better than us, and right now we have no answer. They're getting absolutely dumpstered on.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just better, and there's actually a little wry smile from apparently Jack for once. It's like, yeah, we're winning. This is tough, though. I mean,
this is a confidence win for Dig. Like, they're going to ride this forever.
It's like, if I think Dignitas, if you're thinking, guys, we need to go back to basics here, and, like, you play a tight series against Gladiators, you might, oh, boy. That's okay, that was essentially the same play that they did on that kickoff out to the side, but this time they did it in the air.
I mean, it's the exact same without the demo. It's just you beat the back line. And 6-0 yet again. We've seen that score line before. Could it be 7? You'd think mathematically you have a pretty good average here.
I learned go back to basics, too. If I said I'm going to focus on the basics of Rocket League and I want every game 5-1, 6-0, I would never do anything different ever again. I think a confidence win is the right way to put that, Spaceman.
Yep. I mean, clearly they could win this series with mechanics. They could win it with just team play alone. But again, our opening 2 rosters in Optic Gaming and Dignitas have not looked pushed to the limit. Very much in cruise control to start today, which for both those squads is a huge relief mentally, as you wanted them, for the respective fan bases, to come out with that cadence and that composure.
Yeah, certainly any early struggles from those 2 rosters would have been cause for concern.
Sure.
And Gladiators right now, this one, you really do, and now they're going to do it the same way, but this kind go up the right side of the pitch. All right, 7-0. Whenever you guys are ready, you can just drive it up the side wall and air dribble back and forth for 30 seconds. We don't need another one.
Yeah, we could hit skip, go to the next game. It's okay. I think at this point, the message has been sent, but there's time on the clock. There are certainly seconds that exist. The integers are there.
For the sake of the sanctity of the per 5-minute stat category, we have to reach 0-0.
We have to, because Direct will not allow it any other way. And Brazil is possible. Gladiators finally get something, and it is something. It is a gold nonetheless.
The triple jump, and they just throw themselves at apparently Jack.
They can't block all of us.
Apparently Jack's like, I can't dodge 2 demoers and make a save, guys. It's not fair. That was amazing.
Well, Gladiators has Dig right where they want him. Yeah. But this is a game 3 all the way of Dignitas. A 3-0 series lead about to come up on your screen. And with that series point, 1 game away from another sweep here on the B stream.
1 game away, but anything can happen at this point. Even, okay.
Oh.
All right. Off the post.
Who
That's
missed?
Fine.
Who was it?
I bet it was Appjack. He's like, my bad. But either way, that was about as hard of a beatdown as you can see in Rocket League at this stage of the game.
That was a game.
Maybe back in the old day, you'd see like a 10-1 or something. Flip side play somebody, but this was, what is this, 7-14 again? Hey, this time 5. That's more than 1.
Last time we checked, that is absolutely correct. I mean, you're happy that there is an improvement, but also a little sad that, unfortunately, in this instance, there just hasn't been much.
And again, it was 1-0 up to 2:18 on the clock.
Yeah.
So in 2 minutes, they put on 6 more. It's like, talk about a game absolutely just falling off the rails and just being a complete write-off. It's just like, okay, like even if they're still sitting here and having to play defense and it's really looking tough for them to find possession and move up the pitch, at least they're within 1 and they just be like, nope, never mind. We just lose here.
And I think the interesting thing looking at Dig's face cams for the majority of that game, outside of a couple of smiles, which certainly existed, it has been quiet. It's been calm. Like, they're just another day in the office.
Space Station taking on the Club. The most exciting match of the event so far, but this one gonna go the way of Space Station.
And look, and you got a guy like Laniel tuned up in the first match of this World Championship. Nothing can go wrong for Space Station. That was a tough matchup. In the Club, they put up a valiant fight there. But Reddles with the double tap overtime goal. Yeah. Daniel with the double tap overtime goal.
SSG not clutch.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't you come for me. I did not say that.
I got an inkling that the Club can win.
I did, and they played well.
To be fair, teammates, it was 3 overtimes, right? I mean, those can go either way. But
I said upset, meaning Space Station was favored. So. That's right. Back down, buddy.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights, James. Again, we were talking about those double tap goals. There was quite a few stylish moments.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I was impressed by both teams. I think you got to keep your eyes out for both of these teams in this wild card phase. The Club, impressive, and I think it just shows you that South America really is a deep region.
In all seriousness, you're actually correctly 100% on the mark, James. South America, they're really solid. The Club, they lost 4-3 game 1. What is that? Another OT game 6 off of Daniel that's kind of rolling with the ball, still going supersonic, somehow getting a demo. Like, these games were tight. That could have easily have gone 7. Yeah. Like, nice display of mechanics on both sides. And if the Club, such as goals like that, if they cleaned up a little bit of those defensive errors, you might see the Club on top of SSG started up 0-1.
One thing we didn't really talk about before this match was the Club's record against Furia, a team that no one is underestimated at this point. Everyone is giving full respect to. They go even with them so often, going to Game 7 over and over and over again. I think in the last regional, they played 21 games against Furia. That's 3 series. All of them went to Game 7, ultimately losing the matches, but still, such a strong team. And we heard Reynolds saying it, like, we only lose to the teams that make it to the finals in the previous events. We're seeing how strong they are here. If anything, my big takeaway here, James, is just how strong the Club was.
Oh, certainly. And I mean, in a format like this, and even just with how this entire year, it's an open format. Any team can make it to this point. These are truly the best teams out there. And I think when you're looking at a region like South America, you're looking at MENA now. Rocket League's been out long enough to where we're really starting to find the cream of the crop. And these guys from all around the world, these players, they truly are impressive. And you saw that in the Club. You could see, I mean, one of those overtime games goes the other way. SSG might have been taking the L.
And just one more point there. I mean, this is another South American team that I think has been impressive. I mean, Space Station is not an easy team to play against, just
especially
plain and simple, especially on LAN. And for Club to do what they did here today, I think they should be really proud and take this as at least a motivational W for them to go forward and say, look, we played Space Station quite closely.
Yeah, man, I think this is a frustration for any of the other teams going 0-1 in this event.
Sure.
The Club is down there in that 0-1 Club. Someone's going to draw that and be like, come on, we got to play those guys now?
Give me a break.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at the schedule of what is coming up here on our stream, and we'll keep you guys updated on the action across the board there. Pioneers and Veloce waiting at the end of the day. K-Corp versus 01 Esports, going to be the next match here on the main stage. We saw there's other matches happening on the B stream as well. Make sure you got both streams up, twitch.tv/RLEsports. But Carmine Corp, we saw them in a crazy situation. Wonderful stories at the end of London for that team. 01 Esports here making a Worlds debut.
I can see the K-Corp, I can see Kometo stream right now. Every time I watch party, they're actually so on the blue wall. It's loud, but the pickup of Noli to join alongside Itachi and Atros completely shifted their season. They were always in the running a little bit, but once they added Noli, it was a different level.
Man, I'm so excited to see how they play here and how they have adjusted since London. Let's meet Carmine Corp.
Being in RLCS in Dallas feels amazing because World Championship is always the first target you want to achieve. For the team, it's actually big because we had a rough start of the season, then we still made it, so it's so big. So the goal for the team is just making it to the final one and winning it. We've been training every day to make it happen, so let's just put all the effort in the field and it should work.
Flip reset, CRR swatted that away, and Nolly now up the ladder from the heavens, trying to swing one down, and he's got it!
Version 1 are poking through, but maybe Itachi, can he put something on target? He flicked it over!
So for the haters, many people doing the same saying that we won't be in Dallas, you're not good enough to be in Dallas. Look where I'm standing. I think we are in Dallas. Teams should fear us because we're pretty unpredictable and we don't really have nerves when we play on stage. Of course, we're here to win. We wouldn't be here if we didn't want to win. We just want to stand on the stage and destroy everyone.
The thing that impacted me the most out of that story there, James, is it sounds like Karmine Corp, all they care about is winning the entire thing. For them, the success at Worlds is only hoisting the trophy.
And I think that's a brilliant mentality. And you even, heard Astral talking about how they've got the mental on the stage. And I believe it. I mean, I had my doubts about this team. I was one of the people who had high expectations for Karmine Corp coming into the year, and they kind of failed to deliver that on that expectation. Yep. But Astral's right. They are here. They are ready to play, and they, especially in London, impressed.
There really hasn't been any issues for Astral, especially in terms of mentality. I know a lot of people have been harping on it for the past year or so. Once they added Noli, Itachi's been playing well, and Astral has stepped it up, and now he's really fully blossoming into a top player in the world.
That's the main point, is it feels like they're peaking. When they were at the Spring Major, that was probably some of the best Karmine Corp Rocket League that we've seen. The question for me really is, can they carry that over here into the World Championship?
Yeah, no, and it's led by Astral, a player who we've seen come into the scene as a rookie, and now here leading a team, doing the interviews, James. I mean, it's so cool to have seen him glow up like this and really become a formidable force.
And Astral was one of those players who was doing mechanics that I saw for the first time in tournaments, like jumping upside down, using his jump to get back down to the ground quicker so he could take the shot. Astral was a pioneer, and he was so mechanically gifted when he busted out onto the scene, and he's still playing at an incredibly high level, and you cannot doubt him or Karmine Corp. These guys are here to play, and they've got a chance to make the whole run, especially after witnessing London. They've got what it takes.
And I feel like it's not often that we see the player that is the mechanical star of the roster also take on the mantle of being team captain. So what a lineup they've got there from Karmine Corp. But on the other side, we've met one team from MENA before. It's time to meet the other one here. It's O1 Esports.
اسمي فهد، اسمي باللعبة زيزونكس. اني اكون الثيرد بلاير، اني اكون ورا بالدفاع افضل مكان. اهم حدث في حياتي، مهمة جدا اللعبة، تنسيق جدا للبطولة وان شاء الله نسويها. بقول ان شاء الله مع الخبرة نقدر نوصل أعلى المكانات، وإن أنا اللي أقود فريقي ونفرحهم إن شاء الله. أنا سعيد جدا، وإن شاء الله نقدر نسويها، ناخذ الوضع.
We know how strong the Saudi Arabian teams are here, but you heard it all over the interview there. I think the biggest enemy here for Zizonix and his crew is going to be the emotions, the nerves of playing on this huge stage.
Right, they're finally here at the World Championship. Saudi Arabia and the whole MENA region have been watching NANEU for all this time, still preparing, still practicing, when a lot of people wouldn't. But they always believed that they could be here playing on the RLCS stage, and now it's finally actually come to fruition.
And I think more and more people are talking about MENA, even outside of MENA, right? Because I think everyone in MENA knew how great their players were, but they've come onto the scene now. And just like really the last year, it feels like, of just that visualization of seeing how good they are to the masses of the Rocket League fans. And I don't think anyone's going to count out any of the MENA teams here.
And it's important to remember, this team wouldn't have been here if it weren't for the Falcons playing so well and securing that extra spot. To think that, out of nowhere, MENA has come out and produced such great talent. And this is a talented team. If you haven't been paying attention to some international events, these guys have played against Dignitas on the international
stage. Beating Dignitas, beating Renegades.
They are a serious threat. If this is your first time seeing this team, don't assume that, these new team, new region, they're going to struggle. These are true competitors that I think could give KC Corp a run for their money and take them down.
I mean, the Falcons really did cement MENA on the map over the last two majors, over the course of this season here. And while they are strong, we have seen oftentimes we'll be like, the champion of a region, they're playing up against their own region there. It's just that one team, right? No, not at all in this situation. So we will see Karmine Corp versus O1 Esports here for our third match on the mainstream. You can take a look at some of the stats from the two teams that they put up in their respective regions. And honestly, a 56% win rate in a region that includes Falcon Esports. Pretty solid here, James.
It certainly is. And I mean, the Falcons are no slouch. Like, the competition in MENA is immense. And I think for Karmine Corp, one reservation I have with that team sometimes is defensively. I think they get a little bit lost. I think they tend to inch up a little bit too far. And a team like 0-1, they're going to punish that. If Karmine Corp, if they don't get their rotations under control and have comms in place, this could get out of control.
Well, let's see what the fans think at home. I want to see what you guys are thinking with the fan vote. The Verizon fan vote in chat. Use hashtag KC, hashtag 01, depending on which way you want to go. And Crowley, we'll start with you here. How are you feeling about this matchup? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I want to build off of what James was saying there. I am a little minorly concerned about KC, just because when you look at Munich teams as a whole, the challenge game is something that goes in their favor in a lot of their series. And I feel like that was something that KC had going for them against teams like Version 1. I know they lost that series at Spring Major, but that was a series that they got, or that was a type of gameplay that they got going against some of the NA teams. I don't think they're going to get away with it here against 0-1. But I'm still going to go with KC, but I think it's going to be a tight series.
All right, James?
Yeah, I've doubted K-Corp before. You know, I came on first touch. I said I really don't believe too much in this team. I'm just going to have to wait and see. And then London happened. I feel like, of course, K-Corp, like, of course. But I think we're going to see an upset here. I'm going to go 0-1. I truly think they will be able to take down K-Corp. What are you looking like that for, teammates?
He did this to me too. I don't know why he does this.
Yeah, because y'all just have the most blasphemous takes. Listen, I'm gonna keep it nice and simple. K-Corp 0-1 has proved nothing in terms of 3. I understand they had a little Gamers 8
this
anomaly. The Gamers 8 anomaly, but all CS in spring, they barely get past the lower round bracket, round 3 or something like that. That's why they lost twice, Region 2 and Region 3 to a team called Miracle Makers.
So I assume there's a K-Corp prediction here. I think I'm also going to go K-Corp on this one, just the consistency and haven't seen them here before. But I don't think Furia appreciates you calling Gamers out an anomaly event. Let's see what the chat feels about this one at home. 69%. The wall is blue, folks. They show up in force here. We'll see who's able to take them. Can they prove us right? Can 01 Esports create the upset? Let's get down to the stage and find out. We've got K-Corp in the blue, 01 Esports in the orange, a best of 7. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox.
One team happy to be here, trying to do their region proud. Another team signed specifically for one purpose and one purpose only, to prove the doubters wrong and get the dub when all is said and done in just a week and a half's time here at the World Championship. K-Corp got a lot to prove here, and it feels like they're playing with a chip on their shoulder, Daz.
It does, because you already know 01 Esports, they're going to come out, and it's going to be I feel like how they come into this is, again, they're playing with something to prove. They want to show that, you know, they deserve to be in this position, and they're going to give their all here. For K-Corp, it's not an easy matchup, not at all.
Heard from Zazonic before the match. Calls himself the defender of this team. He's going to have to work overtime in this one to keep this high-octane K-Corp offense at bay. This is blocked downfield by Nolly. And Mawson just sky one up, try to play it towards the center. He's got options over there. Ams is waiting. This got through, and Ams still waiting patiently behind Mawson. He's going to be called into action as Itachi holds his ground, and Astral takes over. The teams continue to jockey for position in this opening minute. Nerves, I have to imagine, Daz, would be a bigger factor for 0-1, but they seem to have held their own.
I mean, you saw the interview from Zazonic as well. Like, the nerves were definitely there. But now it's time to get into game. You have to leave all that out there, especially when you want to have a good start here in the Swiss stage. Game 1, very important on both sides. We know, especially on the side of K-Corp, whenever they drop game 1, their win percentage goes down drastically. I mean, it's a 30% chance to win a series after they drop the first game. A great start for Karmine Corp is going to be crucial.
Both these teams, of course, putting a heavy emphasis on getting a great start as that pitch is in, and the defender, Zazonic, gets a little gift.
And look at that. You see some space there. Zazonic, a nice turn. Itachi tries to get a piece of the ball, but it's not the best challenge. Pinching your net, and we have our first goal of the series.
And so it's the squad from Mina that has the opening goal. K-Corp having to play from behind. Astral couldn't catch up with this. Zazonic's looking for another, and Itachi has to swipe that one away, and Am's gonna have a tough time with this ball out of the corner and just skies it where they're not. And K-Corp not able to make any contact. They leave an opportunity on the table, but 0-1 doesn't have a lot to work with. They're hemmed in their own zone, and it's only a matter of time. Itachi ties the game.
This is a good look here for Itachi. You can just see him just waiting to get involved. Astro just gets past the entire defense, leaves the net as open as possible, and Itachi making that count.
By a narrow margin, only 5 goals coming into this World Championship. Itachi, the leading scorer on the season for Karmine Corp. As the Zonics gonna sky one again out to midfield, and a little hesitation on the part of K-Corp, not quickly diving after that. A little bump from behind by Ams, and then he gets bumped in turn. That means he couldn't get onto that ball. If he did not get bumped there, this is a 2-1 game.
But you can see the physicality coming out here from 01 Esports, right? The fact that they are in front of K-Corp, they're looking for the bumps, they're trying to make them super uncomfortable. Again, this goes back to what the desk was talking about, how, again, this is not going to be something that's going to be a cakewalk for Karmine Corp. So far, they've been able to tie this game up, but 01 Esports do not seem fazed by the response.
K-Corp can be susceptible to demolitions, and this is actually a pretty favorable matchup for 01. They average more than a demo per game than K-Corp did during the regular season. Ams out of the corner. Nothing doing there, still trying to nudge the defenders from behind. Now it's Itachi. Nothing developing there at all for Karmine Corp. A lot of balls just kind of hopelessly thrown into a space, hoping maybe somebody might be able to run onto one. Not a lot of purpose behind some of these passes, as everybody all jammed up there for 01. They do clear the zone, and the spacing for them probably, Daz, could be a little bit better as well.
Yeah, I mean, as you see Astro there, Astro's gonna catch him out. Beautiful work from the Belgian as he gets the lead for K-Corp.
It's almost like K-Corp was just lulling them to sleep, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, by the way, Astro still got his flip. Caught him off guard. 2-1 now the lead for K-Corp. This one kind of had circled when we looked at the docket of matches between the two streams. Like, you know what, if there's potential for an upset, potential for kind of an eye-opening experience, this might be the one, especially where, you know, 01, they kind of faded down the stretch in their region, but they had a couple really positive showings in postseason events, I guess you could say, in between the spring split and now this World Championship. They go top 8 in Gamers 8. They go to the finals of another event in the MENA region. That certainly had to get their confidence back. They are playing with no fear at all here as we go to the final minute in Game 1 against K-Corp.
Yeah, great stuff there, at least from 01 to be able to get in front of that, get a good shot. Well, the shot could have been actually a lot better. I mean, the opportunity, though, to present itself is one thing, and they gotta finish. Meanwhile, Astro looking to finish again! Astro gives K-Corp a 2-goal lead.
So you can have all the confidence in the world, and it doesn't matter if you can't stop this guy. Nolly sets him up, and Astral finishes the job. 2-goal lead now with 44 seconds. The only thing now the 01 can kind of hang their hat on here is no lead is safe at this level.
Not at all. Meanwhile, you see Astro once again in the air. You have to not, I mean, you can't let this guy warm up.
That might be safe.
You can't let this guy warm up. Astro having a game here. Look at that carry, gets the flip reset, and the defense just can't get back in time. Astro, oh my goodness.
A natural hat trick for Astro. Now he scored the last 3 now for KC, and you have to imagine that will put Game 1 away. And it brings us back to what we talked about a moment ago, Daz, right at the start of this game. Game 1 being so important. Neither of these teams have been particularly successful after dropping the first game in a series. And that's going to be the task ahead now for 01 as they will start this match 0-1. As Mawson just got to Nolly there. The final 10 seconds will tick down. We'll see if 01 can at least get one more goal just to see the ball go into the net and get a little forward momentum going into Game 2. K-Corp not interested at all. We've talked about teams being machines in the past, but K-Corp is an actual machine. There just seems to be no emotion on that side.
I mean, you talk about a machine, that's like the Astro machine right now. Astro with so much space into the air, being able to just be comfortable on the field. And we've seen Astro pick apart defenses, even with the first goal scored by Itachi. Astro gets it past 3. Then next thing you know, once he feels like he's comfortable on that mechanical side, he just takes to the skies. And it's been really tough for 01 to, you know, just get involved and stop that. He's like a fly in the air. It's just so annoying for them.
Both of these teams finished 270 points clear of the team that just finished outside of a spot here at the wild card. Of course, for 0-1 in their region, there was kind of a one-man show. It was Sandrock / Team Falcons all season long. They go 9 for 9 in their region, so everybody else just kind of fighting for second place in all of these regionals, and 0-1 got there a couple of times. Best finish for K-Corp in their region the entire season, 3rd place, and it came right near the end.
Exactly, and now you got to think K-Corp is a team that constantly is ramping up, constantly just trying to get that better and better placements, as this team has been through, I'd say, a roller coaster of a season. And, you know, they start strong, kind of fall off towards the middle, and then now towards the end, I mean, we saw them at the London Major. They even said on the desk, it was the best that team has looked. And they want to continue to play at that level, get out of wild card, get to the main event. But they have to start here, getting past 0-1 Esports, who have been a formidable foe, at least for the first half of game 1. We'll see if they can come up with an adjustment here.
The K-Corp squad we saw after they had the big introduction, after they got signed, they put them out right in front of all their fans and said, this is our team, and they had such high hopes. They went and won the We Play preseason event, and then, as you mentioned, completely fell off until this spring split. They've been revitalized, and now, here at the World Championship, yes, having to play through the wild card, but they were able to pick their opponent. They chose 0-1, and so far it's working out thanks to this guy right here who just missed over the crossbar.
Still a close shot though, and look, Astral's not done. Picks up some boost, gets a flip, tries to put it under. Almost a follow-up there from Itachi, but Itachi instead will bring this back to Noli, and K-Corp will start all over again. The offense is just like a machine at this point. Another goal as they kick off game 2.
What a win by Nolly in the air, getting his first goal of the series, and starting it off in game 2 on Aquadome for Carmine Corp. 4 unanswered goals now for K-Corp. And actually, no, make that 5 unanswered for K-Corp. It was Itachi that tied the game after conceding the opening goal to Zazonix. Since then, it's been all Carmine Corp. Austin trying to do something about that, going underneath Nolly. Zazonix coming in from behind. Now Ams blocked by Itachi. And Astral also blocks the follow-up. And he kind of had to do that in the blind. An impressive defensive stop, just feeling the pressure there.
You can see some of the drives, though, from 0-1. The way that they were able to just get, the speed to the challenges, right? They've been able to outbeat K-Corp on some of them, but it's not necessarily consistent with all 3 members, so then these challenges start to fall apart. They're a very fast team, and they're able to, honestly, compete in terms of some of these 50s that we're seeing with K-Corp, but when it comes down to those final shots, they're playing so fast that those shots are losing accuracy.
0-1 having to call upon the experience they got just a couple of weeks ago in Riyadh, playing against other teams from around the world. They went 8-6 in the 3v3 portion of Gamers 8. As Astral bringing this to the side. Indirect, nobody else there to retrieve it. Here's Nolly. Not a lot in the tank, but enough to get by 1. Mawson is there, but Ams kind of tied up with Itachi. And another dunk from Astral makes it 2-0.
That's a really good challenge from Astral. I mean, you see again that double commit. This looks like a strong clear from Zazonix happening, but Astral with the read, top right corner. It's just a great start here for K-Corp. Up by 2, halfway through this game. Everything seems to be working for them.
I believe it was one of Nolly's former teammates, Zenses, that would wear the Dunk Master title. Mawson getting a big win here out of the kickoff. 0-1, getting the great equalizer. Gets him back within 1 at least, right at the halfway mark.
I mean, but that's still, for Mawson, that's still a really good cheat up. He drives all the way around the defense, catches K-Corp out, just a little bit too aggressive on the cheat play. And now, another kickoff in favor. That's a good beat. Does he have the double? Does he get the drop? Zazonix able to get there for the tie.
How about Zazonix being incredibly aggressive? Austin, that's a great read by Itachi. Put himself in the only spot that he really could do anything with it. And then Zazonix right there reading that as well. right place, right time. Deuce is wild here in game 2.
And that's what I'm saying. It's the speed here from 0-1. Like the fact that they know, okay, I can go all in, I can make the challenge there, and another save needed by Itachi on the goal line. You're starting to see a momentum shift here on Aqua Dome. Noli downfield, has Itachi, goes for the shot, but it's a great save from Mosin.
That one saved away because it wasn't Astral who's just got the Midas touch, but this one does roll across. Now Noli for Itachi, and it's so tough to defend K-Corp when they've got options like that in the air. You don't know who's the decoy, who's actually taking the shot. Now it's Zonics, nothing in the tank. Moslin beat to the corner boost as well. Astral making sure to get boost and balls, so Moslin has to go all the way across, and Itachi kept that away from him. Making 0-1
demo
burn a lot of their boost again, but it doesn't work. Oh, it does! What a save!
Noli gets the squishy save out. Great stop there. Again, you saw the demo. There was a smoke screen. Everything was set up for 0-1. It was great work with Moslin as well, but again, unable to score on that drive. K-Corp's defense can be so strong at times.
One stat that doesn't get tracked nearly as often as it should is bumps. We always see the demo stats, and those look however they look during a series. But the bumps from K-Corp have been so timely, disrupting 0-1's efforts. As Itachi just got a piece of that effort from AMS. Astral is going to pop it away and stay with the play. Only AMS to beat, and he can't beat him. AMS up to the task against a very formidable foe. Itachi now put his body in the way, but a good clear.
Yeah, good clear. I mean, you see how early Astral's up for that too. Carmine Corp just wanting to turn that around as quickly as possible. Some good 50s, and they're forcing 0-1 to play this kind of from behind, just in the midfield though. No shots really coming on. This one from Itachi does, but double commit on the goal line, making sure that one's not in. We got 20 seconds left. This is a much better game here from 0-1 Esports. Can they force overtime though, as Carmine Corp has been bearing down on them. There's the pass, Noli top right, no! It's off the crossbar.
Gotta have those. You're not gonna get many more opportunities like that as this goes harmlessly across. Itachi trying to stay with this play. Set it up for Astral. Blocked away from over the crossbar. Mostyn's gonna bring this down to ground, and they're gonna play for overtime and get there.
Overtime in game 2. 0-1 Esports, my goodness. The speed at the second half of this game has been great. That 50 huge for Zonics. He has to be careful as Astral wanted to put that in, goes off the ceiling, gets another touch, has the boost. He's just trying to be as annoying as possible on that back wall.
Mission accomplished. The first 15 seconds really was the Astral show, but now here's Moslin trying to get around Astral. He has, but Noli's right there. Good team defense out of Carmine Corp.
Oh!
Now Noli was in the way. Itachi's there to follow it up, and they go less than 30 seconds. K-Corp survives a scare in game 2.
I mean, this was a scare on both sides, right? Noli almost ended up blocking that shot. Thankfully, Itachi able to get the follow-up. Top right corner shot to put that one in, and yeah, they get that game, Stacks, but still, this series, it's getting closer. As time is going on, Carmine Corp, they get that one in overtime, but I think 0-1 are slowly starting to figure things out. Astral wasn't as dominant as he was in the first game, and it was really up to Itachi and Noli to be able to step up and kind of fill in those gaps that were made as Carmine Corp take that OT win.
One thing we haven't seen so far today, we haven't seen much of the timeouts that exist for all these best of 7s. 60 when all is said and done at the end of the World Championship. And we'll wonder if we'll see one soon at a 0-1. We're not going to see one here as we look at the Mobile One High Performance replay. And that's save from Noli, helping keep K-Corp alive in game 2. And then the absolute chaos in front. The Zonics couldn't do anything with that follow-up from Itachi.
16 shots.
Good grief.
16 shots to 6, Stack.
An endless barrage. It felt like K-Corp had the upper hand for the vast majority of that game, but there was just that stretch of about 45, 50 seconds where 0-1 pieced it together, and they did just enough to get to overtime. But now the next task is get over the hump and get a dub here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, even with those 16 shots, there was only 6 saves coming out from 0-1. So the question is, Carmine Corp, if the shooting gets a little bit better for them, I mean, this could be a walk in the park. But 0-1 have not made that easy as the games have gone on. Will this be a swing game for them? Game 3 on DFH on your screen.
One of the toughest tasks ahead of 0-1 here is sure maybe you do stop Astral. But then you still got to contend with Itachi, who is the team's leading scorer on the season. You still got to deal with Nolly, who, yes, his confidence could be shaken at some point if he misses another couple off the crossbar, but when he is on, K-Corp, a much different beast. Almost connected with Astral there, a near miss. And now the 0-1 squad has to break out in some kind of formation. They're still kind of bunched up. A little hesitation, maybe a communication breakdown as they try to take advantage of what K-Corp might be giving them. Itachi got bumped there, but there is Astral again. Nolly going after Zazonic, bumped him out of the way. Astral scores 1-0.
Beautiful bump there from Nolly downfield. Again, Astral with a lot of space. Nolly's looking at Zazonic. No, see you later. That's going in your net. I mean, it's a great heads-up play.
We talked about teams in the past that have these set roles where somebody is almost like a dedicated defender. That's not quite what Zazonic is, but when you kind of identify yourself as the defensive stalwart of the team, you kind of put a target on your chest, and everybody's going to be going after you, because if they can disrupt the primary defender, all of a sudden the whole defense turns to shambles, and that's kind of what happened there for 0-1.
Yeah, and 0-1 have a tough time. I mean, over the course of the season, like they're like the 6th in demos taken. So they definitely are no strangers to getting bumped, that's for sure. But look at this, pass to Nolly, almost able to find the back of the net with that play. It'll be Astral taking a chance at it, and it'll be 50'd out, and great clear from Boston is 0-1 trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. You see the bump, but that ends up turning it into a demo. Ams is the one taken out on that play. The K-Corp will have to take this from their own back wall.
This series started out so aggressive and so physical from 0-1. Hasn't been this case, but there's Ams with the double tap. Bang, bang, tie game.
Look at this. First off, the catch is great. Great first touch, has space, sees the defense, and uses that perfectly to line himself up double just off the bottom of the car there. And just like that, they are right back into this game.
For Carmine Corp, no lead has felt really secure until the very end of game 1 when Astral single-handedly took the game over. There he is on the defensive effort, leaving that for Nolly. Not a lot of the tank, but enough to at least threaten. Here's Astral trying to finish the play. Mawson falls down to the backboard and stays with that play, more importantly, to stop Itachi. See Ams ahead, looking for the demo, but not finding one. And that leaves them susceptible to the counterattack. Still dangerous as Ams sweeps it away.
Close chance there. Good on 0-1 to be able to stop that. But you can see just things getting a little tangled up. Here's Nolly. Plays that high. It's over to Zonix off the crossbar. And no follow-up from K-Corp. And things just slowly start to fall down. We have 2 minutes, 15 seconds left in this game. Maybe a chance here. Nolly tries to drop it down, but just a little off target.
One of the teams that has probably had the least preparation for this event. Delayed getting here with their flight. They look like a team that has had plenty of practice as they continue to hold their own against K-Corp, but sometimes something like that happens. Nolly just has this shootout like a cannon, and there's nothing 0-1 could do.
I mean, it's a heater of a pass, and I mean, he matched that energy with the shot. You see Ams just barely out of boost there. He gets 12 for it, he makes the save. Nolly called him out at the perfect time. K-Corp with the lead. They're looking to put this on match point. They got to be careful, 0-1. They'll still play this one down to the last second.
K-Corp doing just enough to secure victories and stay in front of 0-1. Ams just keep that to the backboard. Astral always at or near the target as Mawson tries to break free. Nolly and Astral coming right back in your house, and Zazonic there for the save. They didn't bump him this time, and he's kind of staying out of the way. Got a piece of Itachi there, it looked like, but still dangerous, and sent away again. A little disruption on the part of 0-1's defense, but they do not have much of the tank. Only Mawson with any boost at all. Itachi's shot is blocked away, and that could give 0-1 a chance to get boosted up. If they can find any pads in their corners, that one's saved away as well. Another opportunity. This is still dangerous for Itachi, and still denied. 0-1 finally gets some boost. Get a demo on Nolly. That relieves the pressure. Final minute here, and they can finally start to turn this back into offense.
45 seconds. 0-1 in their own back end, struggling to get out. It's been K-Corp, non-stop pressure. You see how this clear works? Lots of space being given here in the midfield. AMS trying to work through that corner play. But as time ticks down, 0-1 are going to have to force the issue. They cannot afford to let this one get away from them.
Wondering when they're going to press that button and send the house. Here's an opportunity sent away by Nolly, and now Zazonix has to go all the way back. That was dangerous and close to the net. They didn't have a good read on that ball at all. Astral is there, and K-Corp 10 seconds away from getting on match point.
Yeah, you can see the misread, how much that affected the team. Zazonix couldn't get a read on it. Him and Monson go for the same ball, and it's an easy shot for Astral. You can see a couple smiles on the face, too, of K-Corp. It feels like they got things under control. 10 seconds left, and they're going to end up putting this one on match point.
6 goals in the series out of Astral. 0-1 need a goal right now to give themselves a shot at a kickoff goal. It's not going to happen. And now the task in front of 0-1. Look, coming back from dropping the first game, already a tough task for either of these teams. But now they are staring down a 3-0 K-Corp advantage.
Yeah, it just feels like 0-1 has just had a tough time just finding their themselves. And honestly, in the series, it's just, when you look at the style, I mean, very aggressive in some of the drives, but sometimes that aggressiveness comes back to bite them. K-Corp have been so deadly on the counterattack. Those counterattack plays are consistently working out for them. And now, the way that this is looking is, I mean, it's just K-Corp in the driver's seat. They only need one more game.
The Mobile One high-performance replay showing that lone goal from AMS, and then Astral putting Game 3 away. And now 5 minutes away from a 1-0 start to Swiss. And I think that's kind of the overlooked aspect of this whole event. This first day is just the opening round of Swiss. There's still a long, long road ahead, made much shorter if you can start off 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, even though this is just day one, you know, these best of sevens, you gotta stay locked in. The moment you're not, that's when the other team takes full control, and it'll be a short series for you, but the tournament will still continue on.
Well,
First goal there for Zazonix, and 0-1 on the board.
Zazonix single-handedly, just a little bit slower on the kickoff, and it worked out perfectly. 0-1 knows what a reverse sweep looks like in a best of 7. It happened to them just about a week ago, losing to F16 in the finals of an event. As Nolly gets bumped away by AMS, and Mawson has to dribble around. It's only Itachi to beat. Nolly trying to catch up, and Itachi slowed things down enough that Astral and Nolly can get in on the defensive effort. Here goes AMS, though, playing with a lot of confidence, and Astral sends that away. The shot actually looked like it had kind of beaten the defense, but it did not beat the crossbar.
There's a great explosion of offense coming out from AMS. Just not enough there. Saw the defense able to save that one. That wasn't even on target, but still, 0-1. The way they were able to slow things down on that drive, you know, they were on the ground, they were forcing K-Corp to go up. That worked out really well from them. Ooh, even Boston now getting a bump on Noli, but Zazonix not able to get enough power on that flick. Follow-up shot from AMS is blocked away. Monster plays it high, it's gonna go straight down. Zazonix doesn't have the read. K-Corp on the counterattack, but AMS, they're so quickly as 0-1 still trying to keep up the pressure.
Very promising looking counterattack though from K-Corp, threatening to tie the game, and now Nolly trying to get back under control. There's Astral, just dribble right past Mawson, and it'll be Zazonix who has to try and slow down Itachi. K-Corp, a rare deficit in this series. This goes to the back wall, and Zazonix has it away as far as AMS. Now Mawson all the way across. 0-1 having to work as greater than the sum of their parts, trying to get everybody involved on both halves of the field. It has served them fairly well. It certainly got them to this point, but now they've got to get results out of it, as Nolly's going to send one away, and right there is Astral just ahead of the play. Nolly getting the demolition and boost steal as well. K-Corp in great position with Astral on the dribble, but he's not in a shooting position now, and AMS can, well, it looked like he was going to get this away and could not. But 0-1 weathers the storm, barely.
That's the biggest thing when you look at Carmine Corp. Even if you see someone with complete control of the ball, do not think that what they're going to do is going to be a shot attempt. Because again, this team has the highest assist percentage in the teams in the World Championship at 80% assists on their goals. knowing that, you have to know that, okay, these guys like to share the ball around a lot. Nothing, it can't be as it initially seems. As long as they're playing together, it's really hard to stop them.
They mentioned very briefly, talk about Astral and his public perception. Look, all the guy does is either score or help his teammates score. And he does both exceptionally well. Almost identical scoring and assist totals, but nothing on the defensive end can stop Mawson as he goes right through the defense of K-Corp like a hot knife through butter.
They weren't expecting the flip. They weren't expecting the flip, and now things are starting to change here a little bit. I mean, you see it. He brings it up off his own back wall. It's a beautiful play from Mawson. Now off the kickoff is Zazonix, able to get a bump. Doesn't even go for that. Leaves it for Ams. Ams on the dribble, gets it through, but not on target on that play. It just feels like a shift here as Itachi almost put that in his own net, had to recover really quickly. There's 2 minutes still left in this game, so we'll see if Carmine Corp can organize a response. But right now, they're getting outplayed.
Difference between a best of 5 and a best of 7. As that's off the post, all the momentum still belonging to 0-1 as they survive here and keep K-Corp scoreless. It's almost like the difference between running the 100 meter and the 200 meter. Not that I can speak from experience on either front. Just goes all the way across and should easily be sent away, though Astral was threatening to be a nuisance again. Mawson, wave dash, and Astral stays with this play. K-Corp not out of this at all. There's another shot coming on. Natachi in the way, trying to disrupt the defense. Nolly couldn't turn on this, and Ams will take this kind of slowly towards midfield. Almost like they want to hold possession and not give K-Corp many more opportunities.
It's a mix of that. It's also a mix of the fact that they just don't have any boost right now, Stacks. That one looks on target, but it's a good goal line save out. And Carmine Corp are hunting. They are looking for a way in. It's the final minute. They want to end this series. But even with low boost, even where there was like 24 boost total for that entire team, 0-1 Esports has done a great job of holding off K-Corp. They have to do it for 45 more seconds.
Finish line getting just a little bit further and further away for K-Corp, but a blistering shot sent away by Ams.
I felt the speed on that one. That was an incredible save. 30 seconds. It's still nothing here from Carmine Corp. They just haven't been able to break through. This is incredible defense from what we're seeing from 0-1. As even though they haven't moved upfield, it feels like they're perfectly comfortable blocking everything. A demo comes out, but still enough time bought here. And Astro will take to the skies. We'll try one more time. Has the flip, uses it, and it's in! Astro scores with 11 seconds left.
Nolly 3 shots. Itachi, I think, had 1. Astral hadn't had an official shot on target until this. Finally gets through. Unassisted, by the way, with 11 seconds left. And now a super important kickoff now for 0-1 Esports. Got to keep 0-1, or got to keep K-Corp at bay. Here's Astral again, high in the corner. And now Nolly is the last line of defense to try and keep this alive. It's Astral for Nolly, and Mawson sends it away, but not to the ground. Itachi waiting underneath, and it finally rolls down. 0-1 staves off relegation to the 0-1 bracket.
And what a way they were able to do it as well, Stacks. I mean, the start was good from them. They were able to get an early goal off the kickoff. And then, of course, you had the solo play that happened from Mawson a little bit later. Once they get that 2-goal lead, the only thing that was on their minds was stopping Carmine Corp. And boy, did they. I mean, we talked about the shot totals that we've seen over the course of this series. There was one game where K-Corp had 16. This game, they only had 5. And the way you saw those final minutes, you would think they would have put up double the 16 shots, the offensive pressure that they had. But that's exactly what 0-1 did. They limited them, and they limited those opportunities.
6 shots, only 1 save for K-Corp. I mean, 0-1 was all over the K-Corp net. And that has kind of been a problem for K-Corp. Sure, they don't allow a ton of shots, but the shots they allow, they often do find the target. And if 0-1 can get that confidence rolling and just start pulling the trigger and firing shot after shot, I don't know. K-Corp might be in just a little bit of trouble, but it's easy to panic from over here after just 1 game. These guys have been through the ringer more than a few times. Now we go to Wasteland, and another closeout opportunity for Carmine Corp. And Itachi will win the kickoff, or at least it looked like he had won the kickoff. Sazonix got there instead, and Nolly had to swat this ball away. Here comes the counterattack for K-Corp to start game 5.
It's a game of adjustments. We saw the adjustments from 0-1, but now K-Corp, after taking a loss there in the game that they were supposed to close this series out on, the question is, are they going to be able to bounce back? You would think very likely, but for 0-1, hey, they figured out how to stop them from putting on a lot of different shots. They figured out how to play past them with their individual performances. But Astral, it doesn't matter. He's going to force it through for the first goal.
He will drag his teammates kicking and screaming across the finish line if he must. There are just some times where Astral will just take charge, give him the ball, get out of the way. This is one of those series. He's got 7 goals now to lead all scorers. Make it 8.
Locked in. That's exactly what you expect from Astral. That individual performance means so much to him, means so much to his team as well, because even if he can't score, he ends up breaking apart the defense, and it makes it really easy for Itachi and Noli to follow up. Here he is again, 61 boost as he takes this to the wall, off the ceiling, but Monson quick to get into the air. They've seen him do that so many times, they want to shut it down. Can they stop Itachi? No! That one goes in, Carmine-Core up by 2.
Another of these threats that you have to contend with. Nolly, inch perfect pass for Itachi to go up and catch. 2-0 the lead for K-Corp. And we talked about 0-1 getting their momentum rolling. They score a couple goals in game 4. And you wonder, all right, is the tide turning? Well, now, is it a permanent turn back towards K-Corp? Or can 0-1 stop the bleeding? Nolly on the offensive effort again. Now Itachi high out of the corner. Astral didn't even bother going for it. He knew it was beat. He can steal some boost and help everybody get back in plenty of time. It just feels like K-Corp starting to establish almost a chokehold on this 5th and potentially final game of the series.
They're starting to see things settle down here. And even when 0-1 get the ball cleared out, it just goes right back in. Carmine-Core so effective on the transition. It's been tough for 0-1 to be able to stop them, but I mean, even then, they have been it's been a good match. I know there were a lot of people who were thinking this was super one-sided, and even in the scoreline it is a bit, but as the gameplay continues, you can see, again, it's just not as easy for Carmine-Core as a lot of people had, I guess, expected it to be following their spring major performance. They've had to work here. I think that's a good credit to 0-1 as, again, Sazonix in the midfield slowing things down, buying his team some time. Noli isn't going to be able to wrap around it halfway through this game. And K-Corp still in the lead by 2 as they are controlling the pace of play.
If anybody tries to tell us that this series was one-sided in any way, you go point at the scores. The only thing you could even call a blowout was game 1, where Astral single-handedly pulled K-Corp away at the end with 3 unanswered goals. 3-2, 3-1, 2-1, the scores over the last few games. 2-goal difference this time, almost 3, but Mawson's right there. Ams waiting on the ground as Mawson has to go up. Ams will take his shot to the backboard. Nolly not biting on that fake at all. And another opportunity for Mawson's going to be well wide. Nolly's going to deflect it out to the corner. And Nolly again, stealing pinch, got away, and Sazonix has it. 0-1, trying to find a weakness in the K-Corp defense, trying to find a crack in the blue wall, and there's none to be found.
Yeah, that's the real tough part. Here's a drop-down chance. Follow-up from Austin goes in.
As I said, none to be found whatsoever.
Look at this. Gets the demo, and after that, everything's just open. Astral and Noli both racing back as fast as possible. Caught out was Carmine-Core on that play. And now with 1:35, the question is up to 0-1 Esports. Can they battle back from this deficit? We haven't seen them do it yet. Now's the perfect time.
Can they stop Astral from pulling this back out of reach? Nolly, he gave it away, and Ams will score. 0-1 ties it.
What happened here? It's full control. Could have brought this up the wall. You see the first touch, and then next thing you know, it just all falls apart when it hits that back wall. And Ams, the aggression, perfectly placed, perfect time, and we're back tied up.
Right back where we started just a few minutes ago. Ams now trying to dance around. He got around Nolly, but Astral's right there. Couldn't get that out all the way to the corner, but Itachi will. And Zazonix has that go over him, but no danger as Ams gave up that corner boost to get this ball in the air, so Mawson will take it.
Oh my.
And he couldn't get to that ball. This will waterfall down and cleared away by Zazonix. Only Nolly to beat, and he's got to bring this all the way to the corner so he can get some boost himself.
It clears it away. Again, buying the team some time too, because the team was super low on boost on that play as well, Stacks. But now 0-1 with the ball. Mawson, we've seen him be able to, create some opportunities. You can tell that they also like to set up Ams. There's a lot of faith there in Ams' individual ability, as we see Ams on that back wall able to get a piece of the ball now. 30 seconds left, and at this point, we've seen Karmine Corp in these positions. When they have the boost, they have the ball, they can create plays, they can end series. Astral won't be able to do it. Itachi trying to get that one mid. He saw Noli on the wing. That's not enough. 0-1, making it really hard for K-Corp to score.
Time on the clock, irrelevant. K-Corp not panicking at all. Willing to make the selfless play. Will somebody take over and put this game out of reach? Astral got it at the end. It's Nolly's shot that might have K-Corp up for good.
And you saw Itachi go for the demo. You saw Mawson with the corner boost. It was an open look at the net. Noli to Astral for the finish. 4 seconds left. It's looking like this one could all be K-Corp, but we have seen these kickoffs go one way. Not able to get a piece of that. They went with the hard cheat, Stacks, and they got to keep this ball up, moving up the field. Mawson has to get a beat here, does beat out Noli. Am's able to keep this one in the air. This isn't going to hit the ground. Mawson has no boost, though. Gets the flick up high. Ams plays this off the sidewall. Follow-up chance off the backboard. There's the shot, but it's blocked out. Karmine Corp able to take that one.
Who better than Astral and Itachi right there to make the final stop, and a big sigh of relief as Karmine Corp gets a late goal. Sure, it goes to Astral. I think it's his 9th or 10th of the series. It was Nolly's shot, and how important is that too for Nolly after giving that ball away to Ams that tied it up? He gets the goal right back with 4 seconds left to put K-Corp up for good and push them across the finish line on Wasteland. And K-Corp 1-0 at the World Championship Wildcard. 0-1 drops to 0-1, and their task gets a little bit tougher now going into tomorrow and beyond.
It does, but I think they're happy to take this win. Karmine Corp winning 5. I mean, even 0-1, the way that they looked out there, very competitive, and they're not done yet. Of course, this was only a first-round matchup in Swiss. Now a lot of teams who are going to be playing them in the future are going to kind of see what they bring to the table, figure out what they need to do to try to shut them down. But I can see 0-1 still being a threat here in the Swiss stages. These teams are only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on. Still a great performance though from Karmine Corp, especially what we saw from both, Astral especially, Itachi with a lot of the follow-ups too. That team just, they kind of look similar to Spring.
Yeah, this is a team in Karmine Corp that they started out like a house on fire right at the start of the season. Even before the season, they looked like they were in World Championship form. And then I think somebody might have reminded them, yeah, it's a 9-month season, and they kind of slumped near the middle. But at the end, heating up at just the right time. Their incredible performance in London seems to be continuing now as they take care of business in round 1. We got one more match to go here in our opening round of action, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to go anywhere.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil. which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Not like that.
No.
I just heard the soul leave my co-commentator here.
Yeah, that's that one's a little bit heartbreaking there, especially considering skill steal. You kind of just got to leave the ball alone. You don't have a good angle. There's no need to dive at the ball there. All you're really doing is assisting version 1 and getting some extra power and putting it back center. And unfortunately, Pirates, you might have just assisted version 1 to the start of their first game, or excuse me, series here in a sweep. 80 seconds to go, 2 goals. It's technically possible, but for the Pirates who have struggled to hold on to defense at the cost of their offense, this could be a very risky ending to the series.
Oh, just a little bit too high on the approach over to the ball from skill steal. As Duff. Does he have the passing option on that side? Not quite. Is cleared. Skill steal. He doesn't quite realize that Torment was already chasing him. Did well with it anyway. 1 minute left. Can Pirates get to 5? I think if we were to ask most people how many goals they were going to score, I don't think many people would have said above 3.
No, definitely not.
This has been like an overperformance from Pirates. I want to see more of it. But 5 is just a really nice round number, and I really want that one there. What a save that is from Snowy.
Oh, that's what we like to see. Pirates, even in the closing moments here of this game, they are still giving it their all. They are taking this, honestly, I think like practice, and I think that's the big thing. Making sure to get adjusted to international play, making sure to get adjusted to what we said many times, the pace of play, the speed at which these players are just whipping it around the pitch. It's not, you know, the best series that they could have thrown, but dang, it's a really impressive performance. We have got to give them credit.
And hopefully that is credit that they will see from our viewers and from people that are being introduced to them. It is a region that has got their first opportunity. They have shown up for it, but they are against one of the tournament favorites, V1, looking every single step of it. They are going to take this in a sweep, and they move on to the 1-0 side of the bracket. As for the Pirates, they will wait to see who they were going to play against next.
I'm interested to see how the Pirates continue on from here. Again, 4 goals here is not a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination. The reality is that in their competitors in SSA, in Bravado, they were not able to get a goal till multiple games into the series. They come out the gates, get the first goal of the game. They keep it competitive the entire way through. And although version 1 take this one overall, this was not a bad showing from SSA by any stretch.
And another match ending here with a close call in certain circumstances, but ultimately K-Corp able to come out on top.
K-Corp, man, they really showed that they're here to stay. That London wasn't a fluke. Much people saying London wasn't a fluke. Astro's playing really consistent. Lonely still bringing that veteran presence, and then of course, everything being said, 0-1, they really did bring a kind of a little bit of a mix-up, a lot of overtimes, but they still need a little bit more experience in order to match up against the European giant.
We're seeing in these best of sevens that the newer regions, shall we say, are starting to get into these series and grow and learn as we go. We had it from Bravado earlier against Renegades, and now we've had it right here from 0-1. They stepped up, and the game they got, Johnny Boy was reminding us just before we came out that could be so important to do with seeding.
Which we've seen Swisses in the past in this season of RLCS, but almost always we're playing the entire Swiss in one day. Here, we're seeing the Swiss spread out over many days, which is only going to give these teams that are learning on the fly more time to adjust.
And that's part of what I was talking about when I did a few matches earlier on the B stream. Swiss brings a lot of good things for a lot of the newer regions who have that extra time. Like, yeah, even if you get off to a rough kind of start, you still have 3 whole games that you can at least play and make sure you have the time between each to prep, because it's not easy to generally prepare for a Swiss stage when you have to swap or randomly draw your next round, and when you play it all in one day, it can be pretty tough. So having that extra time to sit there and be like, okay, what definitely didn't work, what went well, it's a lot to ask, and that extra time could pay dividends.
Now, a lot of people are probably asking, why are we playing best of sevens for all these? Well, 1, it's the World Championship, and 2, this allows more parity to happen, because that's Wave, and of course, the brilliant Michael said over there,
What a brilliant Michael.
Thank you.
This allows more parity. It allows a team that go back to the drawing board tonight, check the replays, check more tape, and to be prepared for their next matchup rather than just jumping right into it. As we saw a lot in fall, when you just go back to back to back, that really messes with the team's momentum, their psyche. Now you get to take a breath, go to bed, and refocus the next day.
What they'll see, though, is Astral absolutely just dominating. We haven't seen him be at his best for a very long time. He got that ceiling goal, and I'm like, oh my god, that's the Astral that we were seeing.
That's why you said they were going to make World.
Yeah, man.
The other thing I feel like we saw in this match that we hadn't seen previously or seen for a long time was the amount of infield passing we saw from this team over and over again every game. I loved it.
Yeah, a lot of people, even a team like Dignitas, who was kind of struggling for a while, you talked to apparently Jack a while ago, he's like, we really want to go back to basics and make sure that we're executing on the stuff that should be executed on all the time. And a big part of that initial development of the meta was, okay, just get the ball into the middle because it's a lot harder to track. And falling back to a more routine and not necessarily elegant, but effective style is a good thing.
I think there's a wonderful elegance in infield passes. It's the fact that like we're in this era of the mechanical play of just take the ball in the air, figure it out after it happens. That's a very I don't know archaic way of approaching things, right?
Yeah, it's boring.
I have to know where my teammate is. We have to mind synced across the field in a split second. I loved it.
The chance of it backfiring as well. You do one wrong infield pass, and it can be a pass to your opponents, and then you concede an open goal. And it's like, that was the decision, wasn't it?
And that's what separates the great teams from the good teams.
That's right.
Well, we're going to separate one more great team from a good team here in round 1. They could both be great. We'll see. It's going to be a very close match. I'm very excited about it. Let's look at the schedule for what we have coming up here. Final match of the day on the primary stream. Pioneers going to be taking on Veloce. What a matchup and what a story here for many teams. I feel like for many fans, excuse me, who are familiar with Veloce. It's important to clarify who is on this roster.
Yeah, very different to the freaky days of old right now for Veloce. This is the new version of themselves, coming from the Middle East. Impressive Senzo and SMW. Such a brilliant team, and since bringing in Senzo, they have just elevated themselves. A man who does have LAN experience of his own, of course.
For sure. I believe we saw Senzo playing at the Fall Majors there in coming in
Shine.
and what a performance he was able to put up.
Shine. I understand they were SRG back then. Senzo, a lot of people were saying they didn't have a lot of pressure on him. That's why Senzo played the world. No. Senzo is an absolutely incredible player. And we're talking about passing. He's one of the best midfielders in the whole entire game, the whole entire world, in my estimation, before he played at LAN and then after.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's a force to be reckoned with, and he's going to be a leader here for a team, especially given that lane experience.
You'd certainly hope so. Otherwise, and I actually think that this one could be a little bit closer than maybe expected. I think part of me gives the edge over to Veloce, but a part of me says, I don't know. Those guys over on Pioneers have been looking better and better at every live event, so I think there's a lot to step up for SMW and Impressive to make sure that they're on that caliber.
It's an interesting battle as well, because OCE, for all this talk of emerging regions and how well they're doing, poor old OCE seem to be falling behind, and certainly the way that a lot of people talk about them, it's as if they are, but Pioneers are changing that. They are the new guard of OCE, and they're now going to have the new guard of the world in a Middle Eastern team. So it's a really interesting matchup in that regard.
I feel like it takes such brass to name yourself impressive. You have to preemptively look ahead and be like, this is what people are going to say about my gameplay.
I mean, it's impressive. And then you also got somebody on Fury called Kyle the Great One.
Yeah.
So, and we've seen how that's panned out for him. So impressive. I don't know. He might be following in the Great One's footsteps. But it is important to know that I don't believe that Veloce got here. Due to some airplane travel, you know, all that type of stuff that happens. I think they got here a little late. I don't think they really had time to really settle in Fort Worth and really get into the actual scrimming mode. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this matchup.
Well, we'll see Veloce playing for the first time here on the stage. On the other side of the world, it's the BDS, the bane of BDS, KC Pioneers.
And it feels great to play in front of Dallas, to play in the RLCS, especially because it's Worlds, it's just a big deal. And the audience, I know, is going to be amazing. Everything. We've been playing the whole season, months and months on end, half a year. The majors are good, but to win the World Championship is what you play for. I can feel the nerves. Everyone's a bit nervous, but everyone in the tournament is going to be nervous. You know, a big future ahead of us, and we're just playing with like an underdog mentality.
Made all the plays since then. His extra sense at high banana hit, he's the first one there. Look at the speed from Super Lucky.
We're here to win. Our preparations are better. Trying to use all the tools that we've been given by Pioneers. What I say to anyone that says we don't stand chances, you can have your own opinion, but we know that we can beat anyone.
2-0 now up against BDS in match point.
We're having an absolute party right now down there. Here goes Banana, and he's going to the ceiling. He's almost a mistake.
Just trying to find that consistency now, so yeah, we can definitely beat anyone. Bring it. We're ready for you. Thanks to those loyal people who support us, and we'll try and do you proud this tournament.
This team, they've earned some fans. They earned a lot of fans, I feel like, in London. Yeah, you can hear people here excited to watch them play.
I mean, I think over here, any team that can beat BDS and absolutely dominate them. I mean, listen to this. Absolutely loving it. The crowd fully behind them. These OCE teams, wherever they go, people just fall in love with them. And Pioneers are the latest in a line of popular Aussie teams. And they're not worried at all about having that on their back. They have, I mean this is a compliment, an arrogance to them. They are not scared at all.
I mean, yeah, when you're going up against CJ, I wouldn't be scared at all.
Well, you're going to get CJ, and have to go up against Monkey Moon and Seiko and be still confident, you know.
You got the MVP of the Oceania region, Banana Head himself, absolute monster of a player. You saw Coach Keller in the background. I don't know where his from is.
Look how relaxed they look. Yeah, I know.
I'm sure if Jorby was here, he'd have something to say about Banana Head. He'd be like, Banana Head's one of the best players in the world. He may not go that far.
Here's the thing. There were so many chants ready for Banana Head in London, and unfortunately they didn't quite make it to stand in front of that crowd. I feel like they got a good chance here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're already playing in front of a crowd right now.
That's
it's
true.
going to be filling up as we go along, so they've already gone one step further than they did in London. But yeah, we were going to swap every now and then for Banana Head. So yeah, maybe that'll happen over here.
I want to pose a question to all y'all. Was them beating BDS a fluke, yes or no?
At that time, I'm going to say no. BDS didn't look good.
I think they
should have beat them.
The way they beat them, it wouldn't happen again. But I think coming up against them and taking a series wasn't a fluke. You know, does that make sense? You see what I'm saying there? I think absolutely demolishing them and demotivating them and making them look pretty average. A fluke isn't the right word, but that's an anomaly.
I do feel like any team would have beaten BDS in that current state, but to sweep them is still an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing. I think it's right about like, okay, yeah, they play BDS like right now. I don't know if they beat them again, right? But like at the time, it's like, yeah.
Who knows, honestly, about BDS right now? We'll see. We don't get to talk about BDS for another week.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get to them later.
They're sitting out there right now. How they deal with Veloce, though, is going to be the question. As finally, we see the man of the crowd himself.
There we go.
Taking the stage. We'll get to see Scrub finally.
One of the two Scrubs that are here in this wildcard stage.
And one already got a win.
One already did get a win. The other one...
Stunning fashion.
Do you ever think about the fact that Scrub Killa, we just shortened his name to Scrub, and he becomes the thing that he promised to kill?
It's done.
I've debated this in my mind many times. Is he the killer of Scrubs? Is he the Scrub killer? Like, nobody knows. Is he a Scrub that kills? So many ways you can take his name, but enough about him, because it's about Pioneers and Scrub. This Scrub that's on this stage right now, starting next to, I mean, Banana Head, he was the MVP for a reason. He played so well even in London and throughout the OCE season. He's just the player that they turn to. He's a genuinely terrifying player.
Well, let's make some predictions here. Obviously, a strong lineup. A strong case can be made for either side, but how do you feel at home? Let us know in the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag VELO, hashtag KCP, depending on how you're feeling. And let's go down the line, starting with you, Achieves.
You know, I think I'm enough of a sucker for speed and pace, so I'm going to lean Veloce.
Okay.
I feel pretty good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fine. Boo it. I don't care.
The Pioneers fans are in the house, apparently.
I mean, I'm terrified of all these Pioneers fans, so I'm going to go for them. No, not because they booed Chiefs, and I'm scared of that. I do think that Pioneers, I was really impressed with them in London. The way they took down BDS, you can't go from that result to then this one and predict against them, in my opinion.
You know, some fans came up to me, and they said, why didn't you go with 0 in Esports last time? You're the biggest Falcons fan ever, slash Johnny Boy. You should be representing the region. I'm like, yeah, but Falcons went 9-9 for a reason. There's a reason there's Falcons and everybody else in that region. And I don't think it changes right here. KC or Pioneers, whatever you want to call them in the moment, they're going to shine. They're going to shine out. We got the jersey here looking absolutely clean. They're going to ball out. And you know why? Because Veloce are a little bit undermined right now. They came in a little late. They didn't have time to screw him. Casey's going to take advantage of that, beat him 4-2.
I do think that that's an important thing to bring up. You mentioned it earlier, the schedule that they're on. Yeah. Time changes, jet lag is a very big factor, especially when flying in like this. So I think that, but I do think this is the event that we were talking about earlier. Teams are ramping up. Teams are going to be continuing to adjust as they go on. I don't think Veloce win this match. I do think Pioneers are able to take this one down.
There you go, Wade.
That is not a statement about who Veloce is as a team in general. Watch out for them as this competition goes on. How's the people at home feeling? How are you in chat thinking about this one? Pretty split down the middle.
They know.
Now.
Wow. They know. They know it's close.
Veloce's got some fans there. So I'm excited to get into it. The last match of the day. And again, 2 regions here vying for competition. Vying to be a 1-0 team going into tomorrow. Veloce Esports taking on the Pioneers. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox.
We welcome you to the final match of the first day of Wildcard here at the World Championship. RLCS, joined by Turtle.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
the Baseman. Let's get into game 1.
Oh, the time has come, and this is probably going to be, in my opinion, the closest series we've seen and could potentially see all day. Obviously, the Pioneers, a worthy team, in my opinion, should be the #1 seed and are the best team coming out of Oceania. But on the other side, Veloce, they've got a lot more to prove here, Spaceman.
I mean, there's a lot looking at the table for Pioneers, looking at a 2-time spring regional champions, playing some of their better Rocket League guys of late. But the biggest task for them has been putting it all together in proof of concept for the squad on the biggest land.
Absolutely, and it's difficult to come out here, but you have the experience. You have somebody like Senzo who can provide that experience, calm you down if the nerves get to you.
You're going to need that playing with a sub for now, as Veloce will have impressive subbing in for Twiz. And for a lot of players coming in, you know, they're expecting maybe that uncharacteristic gameplay to be a deficit, but actually, Impressive has had some reps with the squad before, playing a majority of the games with this team, and it certainly could help as we get off the opening kickoff. So far, not much fanfare here in game 1, but a quick challenge through the corner could set up something nice for Veloce.
And they do have recent proper experience, like you're talking about with Impressive in Regional Event 3. They actually took down the Falcons in the upper bracket, which probably was the toughest loss I think we've seen out of Falcons the entire split, beating them 4-1. Very difficult one, but still ending up, on top. Veloce, that just proves what they can bring to the table, and that when it really matters, and they're up against a team with high mechanics, they can step up.
If you're going to get reps against one of the best teams in the world, that's certainly a way to do it, but early on, you are looking for a continuation as the offense pushes itself through the blue half. Another big clear off the back wall, and SMW, again, will kill this play as quickly as it starts. About 3:38 still to go in game 1. It's a long series.
Oh, good demo.
A best of 7, and when you're approaching these long stretches, Turtle, what's a key to victory for Veloce?
If you're talking about best of 7s, a lot of this unfortunately does come down to that mental game, and if you're drained a bit, you're jet lagged, that can really start to creep in and affect you in this long series. You know, you maybe lose the first 2 games, things start to trickle away, you lose energy, you lose that confidence, and the match slips away. So for me, you gotta stay confident there, Spaceman.
Already have a demo to open things up. Man advantage there for the moment. Back to even strength for both teams. Again, burn another minute, and we've traded possessions back and forth. Not a quick jab, but a couple of slow blows as this one goes towards the front of the box. Quickly challenged and denied, but now the pressure mounts. KCP trying to mount the assault. One towards the front, circling back out, and we'll have that island player rotate out for boost. So now you have resources in transition, but the counterattack begins, and Veloce looking for an opportunity.
There's plenty of early challenges from Veloce, which I'm loving. Seems like they can get up and get aggressive within the first few seconds of that initial touch out of Pioneers. And that's the key here, getting it in their face, making sure you're not giving away space.
Quick chips into corner traffic, but a breakaway chance now. Impressive trying to take it through the back wall. Might have a center around. Not a lot of bumps off that backboard. KCP have been looking very nice on their clears. And boost management is certainly here for the Pioneers. They'll try to cut it down towards the midfield. Banana Head will get it to Scrub. He'll take point for the moment. Carrying it back down. as Locke will take it. Up for one, can't get the reset, denied quickly.
Look at that early challenge from Impressive. That's what I'm talking about. Getting up, making sure you're denying any mechanical ability. And of course, the MVP, Banana Head, you want to get in front of him, and they're doing exactly that.
It's been a couple of quick cut downs, but not a lot that's progressed upfield. We are reading through some of these transitions, but either way for both teams, looking for that opening jab. Minute 53 to play with here. Long clear off the back where will help to open up the offense a little bit more. Everybody getting a sigh of relief as of now. We slow things down. Still fighting for possession for both teams, but Impressive flies in for the 50 and he will be successful for his efforts.
More challenges coming their way, but this is good space for Pioneers. What's Super Lucky gonna do? Goes off the backboard looking for a double tap, doesn't find the connection. They're back to the drawing board, winning challenges, still keeping possession.
Not a lot of shots for Veloce on the other side for Pioneers. A similar tune being sung, and for now, you are looking for the ground game to begin to open up. A lot of pop highs toward the backboard. Both teams handling that pressure quite well. Minute 20 to go. Banana Head trying to extend this play. We'll find the second touch. Never mind. Cut down quickly. And SMW trying to get it back to midfield.
Here's the thing. If Pioneers are going to be stuck in their own half, obviously they've managed to get out of it with those clears. And look at them controlling the pace. Super Lucky. That's some accuracy.
We've seen some overextensions from Scrub, but he's able to cut it down right back into the lane, puts it on a platter, and Super Lucky takes advantage of space. It was good defense from Veloce, better offense from Pioneers, recognizing the gap in the back line, an opportunity presents itself.
And the positioning wasn't horrible from Senzo on the goal line. Could have gotten a save, but that shot, it was far too accurate into the top corner. There's no hope for Veloce. They just have to go back and hope to get one goal, tie things up.
Seen a couple of teams struggle with the accuracy as starting today. Granted, it's only day one of the wild card, 2 weeks of action to go, but you have to think, with every goal that goes by, pressure mounts a little bit more on those shoulders. So far, it just has been a one-goal affair. Taking it back to the front of the box. Blue half now controlled by Veloce, trying to escape upfield with possession, but quickly an interception, and Pioneers denying the clean touch, but now a chance. And yet again, it's cut down.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Opportunity, SMW missed it. Right in front of the net, put back inside, and still no follow-up. A big chance wasted from Veloce.
And a latency from KCP, but they escape. And with that, they hold on to the one-goal lead. Senzo burning a lot of boost to circle it back through the midfield. He'll do so. And now we play it through the corner.
Here we go.
Jason Wing, you have members in front on the center, but again, it'll be a little bit too high off the backboard. Cut down and no extra follow-up from Veloce. They have the boost to be able to meet this ball, but they don't have the positioning in the moment.
You got the fake.
With a great fake. Is it going to roll in? Yeah, it probably will. It's a 2-0 lead for KCP.
Oh my word, look at this play. You get the flip reset, fake. Impressive goes above, expecting a touch. Then Super Lucky past the second. The third gets bumped out of the way. 8 seconds left. The Pioneers definitely securing the first game.
You know, we've talked a lot today about clean Rocket League and making mistake-free attempts because it's going to help you in this long gauntlet that will be 2 weeks of action. And while this game one was about anybody's potential positions and where those challenges would come through, it really wasn't a tough loss. It was just kind of a one-sided affair as Pioneers took advantage in the end.
When you speak about taking advantage of opportunities, that's exactly what the Pioneers did when they were presented that space. They'd make use of it. You talk about that 1v3 that we just witnessed. Veloce, there was solid passing, good movement into the midfield, but nobody taking that extra step to hit that shot, find the accuracy that the Pioneers were also finding.
Hardest points to get are the first. Game one does go the way of KCP. 2 goals for Subalake, 1 save, 3 shots. Scrub just getting involved with an assist as well, but when you look at the stat column across the board, even though KCP only won by 2 goals, it was a team effort throughout. In our Mobile 1 high-performance replay, you see the positioning that was theirs as well.
And we have to remind everybody that this is, of course, a best of 7. Every single series is going to be a best of 7. It's a long day for these players and a lot of opportunities, a lot of time to get back in. So yes, you dropped the first game. It didn't look abysmal from Veloce. They were in the right spots, finding positions, finding the touches. Even Senzo had an opportunity to get that save, but now, how do we improve on that? How do we build upon it?
And there was a man advantage there for the moment. Demo certainly came through for Veloce. They weren't able to capitalize it, and that's where I start to look at the physicality being a must-need for this series going forward. We know what KCP can do on the offensive side of the ball. For Veloce, their physicality has brought them to this point. They've been able to use it against a team like Falcons. Now it's about converting that down the field and being able to put everything on the table, not just the kitchen sink. We'll see how game 2 plays out.
To be honest, this is why I got a little bit worried when I saw that Impressive was actually going to be standing in replace of Twiz, because that player, #1 in goals per game, #1 in shots per game, coming out of the spring split. So you have a lot of responsibility that gets shifted onto the shoulders of Impressive on the offensive side. If he's not stepping up, it's almost like nobody else is prepared for it.
It's going to basically require full team effort.
Absolutely.
You can say that about any roster going into this weekend, let alone the wild card itself. It's going to have to be 3 at a time contributing. It's the only way you're going to win a world championship. And man, what an underdog Cinderella story could be for both these teams. But KCP playing some of their better Rocket League that we've seen as of late.
Oh my.
Playing the better angle off the backboard. It's way too easy for KCP.
Yeah, and this space right here created a lot from, I believe that was, yes, Banana Head getting that initial touch into the midfield. Scrub patiently waiting for the miss off the backboard. Impressive. You got to get a touch. You got to find a way to intercept. Otherwise, a free shot for Pioneers.
Perfect placement creates opportune moments, and the Pioneers waste none of it. No expense on the opening kickoff, and they will lose it to follow through. But a 1-goal lead is 1-0 regardless. Banana Head great clear off the back wall.
When are we seeing clears like that on the other side of Veloce? Yes, they get solid touches, but never booming down the field, and we need more of it. This one, obviously going far side, but it's right into the hands of Pioneers and not strong enough.
And we're starting to see Pioneers push up past their initial mark, a little bit overzealous on the goal line, but trying to get those bumps to open up traffic and create a lane. The capitalization certainly there, but we will underscore that in the moment that we get back into the action. Plenty of time here in game number 2 in Aquadome. If you are Veloce, you had opportunities in game 1, didn't really come to fruition, but it really came down to just the shot quality from Pioneers. If you can slow that attempt, you possibly have a chance for a counterattack.
You could easily remember 2 or 3 times where that ball did drift across the net. Nobody was there from Veloce, and I'd like to see more aggression. One player in particular needs to take that step, like we talked about earlier. Be aggressive, be on the offensive front, and try and get in the way, get some demos, and there was an opportunity from SMW.
And now you're looking at a double commit, but it eventually splits its way out to a filter push right up midfield.
Big demo.
There's a demo. Physicality, again, showing its ugly head. Pioneers using all that they have in the toolbox, but that long clear will help slow the offense down. Playing it off the back wall. Is anyone else around? No. Here comes SMW potentially for a chance, but he misses the hit. And wait a minute, this might be an open net. Not enough boost. The pass is there, the shot as well. KCP, 2-0 lead.
This is ridiculous. I've seen so many moments where Banana Head specifically has no boost. The midfield boost absolutely gone. What does Banana Head do? He keeps on the ball. Very tenacious, willing to keep staying on that 50-50, on that challenge. And what happens as a result? A free shot.
His ability to scoop with the dominance is really helping facilitate a lot of this offense. We saw it on the back line clear. The defensive side of the ball, great as well. And another chance here. Down by 2 goals. If you're Veloce, still looking to get involved in this.
He's on there.
What a redirect that would have been to open the door, potential floodgates for the start of game 2. But as time dwindles away, we're entering half mode here. I should say halftime. Brain works sometimes. 2 goals to go. Still have a bit of work to work out, but this scrub tries to take it individually. What have you seen from Veloce as of starts that has not been the cleanest approach?
I mean, for me initially, I loved their clears in game 1, but then things started to die out, and we haven't seen that same level of aggression where there's a player downfield. It seems like once Pioneers get any form of possession, any form of boost, Veloce, they like to huddle back, have everybody rotate to the net, and as a result, you have no midfield presence. You can't get any transitions. That needs to change for me.
They're looking to pop it high off the backboard, trying to pull defenders up to the plate. That's a great shot. Here's the follow-up. SMW corking it down to the lower left post. It was close enough, good quality placement, but not enough power behind the shot to close the deal. There is another demo. Senzo, we'll see you in just 2 seconds off respawn. Here he comes off the rip. Enough boost to keep this play alive, maybe not enough to go off the backboard. And if you recognize that in your Pioneers, you're trying to get back out to midfield as quickly as possible.
Those opportunities, so few and far in between. And here's another one for Senzo. Now it's within 1.
And that's a big goal because not only does it stop the monotonous push that Pioneers had going, but it breaks up that trend where finally you get some respect back in midfield. You get a long goal, and all of a sudden Pioneers now have to rethink some of their challenges.
And that's the thing. You don't want to see that from Pioneers. Yes, a goal had been scored on you from Veloce. It was difficult to deal with. You had a little bit of pressure in the midfield, but don't fall back. Don't fall into the same trap that you're forcing onto Veloce, where you turtle up, go into your own net, prioritize those rotations. No, keep the aggression if you're Pioneers.
And when teams get in a lull like Veloce, there might be an acquiescence that we can't afford to take those shots from the midfield. Deny that feeling. Go for those extra challenges. You might find something sweet if you go for the challenge.
There it is.
There it is again. As Banana Head shuts up the critics very quickly. It's 3-1. A lead continues for KCP.
And it's the best possibly timed demo you could ask for. Taking out the goalkeeper. Shot comes on instantly after. And of course, there's Banana Head behind it.
Demo converts. 2-goal lead. KCP trying to join a couple of teams today that have gone 4-0. Didn't think I'd see that in day 1 of Wildcard, but here we are. It's only a 1-game lead, but certainly things could turn around as Veloce are looking for their 2nd goal. An awkward challenge by Banana Head, who gives it right back. Possession now for Veloce, quickly taken away. Ball jets itself towards the ceiling. Quick challenge, cut down. Scrub keeping it on the ground. Around 1. Wins the foot race towards the back wall. If he gets through the corner with boost, this is an opportunity with plenty in the tank to make something happen.
Here we go. Final minute. This is where everything starts to get pressured. Of course, the Pioneers are going to be forced to get these saves if you're dealing with Veloce heating up on offense. Here comes Senzo. Might get a flip reset. Instead, it's just handed right over to the defensive side. But still pressure moving forward for Veloce.
This ball's still centered, but a great challenge and a clear. Defensively, KCP have been just as good as their counterattacks.
Yep.
And it has saved so much on that second rebound that Veloce needed to continue that play. They haven't had enough in the second touch department.
Ooh.
Almost big. Would have been 4-1, but with time dwindling down, Turtle, what are your options here?
I don't know. I mean, right now you have all the boost. The clears have to find a teammate downfield because Pioneers, there's always one person right behind the ball waiting, cherry picking. This could be it. The one shot, and it's finally accurate. Impressive hit.
I mean, he clears in the lane, and that's a great bump off the back wall. Senzo follows the play, takes out Scrub. Pick your poison on the net.
Yep.
1,000 opportunities, and impressive is just that. Gets himself the second goal. It's 3-2 with 12 seconds to play.
And it's nice, of course, to see Veloce capitalizing on those opportunities where previously they might have fallen a bit short. Maybe another one here as SMW looking to move this one through. Doesn't get the flip reset. 3 seconds remaining. Here we go. You've got to keep this ball up. Otherwise, Pioneers going to go up 2-0 in the series. The demo comes out, and the ball does indeed drop. Pioneers take the lead again.
It was clinical in the last 30 or so seconds, and though there were threats there from Veloce, I think, again, the big takeaway is once KCP built the lead, they played the similar style of Rocket League. They got them that advantage. They continued to challenge almost 50s at midfield. They didn't give Veloce anything for free, and they kept the real estate on their own back line relatively contested, though they did double commit through the corners at times. It came down to those chip challenges, and it worked out.
I mean, look at the shot differential. Pioneers, 3 shots in that game. Meanwhile, we're looking at 9 shots out of Veloce, and it didn't feel like there was that much aggression out of Veloce. Yes, they got opportunities. The accuracy wasn't there a couple of times, but Pioneers, for the most part, felt like the more aggressive team space, man, regardless of the shot differential.
It's your Mobile 1 high-performance replay, and it was all of KCP. Up until the very end, Veloce certainly had a resurgence and a great bump that helped open things up, and we were wondering when the conversion would come from not only the demos, but the bumps as well to open up a lane for the goal. It eventually happened just a little bit too late, and at that spot, KCP seem to just have everything answered for them, and I believe we also have Veloce taking a quick timeout.
Absolutely, and you need to at this moment in time. I mean, of course, best of 7, you don't want to give too much momentum to the opposition. Veloce, this is where you can dissect the playstyle, dissect what you're witnessing in front of you. The defense has been superb from the Pioneers. The offense, superb. The one thing I will give in favor of Veloce has been the boost consumption. It seems like they are dominant in the midfield, in their own corners, and oftentimes taking the corners of Pioneers. That hasn't phased Pioneers, but you can utilize that with solo plays. If you take this ball, pop it into the air, you've got the boost advantage. You can get past 1, maybe 2 players, and then set up an opportunity for the following player.
And there's been so many times today we've talked about teams being resilient on the defensive end, but struggling to translate that down the field on counterattacks, on transitions. They've certainly had their opportunities, and there's no shade on Veloce. We're looking for a little bit more, especially against KCP, who is a high shot team. They're very good at their accuracy as well. We've seen it so far in this series. And as we wait for this transition and timeout to continue, this is an opportunity for Veloce to take a quick breather, reset, and talk with your coach about the small improvements you can make.
And technically speaking, I mean, Veloce should be coming in with a disadvantage because they didn't get to pick this series, this outcome. Pioneers, of course, the 6th pick in the draft, and were able to pick their matchup, finding and thinking at least that Veloce would be the best possible situation for them. So they came in well prepared for this series, knowing how they're going to match up against them, knowing the playstyle they want to move forward with.
And this is not a David versus Goliath situation. I mean, Veloce has reps against Falcons, arguably number 2, if not number 1, given on a specific day, team in the world. We just saw what they did during the Spring Major. This is a team in Veloce that can absolutely take what they're given against the best of them, but now again it comes down to putting it all on the field, proof of concept, and the continuity between the gameplay certainly has to be there. Off the opening kickoff, it will be Veloce with possession for the moment. Traffic into the corner we go. A lot of players feeding for this ball, vying for a spot, but as of now, KCP should have possession.
I think a lot of people, even the desk, were talking about the Pioneers and that series against BDS in the Spring Major. Was it a fluke? Was it something that was calculated? Senzo, this was certainly calculated. What a shot.
And great read from the back corner. This is why timeouts are great. You get a chance just to breathe. And a redirect from Senzo, catch the defense off guard. It might be 2-0 KCP, but it's currently a lead for Veloce.
And this is going to be a big shift in mentality for Veloce, getting comfortable on the field, scoring the first goal. Like you said, after the timeout, there's so many times we'll see a team take a timeout and then get absolutely smacked right back down into that poor mental state they were in because of the way they started out after the timeout and after the break.
You got to work with something positive. Finally, points go your way, and we saw basically a half musty there, but KCP couldn't convert really anything. However, great pinch on the ground to keep this one in play. Looking for the extension. We'll slow it through the corner. Now on the boost to continue on. SMW potentially looking for a bump, but backline is currently clear. Only one in the goal spot. It's Superlock. Can he get it back out to midfield? No. Quickly cut down. Where's the transition for Veloce? It won't be there as SMW goes for boost.
Yeah, and it was a bit surprising because that was such a good 50 win. Seemed like his teammates weren't ready for it and didn't expect it. Here comes Impressive down the field, looking to get a solid shot. Does manage to get one defensive stop. Still Pioneers transitioning rather nicely. Still looking to get out of there on half.
I'm looking at the boost consumption for KCP. It's quite nice back up to midfield.
Oh, the demo.
Great demo, and there it is. It's so easy. 2 games in a row.
The timing has always been flawless with the defensive game, and then move out forward with a demo, catch him off guard, and then boom, you've got yourself a free goal. The Pioneers rinse and repeat.
As quickly as you get a lead if you're Veloce. It's now 1-1.
Yeah.
This is probably the biggest test they're going to have in this series. Off the timeout, and now a chance to potentially take the series right back, but you're going to have to slow KCP, and that's a tough task.
And you usually say in a best of 7 that, you know, game 3 feels almost as a must win for Veloce. Getting a reverse sweep in a best of 7, it's possible. We've seen it happen, but it is exhausting. And of course, Veloce haven't had too much time to acclimate themselves to a lot of the time zone and just energy draining things that can happen here on the field. And of course, it's been a struggle in this series.
And granted, it's only day 1, but these games are taxing, and the more you go through, the harder it will be to make that Cinderella run. If it does happen, even more credit to you. But as of now, still fighting for possession. Off the back wall, a chance. Impressive just folds it right over, and Veloce steal themselves a lead.
And there was a third element here with Senzo taking the boost, getting aggressive, and probably making the defense shake a little bit. Banana had to do a little bit more of a rotation, couldn't get the proper spot, and then a good follow-up from Veloce to take back the lead.
I don't think they expected that back wall bounce to be as direct as it was. Depth perception is tough for everybody, but that close with such little boost, it's going to be even more ridiculous to read. A lot of time in game number 3 of our best of 7. If you're just joining us, welcome into the final match here on day 1 of the Wildcard of the Rocket League Championship Series. This is Worlds. If you didn't know, we're in for a great event, and so far it's been an amazing day 1, and it's a 2-0 lead in the series for Pioneers.
Every single game, every single series, so important here at the World Championship. Impressive now, looking to build something in the corner, maybe extend that lead, but the Pioneers say no and move down the other side.
Speed has been the antithesis of Veloce. When they've gotten upfield, they have struggled to maintain that pace up into the offensive third. If they can turn that around, there's certainly a chance. Great cross to double commit and clear that ball away. Superlock trying to keep it up. Might have done just enough. Scrub underneath, you have Banana Head in the wing. He will get the call, running 2 for the moment. The point now falls out of the play. You have Boost as well at midfield. Plenty of resources and opportunities for KCP to keep this ball in play.
And I will say, to your point, we have seen so much more mechanics out of Veloce in this game individually than the rest of the series. We saw that initial play, that initial shot, and first goal for Veloce was incredible. Then to come out, get some aggressive plays, demos, and then speaking of mechanics, here comes one of the best passes I think we've seen all day.
My man just jumped from the back to slow that one. Banana Head puts it away.
You don't even see him coming.
Can't run from the monster in that spot. What a way to tie up this one. And those are the small incremental changes, those quick audibles between the numbers that KCP do so well. If you're Veloce, you have to be ready for those extra challenges.
And this is the best Veloce we've seen all series long, and Pioneers are matching them, Spaceman.
Oh, got a lot of boost here. Impressive and Senzo both working with around 200 to work. Now would be a chance to keep the ball on the ground, popping it high. The KCP have read this every single time. They've had the ticket, and the lottery's been all theirs. Quick 50 back in the direction of the orange side of the field. Scrub trying to cut it down, but essentially gives it right back to SMW, who's going to play it off the ceiling. Now looking for the extra touch. Won't be there. Senzo flipping back for boost. Looking for resource management here for Veloce, but they lose that extra 50. And the first, second, and third touch has been there for KCP. It's only a matter of time before it falls for a goal.
And KCP continue to charge at the ball, even with 0 boost. Veloce, they take the midfield boost. It doesn't matter. Pioneers will keep pressing forward and get the read. And it's so important to waste more time and allow your defense to rotate all the way back and regain that boost that you've lost.
Oh, great pass, but it's quickly cut down into traffic. We go. Just congesting the lane. I love what I'm seeing from Veloce on the ground, but can they convert that to an aerial game that certainly becomes more threatening? It's entirely possible. It's just going to take a bit of time to develop. Can't quite get it over, but Banana Head did his job, plays it down to the corner, quickly clear it out, and a booming one at that. Senzo trying to meet it right on target. Great save.
That save definitely needed for Pioneers as it was falling in. Banana Head looking to get the follow-up on the transition, getting stopped out from Veloce. Good midfield presence, and We'll see one player maybe fly forward. I wanted to see more solo plays. Here comes the shot at the top corner. It was on, but saved from Banana Head.
We saw a cross on the fake, and he tried to pull the safety out of the goal line, but it just didn't land. I still like the idea from Veloce. Only question is now, can they put it to good use? Senzo right upfield, and he's been getting over-aggressive. He was looking for a bump, but also just playing off that boost. A potential chance to cut into the lane and make something nice happen. 5 seconds to go. You got to keep it up, but we're going to golden goal opportunity. It's game number 3, and this one's towards the backboard.
We might end it here.
Trying to cut it down. Senzo.
Oh, he kept it up.
High. A lot of boost here if you're KCP.
Oh, what a drop down. Oh, come on. I don't think, have we gotten a buzzer beater today? I don't think so. I wanted something special. Basement.
You always think it's going to happen.
Something special on our first cast. I wanted it. It's fine.
Would have been an incredible way to end this game 3, but a big game number 3 for Veloce. They'll take it. SMW, great flip. Just to get it towards the backboard. Now we go into ping pong as boom ball comes out, and you're just trying to raggle this in and get possession back.
Oh, no. Oh, impressive. Opted to go for the boost instead of the ball. Went to the backboard, then missed the shot. Thankfully, his teammate had him covered, but that was almost the end of OT.
One goal to decide it. Veloce have their opportunities here, but at the midfield, it has been all of KCP. They're going to play this laterally now. Scrub trying to find the redirect. He'll do so. It's centered. It's another great touch. A follow-up from Scrub. Just careens it around to the opposite side. And now Banana Head will try to make the most out of it. On the fake, keeps it on the ground. Still a potential chance for KCP, but still just kind of hanging this one around precariously.
Pioneers still trying to stay behind the ball, chasing as much as they can. Here comes, I believe that was Banana Head looking to get something started as the boost from the corner out of Veloce was taken, and this ball just keeps going back into the midfield, shot after shot. Blocked from Veloce, but how much boost do they have left before that one's going to slip by him?
Veloce are trying to catch the off-tempo on KCP as they transition upfield. So once you get that initial challenge, there's someone immediately with boost to burn up and get the 50 win. Off the backboard you go. Veloce looking for the goal, but it just won't be there. KCP now struggling to hold on to boost, but corral this ball as well. Another challenge. Round 1. Go up for the stop. As Banana Head will try to cut this down, and that pinch does help KCP.
Oh, that was definitely a terrifying moment for all KCP fans watching from around the world, taking the ball slowly in front of his own net. But somehow, some way, it worked out, and here we go. Veloce looking to get the follow-up. It does drop down, and there was an opportunity mid. And it's thankfully safe from Pioneers if you're a fan of them.
Pressure being mounted for Veloce. 2 up at a time, 1 falling back for boost. Here comes Senzo, slowing it down to the ground, maybe looking for a bump. There's a demo on the opposite side. Scrub will fall out of the play, back off respawn, now back to full strength for both teams. We've killed 2 minutes in OT. And Scrub trying to kill this game where it stands. A potential boogeyman to the Nightmares right now as Veloce have yet to deal with his presence, but that clear might just help equal this out at midfield.
The only person I've seen be aggressive and take that first man position has been Senzo, looking for demos, looking for bumps. I think if Veloce are going to get that first, or that OT winning goal, excuse me, it's going to come down to Senzo wreaking havoc on the offensive side. Whether it's taking boost that could lead and trickle into an opportunity or just getting a demo in general, that might be their best shot. Meanwhile, for Pioneers, this double commit, definitely not their best shot, but still that third man went for it, jumped, and is out of position.
I'm a little bit worried about the double commits right now for KCP. Veloce starting to recognize that more, flying back up to midfield, impressive with a bump. This might open up a chance. It's a counterattack beginning, an awkward touch from Scrub. He'll play it down to Banana Head, who hopefully, for KCP's sake, will get this down to midfield, but quickly cut. Impressive there, great block.
It almost got too predictable for Veloce, but they're still hammering the net with a couple of shots. Impressive. He's rushing back to get into position as that third man does get the touch and bumped out of the way. Pioneers looking to create something on offense. The pressure is building for both teams.
1.5 games of play in Rocket League in game number 3. And we are no closer to deciding a victor, but hold on, what a 50. Dangerously careens around the net, quickly kicked out to no man's land, but Banana Head is ready to read it.
Oh my.
Tried to play it with very little boost, did a good job at it. Scrub killer, scrub killer, scrub. Wow. It's 3:30 to play. It's been a fun day 1.
Overtimes will do that to you, Spaceman, okay? We're losing our mind over here. We're waiting. Something has to break for either of these teams. When is it going to happen? Is it going to be a 50-50? A demo, that's what I'm assuming comes out of Veloce, but on the other side of Pioneers, we've seen so many different looks on net. A lot of passes, a lot of solo plays, good mechanics, high-flying action there from Pioneers.
Veloce denying a lot of those backboard touches that KCP had at the start of the series. And it certainly paid dividends, but now, who keeps the ball on the ground first? One at a time, everybody gets their chance.
Oh, there it is, though.
SMW playing it to the corner. It's not the greatest touch. It does help Veloce get back to midfield, and maybe that's the call. Oh, redirect. Great read through traffic. SMW playing it high off the backboard. Extra numbers here. Veloce, no one around.
You could tell that Senzo, he wanted to get that over to Impressive, but Impressive just had his eyes on the boost. That's the second or third time where he's just opted to go for the boost. It hasn't caught him in the wrong position quite yet. Big transition, a nice hit from Senzo off the backboard, but it is going to be received from Pioneers. Things slowing down slightly, but of course it's going to build back up in this OT.
It's these dangerous pop shots at midfield that should worry both teams. All it takes is one bad challenge, and all of a sudden it's a foot race towards the back wall. Both of them have had their opportunities. But yet again, we fight for possession. Vying for a spot in midfield. Super Lucky will escape, and he's alive. Gets downfield. Boost grabbed for Veloce, but do they have enough in the resource department? I'm sure they do. Just to get themselves towards the 50-yard line. SMW trying to keep it alive. Banana Head stalling out as long as possible. Very little boost. You got around 50 if you're Super Lucky.
Here we go.
You'll escape for one. Can't find the dunk. Follow-up won't be there.
A good 50-50, but there was nobody else to get the follow-up, like you said. And I'm seeing better first touches out of Veloce. I want to see more control from both teams. I've seen a lot of panic ball where you're just trying to get this ball out of your own half. But of course, taking it down, controlling it is the better option and can create more opportunities later on as you take boost and let your players get in position. This one off the backboard, the follow-up connected. Scrub looking for his one chance to end things. But of course, we move on in this OT.
Both teams playing very reserved right now. Only one up at a time, maybe an extra challenge if you get the call from the wing, but everybody else falls back and waiting defensively for their time to make a stop. Cutting it down in the front of the box. Here comes an extra challenge. It's a bullet towards the net, but it's quickly saved. Hold on. Ball still alive. KCP now throwing everything they have at this.
Oh, come on. This is insane. That shot on target. The last man rotating in. Picture perfect timing. Gets the save, but they're still stuck on defense space, man. Maybe a double tap could end things, and it does. 6 minutes into OT and Banana Head puts this beauty in.
That's a grueling OT winner, and the golden goal goes to KCP. 3-2 with a ridiculous double tap from Banana Head, and more importantly, Turtle. They slow the mental of Veloce. All of a sudden, Veloce thinks they're getting back into it. It's a 3-0 series lead.
And that was after the timeout had been taken from Veloce, where you think they're going to win. They started out strong, got the first goal. Things were moving in their favor, but the Pioneers, that defense, able to stop them and, of course, put things on match point. This is it for Veloce. They need to start winning now, otherwise they can say goodbye.
I mean, look at the shots across all. Granted, we played 6 minutes OT. 15 for Pioneers. You're looking at about 14 for Veloce. Literally a one-shot difference, and it shows up in the stat card as well. But our Mobile 1 high-performance replay basically shows you the tug-of-war that was this game.
Oh, it was back and forth. There were several moments, I think, for both teams where you're expecting a goal to come out, expecting an opportunity to finally hit the back of the net. Veloce, it was good movement. They like to prioritize the midfield, but I'm not as convinced. It's been much more programmed from Veloce, where you can expect the same thing. It's habitual from them. Pioneers, they're mixing it up. Sometimes they'll go for demos. If it doesn't work, they're willing to adapt. I can't say the same out of Veloce. There were attempts to adapt, but it was not nearly as effective and as efficient as the Pioneers.
Yeah, outside of the shot creation, I think there was a lot of room for creativity from both offenses, and really that comes down to just the grueling nature of that game. It was so back and forth, and I think when players get into that spot, that rut, that trench, they do struggle to kind of break out of that monotonous grind because you're worried about making that first mistake. Because you're basically just trading blows back and forth. Who's going to make the first slip up? So far, it really wasn't even Veloce. Just a better play from KCP, and eventually that aerial does come to fruition. They do find themselves the win, and with that, only one game stands between them and a sweep.
But of course, we have seen this before, a best-of-7 reverse sweep. I'm down. I'm here for the long game here, Spaceman, okay? I want something interesting. We'll take a reverse sweep in a best-of-7. Heck, I just want a game 7, but we might not get it because Pioneers playing lights out, still putting shots on from the midfield.
Now, I wonder how much respect KCP will give Veloce at the midfield line. Will we see more shots like that from Banana Head, just throwing something dangerous towards the net? Great from the elbow, follow-up from Scrub, off the top bar, follow-up from Banana Head, slowing it, double tap, denied. Possession potentially still here for KCP. They're fighting for it.
Yeah, and look at how Pioneers will crash the net with everybody else, but this time wasn't as effective. And a double commit. Okay, as I'm talking about them and their ability to recover after putting a shot on net, things start to shake and fall down a bit. Still no goal from Veloce, all tied up.
First minute gone by. It's been all of KCP. For Veloce, struggling to hold on possession, the aggression and push of pace from Kansas City has kept them on their heels. A double commit works out. Up to the midfield. Senzo was on target. Not enough speed behind the ball, though. And a threatening chance. SMW looking for the reset, keeps it on the ground.
I still want to see more offensive firepower out of Veloce. We know they have it, but there's got to be more creativity, more mechanics seen out of them to get through the Pioneers defense, because a simple pass in the midfield or maybe a solo play into the air, it's not enough. It's not cutting it, Spaceman.
Pioneers trying to play it high for the backboard. But in these individual challenges upfield, Veloce have looked promising. It's just about converting it into that final push and finding an opening. Physicality needs to be there. Scrub hesitant on the challenge, leaving it up to his teammate. Will very cleanly, maybe not, get it back down to the ground before challenged off the backboard. Great redirect and pinch to get that back out of the midfield.
And a nice touch there out of Senzo. And I do believe we did get an update from the B stream if you're not watching that as well. Semper up 3-0. A lot of close series earlier on in the day, but for the most part, it has been a lot of slaughters here from both sides. And while I say slaughter Pioneers, it is 3-0, but Veloce, they're keeping it close in every single individual game.
That's going to be the most frustrating part if you're Veloce. Yeah. It's been close every single game, but
doesn't represent what we're actually witnessing here.
Exactly. You look at the series and you're down 3 games. You have to have a reverse sweep. Granted, it's only day 1 of Swiss, so it isn't the worst situation, but certainly not ideal. You want to start off the wild card, you at least want to get a game on the board. And with 2 minutes and 30-some change, we burn another half a minute, or half 2 minutes, I should say, in these games, where not much has happened. We've been trading possessions, both teams getting their chances, but it's really about feeling out who's going to make that first play.
Right, and this might be ideal for Veloce. Frequently, we've seen teams go into that match point in a best of 7 where they're down and they're about to get swept, and then that final game is just another blowout because you lose the energy, you lose the stamina. So for Veloce, if they're going to get this reverse sweep, obviously you have to stay strong, and they certainly have in match point. However, still scoreless. They need to start putting something in if they want to even have a shot at taking down the Pioneers.
As the Pioneers roster, they get 9th through 12th at the London Major. They've had their fair chances. They know what it takes to make the run. And SMW plays it high off the left post. Bounces off the corner. And now the ball is alive for anyone's grabbing, but we see how things play out for the moment. Great follow-up, falls all the way in. Banana Head gives Pioneers a lead.
This is the creativity that is simply on another level in comparison to Veloce. When are we seeing these types of mechanics come out from anybody on the opposition? We aren't. Banana Head taking charge, doing it himself, the bounce pass right back up.
So much speed on that extra touch. Completely catch the defense unaware. Veloce did all they could. They put 2 hands up, but they got yammed on. And now they don't have a lot of time to respond, but now would be a great chance for a follow-up attempt and an equalizer. Great challenge by Scrub just to jump up in front of the box, get above the defender, and clear that ball away.
This is a key example. A lot of people talk about the fundamentals of Rocket League and making sure that your core and your base of how you play is solid. And of course, it is solid for Veloce, but at the World Championship, at this level, you are going to need to add more spike into the pot. And of course, it's going to be hard to do that when you're dealing with Pioneers.
I think the interesting thing now, though that demo does land, what do you do with this advantage? They can't even get it past midfield. Granted, it was a tough 50 regardless. Waterfall's down, no one around. KCP have done such a terrific job of pushing the pace and killing time. We've seen about a minute gone again after that following goal. Veloce haven't even gotten upfield.
Yeah, and whenever they do get upfield, they don't have not only the boost, but the speed to match it. They're losing in the 50-50 department, not even getting a touch on the ball oftentimes. This one across the net, read by Senzo. Almost an own goal, but it's still saved from the Pioneers. Even when disaster strikes, they find a way to keep it out.
The 2 fall back on the rotation, but no one else is around to potentially secure that goal. You need a little bit more hesitancy right now. And the patience has to kick up.
This is it.
What? These challenges from KCP, it's a brick wall. I mean, even when you're watching it happen one at a time, you're still expecting Pioneers to find a way to stall that ball out. There needs to be a little bit of panic for Veloce. Pushing the pace. SMW trying to take the challenge. He will. That ball's still alive. 8 seconds to go. You got to keep this up.
This is it. The final few seconds. Veloce, 1 goal. Keep this ball alive. It does bounce up. There's a chance. We've got some possession, from Veloce, but quickly denied from Scrub. And then almost gets the follow-up. It's a fake, and the ball does drop down. Pioneers take the series.
Sweeps all throughout the day, and another one here on the main stage as Kansas City Pioneers handle business 1-0 in a brutal game number 4 in Coliseum. Veloce just couldn't figure it out.
For me, that final game truly means that Pioneers earned it. With the way they played, getting in front of it, that was the best, I'd say, the last 2 minutes of Veloce. We saw the entire series. They were getting demos. There was much more creativity like we saw from Banana Head that was happening on the other side, and still, they were getting safe. They were getting in front of it, rotating back. That last man was finding the proper position he needed to be in to get the save, and that made all the difference for Pioneers to take this game in a clean sweep.
It's fascinating how Pioneers made small adjustments in this series to really give some room to Veloce at midfield, because once they were able to isolate the player running point with the ball, they were getting very physical. Saw more demos come out, more bumps in traffic, clogging the lanes as well. And you look at the stat card, I mean, it was basically dead even for the entire game, and really that's the most frustrating loss, right? Veloce have to feel like they had a potential
100%.
chance in this.
This is one of the worst series to lose for if you are Veloce. Like, in my opinion, when I was a player, I would rather get stomped so your issues and the mistakes that you made are so much more clear. You can see it right there in front of you. In a series like this, you're going back to the drawing board, you're trying to fix your playstyle, you're thinking, what were we missing? We were so close every time. It feels like it was a matter of seconds, and that's exactly what it was. And hopefully we get more nail-biting series like that, Spaceman, because there's not much more you can ask for, just maybe a couple of closer games.
Yeah, it feels like for a lot of these teams today, it has kind of been a tug of war for some of these starting matchups. Granted, it's a 2-week performance, and this is the wild card. These are teams just fighting to get to kind of the main event next week. So when you look at the totality of how this entire day could go, of how a lot of these matchups start a wild card could go, it's very cacophonous. It is very much about pacing, patience, and making sure that you take every series one at a time. It's going to take a little bit more for some of these young squads to get up ready to go.
And this was the last series for us, but there's still more Rocket League going on the B stream. It's Team Semper up against Team Secret. We're going to go ahead and throw it over there to watch some more Rocket League action.
Shot set to 50-50 the ball into the middle, and Exotic just did enough. If he doesn't force Sad all the way back into the goal like he did, then that 50-50 bounces into the corner. But the fact it was so close to the line means that it does just go into the goal. Exotic chasing Sad into an uncomfortable position. Once again, Semper have tied it. I mean, they just keep coming back. Even though Secret are trying everything here. It's been a bad day for them, but they're talented enough to get goals on a bad day, clearly.
And definitely the best game that we've seen from Secret. I mean, that last goal notwithstanding, because, hey, nobody's stopping that one. Can Secret at least get themselves that crucial one-game win and give themselves an easier draw for tomorrow? Or are Semper just too consistent and too strong? Zero boost for Sad. His opponent doesn't quite know that, however. Shostek trying to find a way out. Not going to happen just yet. Knight off the backboard. Brilliant from Castillo. Guides it out, gets his body in the way, but we might still have one more shot at this. Castillo's still downfield. And Mav had enough wherewithal to make sure he was around to put some pressure on the shot, but this is not over just yet. Team Secret probably happy to see the ball hit the floor. We go to overtime.
Secret can really help themselves out here by just getting one game. The series win seems so far away, but one game is just one goal away. And if they can get that, they give themselves a better win-loss than 5 other teams who have lost in day one in a sweeping fashion. They can put themselves into the top half here. Math had a chance, but he's too close, couldn't react. Still Secret with the pressure, miss comes through, but again, Secret can't capitalize.
That's huge for Secret as well, because if that was contact made, hey, we're going to have people scrambling to get back, maybe not in time. Castillo, Shostak I should say, can't get in front of the ball. It's rather unfortunate for him, out of boost. Castillo, though, daring towards a challenge. Is that going to go in? Yes, it is! Sweep for Semper!
What a goal by Castillo to finish things off. That last touch absolutely necessary to beat Knight to the punch and to get the ball on target. They have all shown up. Huge series for Semper. They were consistent. They came back from behind in 2 games there, even when Secret started to rally after the timeout, and they sweep their opponents. That is a huge surprise. I mean,
Back-to-back sweeps closing out the day. Pioneers are making quick work of Veloce here in round 1.
Hey, that's an MVP shot right there. You saw Banana Head, top shelf. When the money's on the line, he's got you every time. Pioneers absolutely balled out against Veloce. You gotta give it to him. You gotta give it to him.
I mean, they love him and Karen. They love him being on the main stage. You're also having a good old discussion about, is Banana Head the best ever username in RLCS history? I'm voting yes. So you guys can have your own discussions.
This head is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-S.
That was good.
Which I don't know if you guys can hear, but they were chanting that when he was scoring. That was quality.
Good chant. Good chant. Unfortunately, not so many chants over on the Veloce side. It felt a little leaky in the midfield for me. They got tied up, a lot of double commits there, and then they had to play a lot of 1v1s. And they just ended up losing a lot of them. Struggled to hit the ball in a few defensive situations, and I didn't think it was going to happen. So T-Bates, let me have it.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the speed nonsense, but listen, I'll give you a little bit of grace this time. It's hard. It's hard for a team like Veloce to fly all the way across the world, basically, and then get here. I think they just morning something like that, and then play a tournament the same exact day. That's really tough on them. and they kind of had the moment. They played Pioneers close. It wasn't like Pioneer just waltzed in and dog stomped them complete, you know?
I have trouble talking well if I sleep poorly the night before, much less fly halfway across the world to compete at the peak of reactions possible inside your body. So yeah, Veloce definitely a team that we're going to keep our eyes on as those reasons start to fade away.
Yeah, they had those moments. I mean, that Senzo redirect, just to remind us all what he's been doing all season. This guy who has retired multiple times and come back. I'm so glad that he is now fully fledged in the RLCS world. And I think next time we see Veloce play, they'll be one of those teams that will just be able to shake that series off and pretend it never happened better next time.
All right, well, that does close out the action here for the day. Thoughts about round one, though? I feel like we saw mostly sweeps today. We did not go to Game 7, didn't go to Champions Field one time.
I think, well, from the two matches I saw on B-Stream, there were two matchups that it was Optic and Dig, and they had two matches against APAC North and APAC South. And it's like, okay, here's a chance for everybody that you'd kind of expect maybe could have been in the upper echelon of their region in Europe and North America who didn't quite make that. It's like, okay, you have to come here and you have to make sure that you're still playing the way you want to play. Because if you're coming in here and you're struggling in this wild card, you can't really feel too good. And it was all about, all right, do you have the level of consistency and what you want to be presenting here at the World Championship, and do you have the ability to close it out cleanly?
Yeah.
For everyone else, it's like, you have nothing to lose. Can you go out there and break that? Do you have it in you to have the power to break all of that down and be like, no, you're not as good as you think you are?
Well, one thing we heard from Reddles was he's actually happy that they're in the wild card. He likes having the warm-up. He likes building the momentum here to carry into the main event, and he feels confident that they can completely walk the field here. Is that really an advantage in this situation? Is that something that, especially for the main event teams, looking back here, do you feel like they wish they were playing in the wild card?
I've contemplated this a lot because on one hand, you're getting experience, you're getting games, and you're going to be warmed up somewhat going into next week. But on the other hand, there's only so many teams in the wild card itself that are even equivalent to a main event team. So it's just like you're going from like AAA, and now you're going to the MLB. Like, there's just levels to this.
I think it depends on the team a lot as well. I think for these emerging regions teams, every game they have, as we've seen throughout the day, every game they have is massive, being able to play against opponents that are so good, so much faster than they are, and they will build upon that. I think we'll see later on for the teams that do make it through how much momentum they would have built as well.
I think if you're a main event team, I think you're still happy about it.
Yeah,
that you don't have to play this. Because, yeah, you can say, like, yeah, it's nice to play all these games here and get settled in, but here in front of a couple 100,000 people versus
There's
the
one team.
Like, come on.
There's one team that I think would have done better being in this stage right now.
That's NRG.
I think they need to get some wins in a LAN environment to feel good about themselves again.
I think it would have benefited NRG because NRG kind of ended off a little shaky rather than like SSG and V1. They've been playing so well to the point where you expect them to get to this point anyway. Exactly. They're absolutely slap teams as expected. Yeah. And then if they're not playing SSG V1 or SSG K Corp, where's the like really good practice for them going up against some Moist later on and stuff like that?
Well, I think a team like Version 1 who expects to go 3-0 in this event, that 3-0 helps them carry momentum into the second week. But to me, the fact that it's a 2-week event, this is unprecedented for any team to compete in. Will the fatigue of playing 2 weeks of having to kind of keep that mental edge of I'm at the World Championship and I've got to you do that big inhale and you scream through the entire competition, right? And then you have to scream for an extra week longer than usual. Like, will that start to peter out towards the end of the event?
They're going to have to be disciplined as well. I mean, because a lot of players are in a different country. There's so much to see. There's sightseeing. There's excitement, and they have to say, no, we are professionals. We're going back to the hotel. We're screaming. We're staying good.
Listen, if they can't stay disciplined for 600,000, I don't know.
I can't help you.
I don't know. Some of these good teammates. I don't want to tell them. Listen, I'll stay disciplined. Listen, I'll come pick up the controller right now for the band. You want to see me outside the practice room.
For the teams that made it to the main event, there is the added benefit of you are just genuinely like 3 pay grades higher than the teams
already.
That's a nice thought. That's a nice thought. Yeah.
There is a lot, but there's also a lot. There's a lot of good food here. That's a good. There's a lot of good.
I don't know. I think if you made main event, you're here to try and win it, not just to ladder up.
Have you not tried the barbecue and cheese?
It's true.
Listen, I can get the barbecue after I walk home with my cheddar cheese. Okay.
You can buy a lot of barbecue.
You can indeed. That's true. You can buy a lot of barbecue here for about $5. They just keep piling it on. Like,
we went to barbecue yesterday. What was your impression?
It was vast. That was the word. It was tasty, and there was just so much of it. Shogun encouraged me to get 3 meats. I didn't need 3 meats, Wavepunk. I needed about 1 meat. But, you know, I did my best of it.
It was an amazing time. We had a great time
great.
with it. It was so much fun to get to show that to you guys. But yeah, the players here, first day of competition in the books. We'll see them coming back tomorrow. They're still getting the full schedule fully prepared, and we'll show you those that information as soon as it is available to us here. But I don't know, it is so special to have this competition happening again. There was a point at which I feel like in the middle of the 3-year period there at Chiefs where I wasn't confident we'd ever be back here.
Yeah, you never knew when it was going to actually happen. But you're right. It does feel good to come back. And now you can ask the real question, is NRG still world champion or not?
I'm just going to say, when Envy picked up Turbo, I put out a tweet saying I'd like to congratulate Envy on their inevitable World Championship, which I'm going to say that now transitions to Optic. That is the same org, same team, and Turbo is still on the team, just in a coaching role. They are here. They went 4-0 this morning. Just saying that
if you're right,
technically on the table.
If you're right, I will be so upset. I'll be like, no way.
What if he steps in as a sub just for the finals, and then you'd be all right with it, right? I don't know if that's allowed, by the way. I'm not the admin here. Don't
what
take my
poor
word on that.
player is being
subbed out?
Split like a 3-sided coin, if that exists, like a triangle, if you will.
Is there even a 3-sided die?
Yes. Well, you could probably make one. But
I can only think of 4-sided.
You could make one.
I could
forge one in the fires of somewhere.
Yeah,
the fires of
barbecue pits.
Volcano.
The barbecue pits.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Forge the barbecue pits of Fort Worth. I don't know about that, but yeah, no. I mean, so what was the biggest surprise of the day for you guys? I mean, I feel like most of these matches went the way we expected them to. For me, it was maybe just a lack of Game 7s that with how close all the matches were, we didn't actually make it to one.
I mean, even then, I don't think we were that surprised to not. I think this one actually went exactly as. Maybe that's the biggest surprise.
It went the way we thought it would.
Yeah, like what happened.
People
all of our predictions correct,
right.
apart from
how could it have possibly gone the way we thought it would?
Yes, besides for Speed falling for Johnny Boy propaganda.
Yeah, that's okay.
Other than that, everything this exactly what you said.
Yeah.
So everything went the way it should have.
Unprecedented. Yeah.
Which is really weird.
I don't trust it.
It's very strange. It's very strange to the favorites to come in, handle business, and then move on to another day. Because in London, especially, a lot of favorites come in and do anything of that sort. So I feel like tomorrow's going to be really interesting, especially. And then the fact that everybody's so many 4-0s, I'm really interested and intrigued to see just how this next stage is round 2 of Swiss is even going to look. Because a lot of teams, just losing one game kind of makes the seeding a little bit easier, but everybody 4-0, I don't even know how the tie breaks. I think, is that just seeding?
The 4-0s versus the 4-1s makes a big difference in how it seeds in round 1. But or going into round 2 here. Were there any dark horses, any underdogs that you saw today that have gained power ranking X Factor points in your mind?
I liked the way Simbai Strikers looked versus Optic. I mean, they got 4-0'd, but there were opportunities for them to look good. Do they gain like power ranking? I don't know about that per se, but I would be curious to see them see.
How did Optic look, by the way? We did not get to catch them at all here on the A stream.
Optic, I really thought it was going to be the most like ABC series. Like, you don't have to press. Like, you guys know that you're probably the better team here. You have to make Simbai come and beat you, and they did literally exactly that. They didn't press super hard. They were like, we have a lead. We're just going to control the clock. That's what Optic looked like. Dignitas is the one where I was like, you're focused on fundamentals, and then they just went out there and absolutely destroyed.
I heard you say when they were 7-0 like, that's enough.
Yeah.
We understand that you're better.
I felt you.
Let them go.
I felt you on that. They just need to stop scoring.
It's like, you got 6. There's 18 seconds. Do we need another one?
Gotta save some goals for later, guys. You need those.
I'd say that the best of the losers was definitely the club, getting a couple of games against SSG and a couple of overtimes. They looked really good. Lost. He's had a lot of hype coming into this one. People saying, he's the best in that team, and we saw him individually perform, and I think that was massive. He looked, in particular, they all did, but he really looked at home on that pitch. So more from him, I hope, as this goes on.
Especially playing a team like SSG. The club is like your first time playing on a LAN experience, a LAN stage. You really have to show something, show that if you are to get out of the Swiss stage into the group, you can actually contend. And when you can go up against SSG that strong, could win 7. It really could have won 7.
It was good.
Clutch goals. Reddle's double touch, Daniel game 6 OT, and then someone else double touch. It's like 3 overtimes where SSG clutched up. And if you can do that against SSG this early,
you're in good
shape. Get out
shape.
of Swiss.
Yeah.
You can make some noise in groups.
That was just round 1. I mean, the one thing that is wonderful about Swiss format is that the better teams will play each other as the tournament goes on. You'll have tomorrow we're going to get a bunch of 1-0 matches, and then the next day we're going to get 2-0 matches up against each other. And this is just to get into the main event. This is just to get into the bowl with the 13,000 fans. So, I mean, we're going to get some crazy games here before we get to the crazier games. I don't. It's just the action will just continue to ramp.
This is a nice aperitif, you know.
Yeah.
We have to hit the main course later.
Yes. Oh,
you have to be willing to wait.
It's all courses of a good meal. Right? So, we're gonna see some here. I'm very excited to see what matches we have here tomorrow. And speaking of, we mentioned it earlier, Cole, but like for these teams, getting to find out who they're playing tomorrow, one opponent to prepare for, having that 24 hours, how important is that?
I mean, it's where the coaches earn their money, really. You know, like, can they guide their team to play in a certain way? Can they make sure they're playing as confidently or able to not overcommit and be too fired up? It's such a delicate balance, especially in something like this. But I think the fact that best of sevens are here as well, that will help within a series too. We've seen it a few times today where a team has got better as the series has gone on. I really hope we see that tomorrow when they're getting tired.
Yeah, I thought best of sevens would tend to favor, you know, your favorites of the
me
world,
too.
your Optics, your Dignitas, because, you know, playing a best of 5 and something like that, if you have a tough start going down 0-2 early in a series in a format like Swiss, it's really easy to end up in that 0-1 side of things real quick, even if you end up playing better later on. So I really thought the best of 7, while it does give more opportunities for your newer regions to get more experience and maybe find ways through to adjust throughout the series, it also gives you a little extra leeway for your favorites to make sure that they find a way to progress.
Well, I mean, I feel like just the veterans in general, we think that they will have a stronger competitive cardio. For as long as the tournament takes, they've been in these situations more often. They're not going to run into a spot where they're like, oh, I'm exhausted the moment they check in with themselves. But who knows? I mean, the landscape is changing. One thing that did surprise me was the lack of timeouts we saw. In best of sevens at this point, we saw one team today on the mainstream use a timeout. Is first day just like, hey, let's just keep playing? Like, what do you think?
Just keep playing. This series is easy. I'm not worried about that. That's what that is. None of these
Coach team.
A lot of these teams just really weren't stressed. And going back, the best of 7 favors the favorite in a matchup. And it's a different mentality of how you approach it. Because 1-1 in a best of 5 feels way different than 1-1 in the best of 7. 0-2 in a best of 7 definitely feels different than 0-2 in a best of 5. It's a different way. You're less stressed about that. And so in best of 5s, especially in London, I think we saw that BDS especially. Once you get caught up in that, you really like start focusing on pressing a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if a team went down in this, then they would have used like the time. I was like, oh man, maybe they're actually good. Like if Pioneers went down against Veloce because they came in all smiling, Scrub even came in late. I don't even know where he was.
Yeah.
If they went down 0-2 all time, I'll say, okay, let's refocus. But in the best of 5, you go to 0-2 as wraps.
Yeah.
It's done. You need to just move on, and then that puts you in a bind. So just having the best of 7s allow these favorites to really just be a little bit more at ease. So that's why you see less.
I was surprised. You mentioned like Scrub kind of showing up late to the stage and then seeming completely at home. KCP do not appear at all like a team that is they seem like a veteran that's been here since season 3 at this point.
I can't imagine them being faced by anything based on what we've seen. They just do not look like they get shocked or confused or tilted or anything. Such a good team dynamic. I think it's Australia. I think it's OCE. These guys are just always fun-loving. I love them. I love OCE.
I would love to continue to talk about the teams. We can do that for hours, but I think what we all really care about is who's playing who tomorrow. Let's take a look at the Swiss bracket here, the Swiss format, and show you guys the matchup. So we will see version 1 taking on Space Station Gaming.
Renegades.
First out, maybe first match of the day. We'll see what happens there. Renegades going to take on Carmine Corp. Dignitas taking on Optic. And then Pioneers taking on Semper for our 1-0 matches. In the 0-1s, the club takes on Bravado. We will see Gaiman take on, I believe it's 0-1 Esports there. And then Secret taking on the Pirates. Veloce taking on Sembe. So, man, these are some dynamite matches. Base, you have a favorite?
Can I just really quickly say, excellent logo knowledge there, Wavepunk. That was tough. You did well. You did very well indeed.
The screen is kind of far away. The people at home don't know. It's small on your screen. It's also small in front of me here. But I don't know. What matchup are we looking forward to?
Ooh, version 1 versus Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming, who are saying they're the most prepared team here. They can take on anyone. Versus version 1, who've been showing that they are the best team probably in this entire pot. So a lot to eke out there.
A lot goes into that V1 SSG matchup because I believe the wild card number 1 faces Furia. And I think whoever wins that game is the favorite to be wild card number 1. Probably end up playing a KC or a Dig. If that comes to fruition, V1 and SSG, I know they're really confident against Fury. I think they want to win that matchup in particular.
All right. Well, we will see these teams playing tomorrow. Let's take a look at where they are going to be playing those matches. Again, both streams going to be active on the B stream. On twitch.tv/RL Esports, we'll see the club taking on Bravado, 0-1 taking on Gladiators, Secret taking on Pirates, Sembe taking on Veloce. All the 0-1-1 matches going to be happening over there on the B stream. Starting things off with the club. That will be a hot one to kick off the day. on this stream, though, right here. Make sure you hit that follow button. Dignitas will be taking on Optic, V1 taking on Space Station, Renegades taking on K-Corp, and Pioneers versus Semper will be the first match of the day. So Pioneers getting kind of bookend broadcasts here. Close out day 1, open up day 2 at Chiefs.
Yeah, and that is going to be kind of interesting. I think Semper, I think they played well in that B-Stream matchup from what we caught at the end of it. Obviously tight overtime, but they look to be playing well. So I don't know if the BANN ahead chance are going to be coming back tomorrow. They may have to work a little harder.
We'll see what happens. That one's going to be a fun one. But what a day of action. I hope you guys enjoyed it here. Any final thoughts, gentlemen, before we close out day number 1?
I want to see more Simbe. I think Veloce in an 0-1 round is a good setup because I had a lot of good hopes for Veloce. They look to be struggling a little bit here in that first game here against Pioneers. So I think that's a good opportunity for Simbe to come through and find a win.
I just said that we can't say enough. It's Worlds. The Worlds Championships is back. We haven't had one since 2019, December 2019, and we're now here, and it's 2 weeks, and there's money, and there's big storylines, and what more can you ask for? Honestly, what more can you ask for?
Already the storyline's building up.
Yeah, it's bubbling.
Everything's going according to plan.
Everything is it's crazy. What more can you ask for? Maybe some fried chicken. I don't know. I'm hungry.
Yeah, there we go.
Food hope. Folks, if you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the follow button so you come back tomorrow around 10:30 a.m. We'll get the pre-show kicked off with the first matches going live at 11 a.m. Central. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you tomorrow for day 2.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.